Just want to make sure this don't work. All right. Talking to your mic real quick. I just want to make sure I pick up on YouTube.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just read an article saying that the House just passed a bill that they're going to automatically register men from 18 to 26 for war. Okay? And all I want to say is to America, good luck with that.
Hello.
These new little niggas are TikTokers, baby. These motherfuckers ain't going to fight no war. We going to die. You going to die. You might as well just keep motherfucking investing money in your guns. Because these new kids, you want to send these new kids to fight these wars? The TikTok fucking hip shakers? Out of your mind. This is a new America, baby. This ain't the 19 motherfucker. Nah, like seriously, you gonna dress? I got some news for you, motherfuckers. All right, so
for people who don't know what that is, that was Cardi B speaking on basically the American government has passed a new law. Sometimes I know a lot of us, well, especially for men, you like to act young now. I'm sure 100% positive you are absolutely happy that you are old at your old age right now, that you will not realistically have to go serve in the war. So that time frame had the House has passed the automatic registration from 18 to 26. So I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm happy as hell to be old at this point. This is probably one of the only times in life where you actually be like, I ain't mad that I'm not young no more, because that right there, realistically, I don't think that fight for most Americans, especially American males, it won't happen, dog. Like I can't see it. But you as a parent, I guess, how would you feel if that was one of your kids that had to just go and serve for the country? Like, would you be cool with that? Or would you try to tell them to like, nah, bang it out and go to jail. Do this happen in jail. It's safer. Because I mean, that realistically, for people who don't know the backstory, because I'm sure most people listening, I mean, if you're not really a history person, that is the way Muhammad Ali, that's what Muhammad Ali did. He didn't want to serve. And at that time, he was Cassius Clay. Before he became Muhammad Ali, they wanted him to serve in the army, and he was like, "Nah, I'm not going. I'm not serving for this country. I'm cool." And he didn't, and he went and sat down and did his jail time. He lost his belts and all that. So I mean, that is an option. So for people who are not familiar, that will be your other option if you have kids or boys, basically, because they only sending boys. So if you got young boys in your life, and I don't know why they did this, but I'm sure they may know something that we don't know.
Well, obviously, they said girls too.
Oh, for real?
They said girls too, and I guess it's because like people aren't signing up for the army or whatever.
No more, yeah.
Like they used to. I don't know, because how is jail safer? I mean, how long is the jail time?
I want to say I think Muhammad Ali had to do maybe like a year or two. I think it was a year or two. I'm not 100% positive. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I want to say I know it wasn't no longer than 2 years.
But if they not built for war, they definitely not going to be built for jail.
I mean, I don't know. I would probably realistically, if you sit here saying, if you gave me the option, would I rather go to war? Because if you don't get the same, because it's a difference. Like, must be real for most people. When you're like, and my dad tried to do this to me a lot when I was younger. Like, oh man, you need to get your life together. I'm going to make you sign up to go to the military. So it's a difference between, and I got friends who went serve. They, saying you got your benefits and all that stuff. Because realistically, if you kind of knew that you would be able to get a little bit more of a head start in life and didn't actually have to go to war, I probably, if I could do it over, I may have even tried it, because realistically, none of them got, you know what I'm saying? You might got to deport it to a country, but you didn't have to. But don't get me wrong. I know some people, I've met people, the older I got, who have served and actually seen people get, like, really, literally right beside them, get blown to pieces. So it can, let's be clear. Some people didn't went in there and got a head start in life and actually got to build their credit up, cars or whatever the case may be, got some money, in their savings. So when they actually start becoming an adult, you kind of got something, a little cushion to start with. But again, I still know a lot of people who didn't come back, didn't survive.
Oh, okay.
So that's, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me personally, I know more people. I know more people who went to jail and nothing happened to them than people who probably went to serve, to go to the military and then come home. It didn't, maybe not be able to come home.
But then you got a chance of signing up and not, like you said, not actually
getting deported or nothing like that. So that, I mean, so that's the difference from compared to where this one is like, you know you're going to fight. When they sit here and say they're going to draft you, and like, hey, come on, that means it's real live wartime. And this ain't just like, oh, I'm gonna be cleaning up, like I'm going to go to the Marines or something like that. Because if you ask people who actually have served the country, it's certain branches of the military where you can know for a fact you can kind of go hide, because realistically they not going to have to go do nothing. I want to say, I don't want to misspeak, but I almost want to say, like, if you go sign up for the actual army, your chances of probably have to go serve is way higher than I think, like
the Marines, maybe.
Yeah, I want to say like the Marines or like the Air Force or something like that. Like it's a little bit different. So it's like they not really never gonna be, boots on the ground and actually real life out there fighting. So that's just a little bit different. And that is something for people to think about, especially if you are starting to have kids and you don't have kids yet. And then that can be an option in the future, especially the way the world is kind of going now. Is be like it's so up in the air because you really just don't know too much. And it's like when you see that, I guess if you don't have kids or if you older, then you kind of just see it's some things I always say you see on the news and you kind of just blow past it. You really don't pay no attention because it's not going to affect you. Like, all right, I don't care. I'm old. I don't got no kids, whatever the case may be. But then you still got nieces and nephews. And if your kid, like, man, I don't know though. I probably realistically, I will highly probably push my kids to go ahead and go to jail, dog. Like, do that little jail time there because at least I know you're gonna come home, or at least I can still come and visit you.
But you can't say. I mean, it's a lose-lose. I know mine not built for no war. Mine's not built for jail either. So,
but which one? So that's my question. Which one do you realistically think is more attainable? I guess. Like, which one is a little bit more? Because you can realistically. Let's be clear. I get it. Like, I'm sure most people not built for jail, but the jail, at least people, you can real life still come and see them. You can visit them. You can kind of walk them and coach them through the process of being in jail. Like people, like realistically, that's what most people, even when dudes do jail time, like that's all they be looking for. It's just somebody to constantly pick up the phone, somebody to come and visit them. So that one to me is a little bit more easier as long as you got, like you got a family member who gonna constantly come and show up and make that trip for you. And that makes jail time a lot easier for somebody who realistically, instead of you saying, all right, I'm just gonna go serve, like you said, if they send them to Russia or they send them to Iraq or one of them, bro, ain't no guaranteed you coming back from that.
Yeah, I will, now that you say it like that, I would probably say just go to jail.
Because no, of course, of course, I know the stereotype behind jail, so nobody want to say, hey, I want my kid to go to jail. But if I'm sitting here saying, at least I can make visits to see my child twice a week, compared to like, I'm just literally just sending them to go fighting, man, that's crazy, dog. I'm not gonna
seeing them and whatever might be happening to them and seeing them wearing that might be actually tougher. If they not, you know what I'm saying? If they're overseas, you can't really see them. You waiting for that phone call or a phone call that you don't want to get, but going and seeing them every day, like, is being miserable or beat up. Like I'm just watching a movie now where the son got beat up and the father had to go see him like twice. Like, how can you? Like,
yeah, I mean, listen, what I'm saying. I get it. So that's what I'm saying. As a parent, that will be. I understand that will be probably one of the hardest pills you ever have to swallow in life. To sit here and say, do I want my kid to go serve for the country or do I want my kid to go to jail? But I don't know. Get
your passport. Go somewhere else. Go to another country.
Man, but then you ain't never gonna be able to come back. Because when you come back, they're gonna still lock you up. So it's like that's one thing I know for a fact you can't duck that one. You can't duck. It's almost like if you owe the IRS. Whatever situation they got set up for you, you can't duck them. So you ain't gonna be able to duck the military unless you go do your time. If you try to go run and hide and wait till after it's over, and then they figure out that you skipped out on oh nah, come on, buddy. You gonna have to figure this one out. But I guess real quick, to change gears just a little bit. Matter of fact, before I do that, I'm gonna play Amanda Seales because she a little bit more quick than Cardi B.
House passes defense bill automatically registering men 18 to 26 for draft. It's now mandatory for all male U.S. citizens to register for the Selective Service, also known as the military draft, when they turn 18. Failure to register is classified as a felony. So is what's happening over there, like in Palestine, is what's happening over there still not your problem or not yet? Just let me know. Just a reminder, they don't have a bill where you're automatically registered to vote. So just tapping in. Let me know if it's your problem yet.
Yeah, so like I said, she's a little bit more equipped to have that conversation. But yeah, like one real quick, y'all know that how I be on the fence with the relationship topics. But this one kind of caught me by a win because I kind of feel like sometimes when I make posts, I'll be like, all right, I don't even think. Sometimes I be thinking some of them just not gonna catch, and I just try to keep myself just constantly. I'll be like, it'd be some posts for me. I feel like I'm just gonna post this. just so I can, you know, say I post something today or post something during this hour. Like, I feel like these is down hours. So I was sadly mistaken. For people who don't know, Ahmad Shepard and Tiana Taylor are going through a messy divorce. And if realistically, Ahmad Shepard sit here and try to get his child support reduced because he tries to sit here and say that Tiana Taylor makes more money than him. And I believe he sit here and say she make like 90 grand a month and he only makes like 50. And of course, realistically, to the most working class people who listening to this podcast right now, like, you make that monthly. Do you think we care about your tears? But the reason what made me even want to make it a topic or even a video is because Ahmad Shepard was the same person. Maybe I want to say early last year. I can't really remember the date on that video when he said, but he went on a podcast I think they based out of Atlanta. He basically went on there and said, man, no rich dude want his girls to pay no bills or this, that, and the third. So, you know, of course not. He don't want her to pay. So that I was like, hold on. How do you don't want a girl? You don't want your girl to pay no bills, but you sit here trying to beat your ex-wife out of paying child support. So of course that started. I did not realistically, again, I didn't think that many people would be ups and arms in it, but then you seen so many dudes where it's like, man, see, that's what's wrong with the system. They trying to tear the black man down. So I had to kind of kindly tell a lot of dudes where it's like, bro, you're basically what you're planning in your mind is like, if this was sports, you're planning to go into a game to lose. You shouldn't sit here and say, now, of course, I understand. I've talked to enough people who have had kids with somebody I guess they go completely left, so you got to deal with it and it end up going to child support or however it may play out. I get that part, but still, I'm not planning to have kids with somebody in the back of my mind thinking about child support. For people, if that's what you realistically thinking of, I'm just about to get this girl pregnant and I hope that I can beat her in child support, that's corny to me. And you literally going into a relationship trying to cheat her and cheat the system off the rip. Like, you can't sit here and have it both ways. Like, what's the purpose of sitting here saying I'm about to have a kid and then you sitting here and get them used to a lifestyle or something the case may be, and now you sitting here trying to shortchange her when it comes to paying child support? To me, that's crazy. And especially if you're not a hands-on dad. And from what it seemed like if you see some of their paperwork going back and forth, Tiana Taylor is basically trying to say Ahmad Shepard is not fit to be a dad, or at least a full-time hands-on dad without some type of supervision between, I guess, her or her mom or whatever the case may be. He's not equipped for that. His lifestyle is not equipped for that, or he's just as a man, he's not ready for that. And that kind of me, again, that was one of the reasons why I always sit here and say, I don't really that's why I don't like the relationship podcast. Like, if you talk about it, cool, but if you're building a platform off of just talking about relationships, I don't believe it, because I know for a fact 90% of that is cap, and that was the perfect example of that. This is literally somebody a year ago who sit here and said, oh, my girl, rich dudes don't want their girls to pay bills, and now you're literally somebody in the courtroom trying to beat your baby moms down. Not even just your baby mom, this is still your wife. Y'all not even officially divorced yet, and you trying to lowball her out of child support.
But they not together no more.
And listen to what I'm saying. A lot of people were saying that, but my thing of it is just like, that part shouldn't matter though. Like, y'all got 2 kids together.
Yeah, you're right. It shouldn't matter. And I don't think nobody goes into the relationship thinking about not wanting to pay child support. It's just like you said, some things just don't work out.
And then he was the same dude at one time was trying to get her to retire from music and let him just take care of everything. So that's my point, where it's like sometimes with dudes, when it comes to like, oh, I got some bread, I'm gonna try to, like basically get my woman to be so used to, I guess, a lifestyle where she kind of dependent on me. To me, that's just corny. Like, it's like, especially if y'all got kids together and y'all were married, like y'all not even officially divorced yet. And we seen look how fast Jeezy and Jeannie Mai got divorced. So if obviously whatever's dragging out with y'all is way more serious, or they're gonna have, y'all got way more stuff that probably need to be broken down or divided or whatever the case may be. To me, that's just corny. Like, bro, that you got 2 kids and you know for a fact you're not a hands-on. Them kids 9 times out of 10 be with her all the time.
But he's not going to admit that, because then that means he's going to have to give her
whatever she asking for.
If he can prove that she either makes more or he has them just the equal amount of time as he does, then it could be half of that or whatever the case. It won't have to be so much. So that's probably his thing.
Yeah, I'm not. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't a fan of that. So just to me as a man, like, bro, just man up. Like, you made that decision, and that could be me naively speaking, but I just feel like, or it could be just me in the back of my mind, I'm just cool with settling. Like, I'm just not one of those people to sit here and say, I'm just gonna really be able to call it quits, and then I'm trying to beat somebody in the system. Like, dog, you might as well just thug it out then, if that's the case. Like, me personally, I just feel like if you make that bed, especially y'all that sit here, y'all got 2 kids, y'all been married, y'all was making money off of being in a relationship, having kids, y'all was building up your brands outside of what y'all already have. From you being an NBA player, you were building something else up off of daddy, family, husband, this, that, and the third, where it's like, bro, just live up to it and suck it up. Like I think sometimes people, you get so caught up in just trying to still sit here and be horny and be all over the place. And that to me is kind of what it really was, because look how quick he got caught out ready to go on a new date or whatever the case may be. Even when she tried to, you know, shoot him some bail, like don't go crazy on it. We already know that we was going our separate ways. But I'm like, yeah, I'm just cool, though. Like some of this stuff to me, just be like, dude, just be too geeking and too horny. You know, you get married and you having kids, like, bro, suck it up and thug it out. And I get it. I understand a lot of people especially in this day and age in 2024, nobody really don't want to thug out relationships or really make them work. But it's just like,
sometimes you can't. It's in a relationship like that, especially when it comes to kids. If you're miserable, both of you, then it's going to be miserable for the kids. Like your kids kind of feed off your energy. So if you don't have nothing to give them, it's nothing but misery. Why are we staying there?
So I guess my question would be, what do you think, I guess, gets it to the point where it's misery then? Like how far do you feel like, I guess, a relationship has to go or goes left where the point where it becomes misery? Like what is some of the things that I guess made you feel like, I guess, partakes in the relationship or goes on in the relationship to make it to the point where it's like, all right, this is misery now?
I mean, you're just not happy. I mean, it's no time frame on it, but I mean, if you've been together for a long time, it's like after a while, things stop. We stop doing this. We stop doing that. You know how they say in the beginning of a relationship, people put on an act. So the longer it goes, that act is going to drop and you're going to be your real self. And then sometimes you just can't deal with it.
So I get, I mean, and I'm with you. I understand that. But then sometimes I always wonder, does that happen because people don't actually give themselves time to really know somebody or actually become a friend? Because and you can kind of even tie that into dating. It was just like if the first, let's say for the first year, all we doing is just constantly going on trips, constantly going on dates, and that's how we actually just really experiencing each other. Do you ever still really know each other? And I think a lot of times that can be hidden because people, that's just what you do. Like you're not used to sitting here saying like, I mean, of course, that's why most people be like, during the pandemic, either major relationship or a broken relationship, because realistically, you actually had to get to know your person. Where you're eliminating money, it's just like, no, we ain't got nothing but time right now. So can I actually tolerate this person outside of going on the trips, or we constantly going to our favorite restaurants, or wherever the case may be, or going to these concerts? Like, I think it's easier to distract yourself from really realizing if you like this person, besides I like experiencing things with this person.
It is. I mean, I feel like that's what it is. But then also, if it's when you have kids change your relationship to a certain extent, and that adds to the stress. Like you said, a lot of people just rush into it. We not having conversations on like religion or how you want to do this and how you want to do that. So we just have kids, and now we got to try to figure out a way to raise these kids like together. Y'all never discuss. Like I was watching something today, we never discussed your religion and my religion. So stuff like that. And then on top of that, it's just like kids bring a whole, and they're not bad, but it's just they bring on it's a more responsibility. So on top of them and then your job and her job and the bills and family members and stuff like that, it gets to be a lot.
So okay, I guess then my next question would be is how do you avoid that? Like, how do you realistically avoid that from happening? Like, what should be the conversation? Because to me, that kind of do seem crazy. Like, if you don't have that conversation on, just like, let's say if religion is a thing, like if hey, I'm a Christian, you're a Muslim, and we don't have those conversations before we even sit here and bring in a kid, to me, it's kind of crazy. Because I dated a woman who was a Muslim before, and we kind of had that conversation just off of, like, asked me like, hey, would you join me in Ramadan? So like, if you don't even have like them little, and that's not even with a kid, that's just something personally like, hey, we're dating. Do you think you can thug it out through Ramadan with me just because we're dating? And this is a huge thing in my family. So I kind of need somebody too who can support me through this to be able to just like, all right, join me in Ramadan. So that's to me sometimes where I'd be like, damn, how many people actually realistically just don't take no time to get to know their significant other where it goes that far left?
Nowadays, I feel like a lot of people aren't looking for relationships. They just do the situationship or just kind of whatever, do they thing. So nobody's really having those conversations like that.
So because I always try to give pushback there, because I think everybody's go-to conversation to be, especially after kids are involved, people change. Do you feel like people change, or did you just kind of notice the red flags that you probably should have paid attention to way earlier?
I feel like there are red flags in the beginning. Some people like ignore them, and some people see them and then they leave. So I feel like you probably see them more when when the kids come along.
Yeah, I think that, and to me, I always wanted that because that's everybody. I mean, I've heard that so many times from men and women, and it's just like, I'm like, did it really change, or you just really just didn't take your time to get to know this person? And I almost, sometimes, me personally, I be feeling like 9 times out of 10, you just didn't take your time to actually get to know that person. Because most people, just like you said, especially this just generation we live in, and I don't even think it's an age to it. People just really don't want to take time to get to know people, and so many people just are not willing to. Like, I had a homegirl of mine, she was calling, she was just talking about, oh, you still not dating and this and that. I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, well, how's it going for you? You actually going on dates, and we having the same. Like, she's explaining to me how her dating experience, and I'm like, bro, this is why I don't date. Everything you're telling me on what you're dealing with trying to date, I'm like, why, or can't you be okay with not dating if this is your dating experience? Like, I know that that's what the dating experience is, and I'm not even dating. So tell me, why do you continuously try to just not, you don't take no time to be like, Paul, I'm gonna just pause for a second. I'm gonna stop dealing with people because people's morals and principles aren't aligned with mine. And that's just, I done dated, let's just say I'd have been on 10 different dates and all of these people lack morals and principles. Then why are you continuously chasing to keep dating these people who lack morals and principles without sitting and saying, let me take a, you know what I'm saying, let me take a step back real quick and maybe figure out what am I putting out to the universe that got me consistently meeting the same person over and over.
Because some people don't want to do the work on themselves. That's like the hardest thing for you to do, to actually sit down and be like, okay, maybe this is me, or whatever your issues are. Some people don't want to do it, and some people just want to be in a relationship to say they're in a relationship so bad that they'll just put up with anything or talk to anybody because they don't want to be by themselves.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. And it'll be, and you feel, and I really, the more conversation I have, especially with a lot of women about just the way the experience, the dating experiences that they are having, I kind of just be like, bro, why do you keep doing it? Like, if that is your experience, like, why are you not okay with taking a break? Because like, people always want to give me a pushback. I'm like, bro, okay, you giving me a pushback, but you're explaining and having the same experiences that I may have had almost 2 years ago now. If I've taken myself out of the dating pool for 2 years now, and I can literally, you're having the same exact experiences, I think realistically, sometimes you got to kind of, I always joke about this and I say, bro, I just want the world to get a little bit rough again. The rougher the world gets, and even going to tie that into just them sitting here making everybody 18 and older have to, or 18 to 26 have to start registering to go to war. Like, bro, the world is going to get a little bit rough. And I think that the rougher the world gets, I think humans will become a little bit more human again. Like, your brain will function a little bit more like a real human being instead of just whatever social media has, I guess, brainwash you to feel like the world is supposed to go, or how the world is supposed to kind of play out. So it's kind of just like, yeah, I don't know. That Amar Shepard thing kind of caught me off guard. And I've seen a lot of dudes just like,
it's a lot. It's not just him. It's a lot of men that don't want to pay child support. It's a lot of men that stay in unhappy marriages because they don't want to pay child support and they don't want to pay alimony. They don't want to pay it. Whether they are hands-on dads or they just know for a fact they just not around. Like, they don't want to pay it. That's a man problem. That's not a, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of men that don't want to pay child support.
yeah, that to me is weird. Like, why even, to me, I mean, I'm with it. I to be honest, I will respect the man who stays in a relationship because he don't want to. I'd rather you thug it out. You have made this bed, lay in this bed, dog. Don't sit here and try to cop out and then try to find ways to just run around the cop out. Like, nah, this is the bed you made this bed, then just lay in it, dog.
What if the woman don't want it? What if she don't want it? How you gonna stay in it if she don't want it?
I mean, then does she still get child support? Is she the one who want to leave? How did that work?
Like, let's just say we unhappy and we have a comment. You're saying the man just staying there and thug it out, like, but she just don't want it to, whatever. She wants to divorce or she wants to break up. So how does the man go about it at that point?
I don't know, because I don't know how the court situation work. But to me personally, I'm like, bro, we this is for death do us part. We here, bro. Especially we married. Like, we said these vows. I'll take my vows serious. I'm ready to put in the work. What do you need to do? You need some break. You need some time. You need to go get you a little apartment somewhere and figure this out. We got to do something. I'm not about to just sit here and cave in. Especially, and to me, I feel like the older I get and the longer I'm waiting to have a kid or get married, it's just like, I can't sit here and be like, all right, I'm about to be 40 something, and then I'm gonna get married, and now I'm gonna sit here and get divorced at like 55. Like, that is ass backwards to me. Or wait until you're 40 and then sit here and be like, okay, I'm about to have a kid now, and then just to become a baby father. Like, that to me sounds absolutely ridiculous. I want to use the other R word, but I know it's not politically correct. That's what it sounds like to me. That makes no sense to me to sit here and say I waited this long to have kids, and now I just want to be a baby father. Like, that's just crazy to me.
I mean, at that age, yes, but
Yeah, so if listen what I'm saying, to people, and this is excluding people, if you had kids at an early age or you got married at an early age, of course, that's cool, because realistically, my dating past in my 20s was absolutely ridiculous. My dating past into my early 30s was absolutely ridiculous. So I'm not judging nobody off of that, but I'm sitting here saying, after you get, like, we talking about, because I don't know how, I'm sure Amar Shepard and Tiana Taylor both got to at least be like 30 something at this point. So after we sitting here saying, if you're in your 30s, and that's what I'm talking about, these were the people in the comments. I ain't talking about like, because most kids ain't jumping into this conversation. People in their 20s, 9 times out of 10, skip these conversations. These be realistically 30 and 40-year-olds going back and forth with each other on social media and arguing probably whatever hurt points they probably have. And that's why I don't even know. Like, I seen the comment section was going crazy. I'm like, bro, I'm tapping out. And I felt bad for women that I personally know who may just be like, I'm just showing Mikey some love. I'm just going to comment on his junk. And then you just catch a wind wrath like a homegirl. I'm literally watching her get tore up in the comment section. I'm like, bro, ain't nothing I can do. You just,
what did she say?
I don't even know. I can't even remember what she said. I'll look and see what she said, but they was killing her in the joint. I just kept saying, like, damn, she kind of like getting, I'm sure she mentally probably don't feel like she was getting baddie, but they was going crazy on her. Like, I literally, every time I kept looking at my mentions, I was like, damn, they just keep adding her, whatever the case may be. But again, to me, it was just like, man, you gotta thug it out, dog. That's my only thing. That because it's just like the grass ain't never gonna be green on the other side. You're gonna look at it, you can be 10, 15 years still single, still trying to date. And that's how I always, when I be talking about that on here, I'll be like, bro, I know y'all been dating for a long time. You've been on a lot of dates. You done met a lot of new people. Like, when are you gonna sit here and realize like something ain't right? And you may need to step your pride up and double back on somebody who actually probably did you right, and you just was looking for the grass to be green on the other side. Like, it'd be a lot of people who out here be still just constantly dating, and I'd be like, bro, y'all different. I ain't got it. I mean, I don't have the capacity.
Maybe they don't want nothing serious. Some people that just might be serial daters or whatever. Maybe they have like commitment issues where they don't want that commitment.
Yeah, well, hopefully, God willing, you don't get no bad health issues, and that's one of my biggest fears in life, because you see it. Like, all I'm telling you, though, if you live like close to a hospital or or even if you just out and you're on your way home from work, dog, just ride in front of a hospital. Find a Kaiser Permanente. I don't care if it's the one in DC, Baltimore, Blago, wherever. Ride in front of one of them jobs and look how many people literally be out there by themselves. That to me is the scariest stuff in the world, dog. Because that's what I don't want to be. Or go to the grocery store, or maybe early in the day, or even sometimes like I'll be like, bro, it'd be certain things that I be seeing people and they be just old, walking slow as hell down the aisles, and I'd be like, damn, dog, I don't want to be this person. That to me is scary, because it's easy when when your health is in your favor and you got just life rocking and rolling how you want. I swear to God, it's easy to not, baby. You can date and do whatever you want until you start paying attention to people older than you and then understanding how life could just get tricky for you. It could be something small, like you sit here and need to get rushed to the hospital just because let's say if you having a high blood pressure or something and you feel kind of woozy or something. If you ain't got nobody in the house, who's gonna rush you to the hospital?
I mean, that's true.
Your cat can't rush you to the hospital. Your dog cannot rush you to the hospital, dog. You're going to have to even pay the hell of a goddamn ambulance hospital bill, or you're going to have to, hopefully you got a friend that live close in the area and hopefully they make it there in time. Like, those things, I swear to God, I know people don't be thinking about. And that's not me sitting here saying settling, but you better be back in your mind, have a backup plan to eventually settle, dog. You ain't going to be young forever. And 9 times out of 10, most of y'all don't even take care of yourself enough to think you're going to be healthier enough to be able to get into your mid 40s and your 50s. That's what I'm saying. I understand it sounds crazy, and most people don't want to look that far ahead, but I mean, it is what it is. And ladies and gentlemen, Marcus ain't here this week, so it ain't gonna be no back and forth arguing on sports. So for the women who've been listening long enough, you can get all the relationship you fucking needed, or all the adult conversations, because we here to have them today. Let that part load up.
Hey, kill this shit, y'all. I'm ready to do this shit because I'm old.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
So it was a young white TikToker who was going viral over the week. And of course, I don't even want to play her clip because I don't want to give her that extra promo or whatever the case may be. But she made a video that went viral, and she basically was sitting here saying, "I don't want to get married because all the women I know that is married to broke niggas." This was again a white woman, and she kind of doubled down on her joint. And of course, let me tell y'all something. One thing you will learn is the power of Black Twitter, Black TikTok. When people get outraged and it gets on the radar of some of the bigger Black figures on social media, especially on Black Twitter, they're gonna find where your job is, and they're going to put enough pressure on your job or the companies that you may, if you got any brand endorsements or anything, they will put them enough pressure on it to make them tap out. I promise you, they will make those people tap out and make you lose your job and make you absolutely lose whatever brand endorsements that you already have. And so this lady had to learn the hard way. But two things can be true. I kind of wanted to tie this into because Lil Uzi was going viral over the weekend for his Marc Jacobs ad. For people who haven't seen Lil Uzi Marc Jacob ad, I'm gonna just give you I guess like a slight example of what he got on. It basically looked like he got on a black dress, a do-rag, and a green Marc Jacob purse with some Marc Jacob like gloves, and it almost looked like I want to say like the Louis Vuitton print that came out a few years ago, where it's like a lime green print on a background. It kind of almost looked like it was like spray painted a little bit. So that's kind of what it looked like. It realistically, that's the only thing I can compare it to is the Louis Vuitton thing. So the white girl sit here and said, "That's crazy that y'all gonna cancel me for using the N word, but y'all gonna let this F bomb sit here, Lil Uzi continue to sit here and glow up." So of course people gave him some pushback. Lil Boosie gave him some pushback. Who else? It was a couple people who gave him some pushback and was kind of outraged about this this photo shoot from Lil Uzi. To me, sometimes I be feeling like some people are so far in their bag and who they are, I don't think they even care. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do one day wish I have that type of thick skin where I don't really care about what people's opinion are on me, because Lil Uzi is in that, like I feel like he posts on social media and kind of like just completely disappear. You only gonna see Lil Uzi when he wants to be seen. But I'm not gonna lie, that picture was OD kind of out of, like, it was crazy. But to me, that's just like, you seen it?
Yeah, I mean, but can you see why the dating game is messed up? Like, can you see? I would rather be by myself than
date a dude with a dress on.
Yeah, or painting their nails, or like, you know what I'm saying? It's really, 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 really tricky. I would rather just So okay,
let's stay right there because you took it right there. Do you think realistically though, let's just say pause, no homo. Do you think, let's say if this nigga was amazing in the bedroom though, like let's use JT for example, this is her boyfriend, and he go crazy in the bedroom, like he taking her to Pound Town, making her orgasm like 4 or 5 times. He may look like he played this game, and I don't know what that check is like, because it's just like, you have those moments, and I can almost kind of tie it in just to Angel Reese for like 2 seconds, because it's like this, like, let's say, I mean, I'm sure for people who are seeing right now, whatever the little flagrant one file that they called about her, and like every white media outlet dragging her to hell. But then I was just like, damn, she kind of get to use that to her advantage, because all her, like, go to her Instagram page, like all her posts are paid posts. Like she don't post for free. Like every time she's tagging like the brands and stuff she got. So it's kind of like, and realistically, of course, unless it's something super crazy, most brands don't care about if you getting negative attention or positive attention, especially if it's not, of course, unless, like I said, like you like this white girl because she lost her job and she lost whatever little TikTok endorsements that she had from TikTok. But if it's not for saying something like, basically they can get you canceled, but it's just off of some people be like, all press is good press. It don't matter if it's bad or if it's good. So they kind of don't care. So even if I'm looked at it for, like, I seen a girl was like, damn, they always sit here and say that like somebody like Angel Reese is jealous of Caitlin Clark because of whatever case may be. And I went and looked, and I'm like, bro, Angel Reese got more followers than the WNBA. And I think for 22-year-olds, of course, Lil Uzi, I think he like 26 or 27. So it's a little bit different. Like, would I actually care if if I'm in my 20s, my thing is I care about likes and views and followers. So it's just like, and I'm gonna get paid for it. Like, I don't know how, I'm sure he got paid a lot of money for this Marc Jacobs thing. So it's kind of like, let's just say if he got paid, man, for me to do something this gay, let's just say $2 million. If you got paid $2 million, let's just say if this was your significant other and he got paid $2 million, And he literally, I'm talking about, he's wear your cheeks out every single night. He literally making you have like 3 or 4 orgasms. Would you care if he did this? And he got paid $2 million. And he a trick. He tell you, JT didn't let it been known a million times. He gonna trick that bag. So if he tricking that bag and he wearing your cheeks out, would you actually care if he took this picture?
No, because I'm already in a relationship with him. We talking about trying to get out there and start dating, and this is what I see.
Oh yeah.
Off of first impression. Then no. If we were married or in a relationship and I already know what it is, no, that wouldn't bother me.
But just off of like, if this was the dude that's trying to slide in your DM and you was like, damn, it's like,
yeah. If you look at the people walking down the streets on social media in the mall, just like look at them, look at the dating pool. And it's not to say that it's not good. You know what I'm saying? Regular
men out here, but just still, but that is a mix. And I do again because we tying it into just the younger people on the social media. Realistically, he's going to have an influence because somebody's going to look at like, yeah, I hear all the old people saying this is gay and this is weird, but let's just say this was just off of his page. This was matter of fact, this was off a burner account. Somebody posted this. Matter of fact, this is a Shannon Sharp burner account. It's like a basically what do they call it? A meme page. Bro, this junk got 6 million views on it. And I screenshotted it at 6 million. So I don't know how many it got now. But if you see here something, so for a kid who's just like, I want to be popular on social media, or I want to be able to constantly go viral, I can understand why if I'm older and I see this, I would get upset because I know for a fact that Uzi has such a large following when it comes to the youth, where he can influence a bunch of younger kids for him. Because some dudes may feel like, well, Uzi tough. I done seen Uzi been ran down on dudes, punched dudes out. So it ain't like he really like, it's kind of like people calling him gay, but I done seen his hands work more than I've seen some of the tougher gangster rappers, even from Philly. Like I've heard Philly dudes be like, nah, Lil Uzi probably a little bit more tougher than Meek Mills. So you hear those conversations. So it's kind of like, I do understand for how that kind of can trickle down and it can kind of get tricky where it's like, damn, like even again, like I said, if I tied to the WNBA, I'm sure most women like wouldn't, I don't even know if most people could have as thick a skin as Angel Reese got. Like, cause I couldn't imagine, like I looked at it and I'm like, dog, I love this girl game so much and her as just as a basketball player. I don't even want to keep making posts and stuff about her right now because you kind of, it's like you just constantly still feeding the algorithm. So people kind of just, I watch people complain about it and it's just like, but you still kind of, you're complaining about how white media is betraying her, but you kind of, you're indulging in it. So it's like, I feel like that go, like, I don't know how you cut that off.
How you cut what off?
Keeping that from being influential and making people want to sit here and
you can't really cut that off. I mean, there's no way you can, because it's a part of, I got what, promotion. So you can't really cut it off. What can you do? I mean, when it comes to like you said, like little kids, and like I'm glad I don't have boys because how do you explain that to your son?
That's my point.
But then that's where your parenting skills come in.
And it's because it's just like Lil Uzi make good music. So I do think realistically, I do feel for parents where it's like that makes your job 100 times harder because he actually make good music. And then it makes it 100 times harder when it's videos of Lil Uzi on the internet beating niggas up. So just imagine like your dad sitting here telling you, oh, don't do this, that little gay, boom, boom, dropping all types of crazy gay slurs. But then if I'm a son, I'm like, Dad, I ain't never seen your hands work a day in your life. You just talking. Like, I ain't never seen you fight nobody. I ain't never seen you even raise your voice at nobody. But I seen Lil Uzi get active and you telling me don't be, look, I'm with you. I'm glad I don't have kids at all at that point because I don't understand how you realistically could kind of, I don't know how you even explain this. I don't even know how you tell your kids this is a bad thing because it's just like.
But it's kind of like it's being normalized. Like, so this is what it's normal. They're trying to make it normal so it's not bad or, you know what I'm saying? It's not gay. It's acceptable. And it just depends on you as a parent, how you want to push it. But like I said, I'm glad. I remember I used to work in daycare and this little boy, he used to always wear heels and be like, hey girl, we going to the club, right?
Oh, for real? Like how old?
He was like, probably like 5, 6. Like,
where did he get the heels from?
You know, the daycare, they have the dress up and the stoves and stuff.
Okay.
So with all the other boys, they'd be playing, you know, cars or dinosaurs or whatever. He'd be over there with the girls with like cooking on the oven. But see, now that's like, it's gender roles now. So you can't say, oh, don't do that because
you look crazy. What you just said, that is a huge argument on social media where it's like, how do y'all get mad? Like, how do a little boy want to become a chef when he grew up if y'all tell him he can't have a cooking set? And I was like, damn.
I mean, I get it. You can't, it's nothing wrong with them cook, but like I said, no, he was like, hey girl, let's go to the club. Okay, let me finish cooking. Like he was like that.
Stuff that you probably realistically you could tell he picked up that behavior from just probably watching his mom.
Yeah.
And that to me, and that's, I guess we can kind of even bring that back into the Shepherd conversation. I mean, I guess the difference for them is because they do have all girls, but just especially for dudes, when you sit here talking about, sometimes you got to think, to me, you got to think about those things when you sit here thinking about calling a relationship quits, especially if a man, if you got boys, it's like, bro, you probably sometimes need to be in that house more than you think about, because little behavior like that, if that's all I'm seeing constantly, that's going to be a bad habit to break from the kid, because that's all I see. Like, he might not necessarily even know what he's doing is copying what a woman do because he's so young, you don't even understand that. But realistically, if there's no man in the house, what mannerisms do I get to copy? How do I copy any mannerisms from a man if I don't see no man in the house?
You just got to be present, whether he's in the house or not. You need to, as a father, they need to be present. Just like for Father's Day, they was like, oh, we don't want to hear the mothers talk about Happy Father's Day to me. And I saw a lot of people going back and forth about that. But I agree to a certain extent, because even though you might be doing both roles, a woman can't teach a boy how to be a man.
You can't do that. And I do think, I know a lot of women probably try to, and it's just like, you can't do that though.
Just like a man can't teach a girl how to be, you know what I'm saying, how to be a woman or how to be feminine. You can try, like as a female, you can try, but it's nothing like having a father figure for that child.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where I guess realistically, that's where it do get tricky at. But again, that's why sometimes for me, it's just like, I guess that's the question that I always ask myself. If I was in that place right now, like let's just say 5 or 10 years from now, and you're in that situation and the relationship is just horrible, what is more important to me? My happiness? Because you can suck it up. Let's be clear. I think realistically, I think sometimes, and I'm not saying it's a cop out for people, but don't think about how many people stay at a job that they completely hate, but they pay the bills. It pay the bills, and it allows you to be able to have a life outside of just working. Like, you can still go on all the trips you want. You can still wear whatever clothes you want. I'm sure a lot of people stay at jobs that they really hate, and probably hate everybody at work. But so that to me is, if you can thug that out, if I'm just talking about, I want to be a great hands-on parent. I want to be able to wake up and see my kids every day in the house with me. And of course, this probably conversation isn't for women, but this is something just for men who need to think about, who's quick to just be like, I'm just gonna pay the child support, I'm gonna leave. Man, you leaving a lot of unknowns up to your baby moms, and you leaving a lot of unknowns to whatever dude that she end up letting be the stepdad. And we can kind of tie that almost into realism. We can tie that into the Shy. Just look at that, how Emmett and Nook is just like bumping heads at Halloween, like how to celebrate Halloween. And the little boy was crying about he wanted some candy or whatever the case may be. And then Nook ready to sit here, I'm gonna go Instacart him some candy. So after we finish it, the candy already be there. And then Emmett was like, nah, dog, we don't sit here and raise our kid to be no. And he like, nigga, you ain't the father. So it's just like that to me. It's just because, but that again, where you leave that open, me personally as a man, there's no way in hell I could leave that responsibility open, dog. Because that's a tough one to sit here and know. And I know people do it all the time, and I know people just be like, all right, cool. Like I said, again, I'm not talking about the people you'd had kids at a young age and you just and life just happened fast. Because we can play a clip in a few. It was a little girl. She was like 16 years old, and she told her mom. Man, we can talk about it now because that kind of all go into parenting and I guess she was 16. She had a little box. She in the car with her mother. And I don't even know, the girl just recorded her mom, and they just having a conversation. She was like, yeah, open the box, whatever case. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? And I guess she had the pregnancy test right there. 16 years old, it just heard her mom in the car, and her mom just literally broke down in tears and just was like crying like hell. And I was just like, bro, Jesus Christ. But again, tying all that into being said, like, for men, y'all need to think about sometimes where you just ready to quit and call it quits because you're not happy. But think about how many other times in life you have, and you just suck it up, especially as a man. You just literally, and they tell you that since a little boy, suck it up, stop crying. How much stuff in life you just sucked up and just dealt with it, but you're literally ready to run and just allow another dude to come and raise your kid? Ain't no way in hell, though. I couldn't do it. Sorry, it wouldn't be me. It's no way in hell. And that, like I said, we can tie that into the Shy. I told y'all, as a man, that man pride and ego, bro, it's the illest thing in the world. And that's the best way you can see it. Like, for women who don't understand a man's pride and ego, just watch that last episode of The Shy and that interaction between Nook and Emmett. Because realistically, like, I'm the father. I don't need you to sit here and play no father to my son.
But I get it. But then it's like you just found out you was a father. You've been a father for all of like 5 minutes. So you have to come into it respecting what we have going on. You can't just come in and be like, yeah, I'm gonna run this, I'm gonna do. No, whether you the father or not, like you still have to respect what we have going on in this household. You ain't been. It's not like he's been in the little boy's life the entire time. You just came in.
No, of course. But I think realistically, in his mind, it's like my son don't have to live here. And that's where realistically, we talked about it last week, but we could tie it in for people who maybe didn't hear last week's episode. I don't necessarily, when I can afford to be a father and I got the time and I can just protect and provide, that is just realistically who Nook's character is. I don't see him allowing Emmett to really be able to be like, even think he a dad. Not to my kid. And that kind of go back into the conversation we was having, because now what is the real tie between Emmett and Keisha? They don't have, I mean, outside of they love each other, but you don't have one that they have.
I mean, but that don't mean that the relationship is over. Y'all just got to come to, and Keisha, but I don't know if it's going to happen, have a conversation with the both of them, because she's the middle person. Like, she's the only one that can kind of straighten it out a little bit to make it like, so it's doable. Because real life, like, he can't take that child. His schedule, whatever he got, can't allow him to.
Oh, you know, for sure. Like, I mean, realistically, she wanted to take him to court. I mean, of course, realistically, you can't be a drug dealer and a goddamn hired shooter and be able to sit here and get your kid. You can't get you ain't gonna get no custody of your kid. Realistically, that will be a fight that you kind of can't fight.
But sometimes I understand it's a pride and ego thing, but you have to put your pride to the side. Y'all not together no more. Okay, that's cool, but like, we have to come together for the kids. You don't have to like this person, as long as that person is treating your child right. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Then that's all I need. I don't have to like you. We can have a mutual respect for each other. We can be in each other's space and get along, because everything don't always work out. So that's my thing. I feel like, as long as, like with mine, as long as whomever they were with, they were okay with them. They, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They was taking care of them. I'm okay. I don't have a problem with it. Mm-hmm. The only problem that may arise, like if they feel uncomfortable or you've done something to them, then it's a problem. But if everybody, I have no problem with it.
So I guess then I guess just if we keeping it just on the shy, how do you? I mean, where do Emmett really still have a place to, I guess, to play the dad role if I'm Nook and I don't need you to play the dad role? Like, yeah, y'all live together. That's because y'all in a relationship, but this don't have nothing to do with my kid.
But your kid is staying with me. Like, I'm with his mother. Like, so,
of course, but just, I guess my pushback will be, y'all ain't married.
It don't matter. We still together. So I'm still a part of your child's life, whether you like it or not. No, I'm not the father, but I'm still a part. I'm here with him every single day. I wake up with him, or, you know what I'm saying, take him to school. I'm doing the fatherly things. So you still have to respect that. He don't have to call me dad. Mm-hmm. And you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm still here. No, we're not married. No, he's not my son, but I'm taking care of him like he's my own.
Okay, I agree with everything you just said. And that, to me, for every dude that just heard that is why I don't care how much this woman get on your nerves. You better sit here. No, I'm just telling. Don't suck it up, dog. There's no, because me personally, I couldn't do it. Because you're absolutely right with what you're saying. Hey, I am raising a kid. He wake up, dog. I can never in my life imagine another nigga waking up to my goddamn kid every day, dog.
So
what the hell?
So what about another female?
Oh, like if I was a woman and could my kid, if I was a female and me and my baby father had to do the custody thing. Mm-hmm. See, I think the crazy thing is, because the times that we live in now, I think a lot of women, because they still want to date and have have a different relationship, I don't think they would care. Like, I know it's the crazy thing. It's a lot of women I know who are okay with you take the kid every other week, or I take the weekdays, you take the weekend, you take the summer, you take this, because most of the time, if you're okay with that stuff, it's because mommy want a life too.
Not sometimes, but I mean, doing it by yourself is a lot. So it might not even, I need a life. I need a break. Like, when there's situations like that, you have them on the weekends or every other weekend. I have them the entire time. Like, I don't want to go out and rip the street, rip and run. I just want some time to myself. It's not, I want to be out here.
That's what I'm saying though. So when you want the time to yourself, are you still, let's say screw the time to yourself. Let's say if it was every other week. Do you think, especially if you feel like you just want that break, or you want that break to be able to just enjoy yourself and still, let's just say if you was younger, let's just say if you was in your 20s and this was going down, and you just like every other week, would you see, and you actually enjoy going to the club, or you actually just enjoy getting flued out, going to trips and shit like that? Do you think realistically those women actually care who their baby father is laying up with?
Probably not. I would hope so, but
and you can even see it on the other side, because I remember this girl I was dealing with, and that was her situation, and I kept telling her like when her and her baby father first originally broke up, he was like still doing the most because he wasn't in no relationship. But then I told her, I said, dog, when he finds somebody else he actually loved and start to build another family with, watch how much he don't care about you, and then watch how realistically how much he loosens up on the way he raising y'all daughter. And realistically, it happened. It maybe took like 8 years, but me and her had that conversation all the time. Now she's like, bro, you were so right, but at that time she didn't want to hear it from me because it was still new and her kid was still young. But now you sitting here saying 8 years later, you talking about your kid about to go to high school. Her baby father then had 2 more kids. So now and that's the kind of thing where it's like, I think especially for a lot of women, they're cool with playing stepmommy until you and that dude start to have their own kids, because now your relationship and it's foul, but it's realistically, the sad thing is probably realistically true. It's a lot easier to be stepmom and y'all don't have no kids, but then when you start to have your own kids, or even just like you could tie that into like when it was G Herbo and his baby mother, and when Ari and I guess Fabulous stepdaughter, and she was like, "Now I'm 2 kids up on you now. Like we're not even equal no more." And that's how a lot of women, sad thing, they probably feel like that. It's like, yeah, I came into as a stepmom, and I was cool with playing that role, but now I got 2 of my own kids. I really don't care about your kid no more. You can go raise your own kid. All that stuff that I used to do for your daughter, I ain't gonna do that now because I got 2 of my own daughters.
Well, that's the wrong person for you then.
No, it's the wrong person for who though?
For the dude.
You know how niggas be.
But I mean, they go back to red flags. Now, whether you decided to see that or not, like that's on you, because that's a person that you chose. Like when you've been in a situation like that, you should treat the kids that aren't yours, and when you start having kids, they should be treated the same. If I've been with these kids from day one, my stepkids, and then I have kids, I'm not just gonna I don't care about them. Like no, that goes back to the dude. Then you check that.
I'm with you. You should. It shouldn't be like that. But if we being honest, it be like that. A lot of, and of course, it may be different. It's a little bit different from like maybe okay, if I only got 1 son. So like, let's say that's my oldest, and okay, and me and my baby moms didn't have it, and then I end up having 2 daughters. My bond with my son is gonna be completely different. But if I'm sitting here saying I got 3 daughters now, I can almost see the woman that I had the other 2 newer kids with. I know that dynamic is going to change, especially the older, because you got older. I know the older, especially little girls get, especially with their moms, you bump heads. So I can't imagine being the stepmom and dealing with a teenager, because that level, whenever testosterone or whatever it's called, when that shit started to kind of raise up, it'd be like I'm not about to fist fight my goddamn stepdaughter, because then I got to deal with her mother after we get into a fist fight. So now I go, cool, mom, now it's mom's time. I got my own 2 kids to raise now, my own 2 daughters.
I mean, I get, but then that's where the father steps in. Like you got to give me some type of support. Like when they, like you said, when they get older, they definitely smell themselves and feel like, oh, I'm a do whatever. But then that's when dad comes in, like, look, like, you know what I'm saying? You straighten that out.
So do you think most men have the real backbone to straighten that out?
When it comes to daughters, no.
See, that's my point. So that's what I'm saying. So
then the woman she gotta step up. I get it. Like, I don't have to deal with this. Like, go back to your mother. What if the mother is a deadbeat mom? What if she not really in the picture like that? Then where the child gonna go? You got to deal with it, because
I think to me, and just me personally, that's how, if I gotta play step parent, I rather come into a relationship where the other parent is just a deadbeat. Because then I can actually have some ground to be a real parent. I can see here the structure that I'm sitting here going to build up, or the way I want to discipline this kid is damn near my kid. I'm not saying abuse your kid, but I'm saying what I say is law, where I don't have to sit here and going back into the shop. I don't have to be imminent nut and bumping heads on some goddamn candy.
But see, it don't always work out like that. It's like something, you have your set of rules here, and then when you go with them, you have your set of rules there, and you got to kind of. You have to be able to work together. That's the easiest way I can put it. You have to be able to work together. Sometimes it's like reprogram them when they get back to you, because it's just that difficult. But I mean, you got to be able to. It's kind of hard, but it could be done.
So again, so that's what well, everything you said was perfect, and then my only thing will be, because just like you said, everything is hard and it can be done. My only thing is, if you know it's going to be hard to try to figure out the co-parenting, because you know realistically both of y'all are going to eventually move on and want to start a new family, then that will be my thing of.
But who knows that? Nobody knows that going into a relationship. Or you know what I'm saying? Nobody gets married to say, okay, I'm gonna get divorced. Like, nobody does that.
Of course.
Now, it is a lot of people just having kids and they not thinking about it, but nobody realistically, for the most part, goes into something expecting the worst.
No, no, I get that, but I think to the point where now it's like so many people have those conversations loosely, where they sitting here making it seem like I feel like it's always the grass is green on everything, or or people even just having those conversations. I don't want to get married no more, or I don't want to be in, whatever the case may be. Whatever all the ifs, ands, and buts about how people go into dating, to me is the thing where I think is just sometimes is like you kind of, just to me personally, I think you just you got to figure out how to suck it up, though. And I'm not putting that stress on just the women. I'm saying to the men, like, you got to kind of figure out what are you like. I just
tell you, I'm not going to be unhappy, because you have to be okay for your children to be okay.
No, for sure. But I think it's harder for women to hide their unhappiness, and that's why I keep saying for men. I know for a fact most men can hide them not being happy.
How? I mean, okay, so like, okay, so you might not come home. You might not come home to everybody going to bed. That's not hiding that you're unhappy. You're not really working. You just don't want to be home.
Yeah, that to me will be stupid, because then you're looking for an argument. Perfect example, even tying that back into the shot with Jim's father and his girlfriend.
And he don't get offended. But men, like, y'all are just dumb. What was his purpose? You didn't have a problem being in that relationship with her until she took those pictures.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm with you. To me, I'm watching that. I'm like, no, nigga, you're an idiot. Why? I want to just be, and I could be different because I don't just like hanging with niggas, period. So that would never be me. I would never see him like, why I just can't go out and watch the game with the boys. Like, nah, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna stay in this house with you, but we ain't watching whatever the hell you watching. I want to still watch this goddamn game. I'll stay in the house. Let's compromise. I'll stay in this house. We not watching whatever Love and Hip Hop you watching. We gonna cut this goddamn game on.
But that's what you like, compromise. That's the key word. A lot of people don't want to compromise. So you can't stay in a relationship with somebody that doesn't want to compromise. It can't just be one way. It has to be some type of compromise. So how much of that can you take before you just be like, I can't do it no more?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because I think it just depends on how bad it is. Like, if it's not actual physical or like just absolute top tier disrespect, I feel like you're gonna have to figure out how to thug it out a little bit. Like, if you just literally sit here saying like we just keep arguing over some petty stuff, bro, like, I would have to suck it up. Just me if it's something small, like I'm not talking about like you in an abusive relationship physically or mentally, or this person is just absolutely trying to tear you down as a human being every day by just straight verbal disrespect. I'm not talking about those situations, because I think that's the extreme. But I'm talking about people who literally, like, you just getting upset because the person don't put the toilet seat down. Like, that is just throwing you off. And I feel like that, because when that completely sends you left, that's more or something where it's something outside of the house, and you allowing whatever outside of the house is affecting you to have one little thing to kind of piss you off when you come home.
Yeah, in a situation like that, yeah, I agree. But like this generation, they don't care.
Yeah. Again, like I told y'all, just that to me will be something y'all off, but all of y'all are off on Juneteenth. Though, ride past a Kaiser. Pick a Kaiser, pick one of those places, man. Or just, even though, think about why even Metro Access is a thing. Because it's some people out here who are getting old and have nobody else to rely on. Just think about it. Those are things that people brush off, but you better start thinking about it while you still have the ability to think about it. Let that load up. Yeah. Okay, while we still kind of talk about parenting, it was a video and a picture, well, basically a picture that was going viral of Cassinet going to Northwest 11th birthday party. And some people were saying, and this is a thing where some people on the internet just like are miserable because people's like, why in the world would I sit here in a 22-year-old sit here and show up to 11-year-old's birthday party or whatever the case may be? And they was just dragging it. But I'm just like, realistically, I'm like, dog, they rich. Like, think about if you were rich. Like, I've seen, and the crazy thing is when people say stuff like that, I'm like, 9 times, one, you're not rich, so your brain don't even function like rich people. But dog, literally, Charlamagne just maybe like a week ago, he had Cardi B come and perform at his daughter's Sweet 16. Like, what is the difference? Like, Cass and that is just like, dog, Northwest is into that stuff. She was in the Sexy Red. She's into the internet people. So to me, it's like, if I can afford to have, or I can call in a favor and get my kid's favorite streamer to come to her birthday party, why wouldn't I do it? Y'all say, what's the difference between y'all sitting here paying for the fake Spider-Man to come to your kid's birthday party, or the fake Big Bird, or whatever costume character that you had come to your kid's birthday party? That person who's in that costume ain't your kid age. What's the difference?
Oh, well, I didn't know. I thought I just saw a picture of them. Like, I don't know if it was just him and her sitting down. That's what I thought. So that looked kind of weird, knowing her age and he's way older than her. But now that I know it was just like he just popped past for a birthday, then that's something.
Yeah, that was something different. So I'm gonna play a clip of him defending himself, and then we could talk about it.
They weird. Here's the thing, okay? First things first, bro. I am North's favorite streamer, bro. Okay? So yesterday, all she wanted to do was meet me, bro. That was it. Literally. All she wanted to do was to meet me. So anybody who was making it weird, like, that's the weirdest thing ever, because, like, bro, I have a whole bunch of parents whose daughters and sons would love to meet me, bro. And if I could, I would just meet everybody. You feel what I'm saying? We had a great time yesterday. Vlog drops tomorrow. The vlog drops tomorrow, bro. Other than that, I had fun. Ray met Kim Kardashian. I met Kim Kardashian. I have met North. She's great, bro. Like, she has a good group of friends around her. Like, everything was great, bro. Like, the vlog drops tomorrow. It's gonna be like 30 minutes plus. So if y'all want to see how the day went yesterday, it was epic. But chat, everybody.
Go fast. He knows what to do.
So again, like I said, I just look at it like, dog, if you can afford it, or even if she didn't pay for it, if I could just literally call in that favor, I'm gonna call in that favor for my kid. And I'm sure most people would, but I think realistically, we just live in a time where it's just like people would literally like, oh, y'all can't tell me this ain't nasty and this, that, and the third. I'm like, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
People always complain about something like.
No, that is the thing about when people, again, why I always sit here and say, what realistically is the price of fame? Because it's just like, you literally cannot damn near do nothing without somebody sitting here trying to tear you down or sit here and try to make things weird. Because like I said, of course, like originally, realistically, the post that went viral was literally like them just taking a picture, and it looked like they was like, I don't even know. They was literally just sitting there at a table, just taking a picture, and they were both just smiling, but it wasn't like they was hugged up or nothing. But again, like I said, if you were rich, I would ask, like, okay, if your kid was a fan of somebody who would have performed, like, you see a lot of people, especially like the Jewish people, like when them kids be having bar mitzvahs and stuff, it be endless celebrities performing at these bar mitzvahs. It's not called a Sweet 16 because it's a boy, but they turning 16. To me, I don't know what's the difference. Besides, casting that is not a rapper, so I can't perform a song. So all I can really do is just pull up and hang with you, because that's what I do on my live stream. My live stream is literally nothing but just me, people pulling up to my house, and we just hanging and we recording it. So I don't necessarily know what else could he honestly have done with her. So it's just like I said. I mean, of course, the internet get their hands on something, and they will absolutely make it just seemed like it's a bigger deal than what it actually is. In other news, it was kind of just weirdly out of pocket when you kind of sit here and say, look at the dating pool. I do feel for women. So I'm going to play this clip of Bandman Quavo. People don't know who Bandman Quavo he is. He basically a famous scammer. He's from Chicago. He tried to rap a little bit. People wasn't taking to his music. So the thing that got him popular was him hipping people to how to scam. So, I mean, I'm going to play this clip of him, and he talking about him getting his BBL and him getting surgery to make himself taller.
What's going on, y'all? Listen, I've been healing from the BBL and height surgery. Remember I told you I was trying to get taller. I'm now 6'8", but I got to drink this Sway Hydration drink for the next 3 months, or I'll get shorter. So that's what's been going on, man. Yeah, everything been good. I got in my faja, y'all see. No cap in the faja. I got to wear this for the next 3-4 months, but it is what it is. Yo, what's going on, y'all? Listen.
Bruh.
So are men trying, when did men try to, what man really cares about their butt? Or like when did men start to worry about stuff like that? I mean, when that you will go get a BBL and then get something to make you taller?
I don't know.
I feel like it's okay to wear dresses and
I don't know. I don't necessarily know. And I think, man, I guess because realistically, we live in the times where as long as you got money, like he thinking, okay, I'm gonna have my chain on, because that's one of his biggest things. Of course, I got money. I'm more richer than everybody in the comment section, so I don't care about I don't care what people say about me. I don't care. I got more money than all of y'all. I don't just know though. Like, I think that's realistically, to me, it's like,
well, you do care.
I mean, obviously you care because you're doing stuff to your body, but I think realistically, to me, the bigger story and bigger conversation is kind of like, one, money don't make you happy, because yeah, you got all this money, but you still running up under the knife to try to change the way you look as a man. And I ain't even want to say as a man, as a woman, because I could tie that into playing the clip of Lotto talking about why she got surgery when she was 21. I think realistically, a lot of people don't have that tough skin. Like, you don't have tough skin to sit here and say, you know, I'm cool with who I am. I am who I am. And I think a lot of times, like, you just hide it by doing weird stuff. Like, I'm gonna run and go get surgery. Like, you could have just kept working out, dog. You wanted the cheap code, and you feel like, hey, I'm rich and I can sit here and just, I don't know, that's weird. I wouldn't do it. Me personally, I would not sit here and run. And I wouldn't want to be taller. Whatever your height is your height. And I'm not sitting here running around with no goddamn thigh high on like a goddamn woman. Like, that just looked crazy to me. But I think the larger issue is, it's an insecurity. And I think most people don't want to talk about it. People because women try to defend the reasons why they get surgery and make it seem like it's not no insecurity. But then, okay, when you look at it like a man doing it, what else can you tell me it is? Like, what else is it? Like, did you just, every time you look at yourself naked, you be like, nah, I think I could look better if I go get me some surgery. Like, that's nuts.
Well, I think for females and men, I don't know why men are doing it, but I feel like for females, some of it could be insecurities, but then a lot of it is what's being pushed. Like, this is what's supposed to be pretty, or this is what's supposed to be beautiful. And like I heard y'all talk about before, like liking the pictures and stuff, doesn't mean that that's the type of woman you would date. But if you scrolling through social media and all you see is you liking this and you liking this woman and this woman and this woman, then what are the women supposed to assume if that's all that you're liking?
Okay, but my new thing, even to that answer, would be, then how do the women feel that now that all the men are posting the WNBA women? How you gonna go do that one? Because ain't none of them got no surgery. So and I'm glad you brought that up, because that kind of, to me, would be what will be the women's, I guess, how are you going to figure that one out when that becomes the new popular women, where it's not the Instagram girls, it's the WNBA women?
I mean, the women that's already done it have done it, but I feel like the social media women are always going to be hot. Because just like you like the NBA, you still gonna click up underneath the Instagram models.
I get it, but I think and this was a conversation that I even had with a woman on Twitter, because she was kind of like, for people who don't know who this is, the young lady is the point guard for the point guard for the Connecticut Sun. Her name is Dejanay Carrington, and realistically, I mean, what helped her, one, she's a beautiful, I'm talking about like OD beautiful, but her signature thing is, and I just seen a girl who made she just made an Instagram post and was just still like, I can't believe no makeup brands have ran to her yet. to get her to do the endorsement, because she's literally like one of the only girls in the WNBA who got it wear a full beat the entire game, and like her makeup don't run off her face or nothing, and she got the bundles in her hair and all that case may be. Like I'm talking about, like you can like Angel Reese stuff be coming off. This girl face don't. I'm talking about nothing don't move. Like her makeup literally look like she ain't played in a game of basketball, and she literally be locking niggas up, strapping them down. So that was the thing. So a woman posted like men would sit here and speak differently on this girl basketball game if she wasn't gay. And I wrote up under the girl page, and this shit got like thousands of people who liked it. I'm like, bro, are you speaking for like white men? You can't not be speaking for regular men, because regular men, anytime I see this girl get posted up on whatever social media page, or even if the WNBA self, it'd be nothing but niggas under there lusting. It'd be niggas and gay women be just lusting over this girl because she's a beautiful, like just straight up and down, don't got no big titties, no big butt. She just a naturally beautiful girl. So it's like, I think sometimes where it's like I think because we all can kind of get caught up in our own metrics on social media, you only see a certain group of people. And and the lady was like, well, you might not see it, but I'm saying, you said, oh, why don't men speak it? I'm a man who makes sports content, and every time, and that's all niggas talk about is how pretty this girl is. They don't even really talk about like, she could hoop, and that's the bonus. So I think a lot of times where it's like, if I only look at a certain amount of, and just sometimes I even like the dudes who lust over the Instagram girls, like, can they really even get the Instagram girls? So I don't necessarily know if that would make me move. Like the same way when we talk about the Chris Brown thing, like, all right, if I pay for my girl the $1,000 for her to take a picture with Chris Brown, do I think Chris Brown actually want to smash my girl? 9 times out of 10, no. Because I'm sure the girls who probably really look like they could smash Chris Brown ain't gonna pay $1,000 because they gonna feel like, well, I gotta pay $1,000. All I gotta do is just get in the right section, and I can see Chris Brown, and he gonna want to take a picture with me regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So I think just sometimes it's like, I don't know, dog. I just, me personally, I get it. I feel like it is an insecurity thing. I feel like most people who run up under a knife, especially for a man, there is a lot of insecurities with it.
I think it play on both parts, but I feel like you said, a lot of women do it because it's insecurities behind it. But also, like I said, I remember you did a podcast. It said that you kind of, Instagram and stuff is basically your calling card.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at the social medias, you kind of figure out what that person like, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So if I'm looking at your thing and you liking this, or you know what I'm saying? So why wouldn't I? If that's what the definition, if that's what's being pushed as what pretty is. So there is an insecurity there. There very much is. But then if this is what's being pushed as what is pretty and what is beautiful, what is acceptable, then
So I guess, so then I can I guess to me, I can flip that same thing for a man. Because what if that man feel like, damn, these women only like me because I got money, but I see them lusting over the dudes who be in the gym with a 6-pack. And I know these dudes don't got as much money as me, but all the girls I like be up under his picture. So that's what I'm saying. That, I guess sometimes if we judge it like that, that two-way street could get it could get tricky though.
yeah. I mean, like that's what I feel like. That's a lot of people do it because before, a long time ago, it wasn't big butts. I was like, oh no, we're not doing that. But now that's what's being pushed. So why would I not go do it? Especially if I'm in this. So you got some people that just follow Instagram or whatever, and they try to become an Instagram model. So they're gonna go do this because this is what's being promoted. This is what's pushing. This is how people are making their money.
I mean, I guess. I mean, well, I guess we could tie that into Lotto. Let me play this clip what Lotto said, because I mean, it kind of go right hand in hand what we're talking about.
I gained a little weight, because I signed my deal when I was 21, when I had just turned 21. Actually, I wasn't even 21 yet. I was 20, about to be 21, when I signed my deal. And I was just having money and like living a whole new life, eating out. I know I'm a foodie, so now I have the funds to like feed this foodie in me and stuff. So I gained a little weight. And everybody on the internet was calling me bad body and stuff. So I feel like that played a role. I started being a little insecure about my body, I guess. And yeah, people were saying I'm built weird, but like looking back, I mean, not weird, but it was like, oh, you built like, yo, white jeans. That was just saying some dumb shit. And I was just young and impressionable. My body was salty. I gained a little weight. Because I signed my deal when I was 20.
So yeah, so I mean that was. Go ahead.
No.
Oh yeah, so I mean that basically that was her basically her excuse, where she kind of allowed social media to bully her, allowed social media to peer pressure her into wanting something completely different. So I don't like wanting a different body type from herself. So I mean, social media is different, though. If you don't have you don't realistically have the thick skin of that for it get rough, and that kind of go back to when I was talking about the little Uzis and Angel Reese's. It's like, yeah, everybody want to be famous and want to be popular, but do you really have the tough skin for what social media will do to you in them comment sections? And especially when you get popular to the point where it ain't just about it's nothing about just it ain't about just your audience no more. It's kind of like the more popular you get, you kind of become, you just almost become an object. You just a hot topic. You just become a piece. So I don't realistically, I'm not to that point. I don't necessarily know if how that would make you feel. And that's why it's kind of like, I get it for men. It's like, it's easy for us to kind of like, oh, this is gay, but it's like, I know how many niggas who be in the gym the same amount of time I be, and I do feel like a lot of times that be an insecurity, dog. And people just don't want to admit it. Like, you have forms of body dysmorphia and those things. Like, again, like I said, for when it comes from a man, it just seems so extreme because that isn't the norm. And it's more, I guess, more acceptable for women than it is for a man to go do those things. But I do think all of that is just lines back into some form of insecurity.
It is. It's definitely insecurity. Because if you liked yourself or you were insecure with how you were, then it wouldn't really matter. But I can't even say that because with just listening, looking at the comments on social media, that you might let that get to you. Just like Cardi B.
Of course, and why she keep running to go get surgery, keep like tightening up certain things. Well, even just shit. Look at some of the older white women on some of those on those reality shows, how they go run and do the Botox thing and start playing around with their face and this, that, and the third, or the lip injections and all that. Like a lot of that stuff, I get it. For women, when you start to see men do it, it's kind of like, damn, can we have something like you? If you go look on any of those comment sections when Batman Quavo posted that junk, that's all you see about it. Damn, can women have anything to themselves? But it's just like, bro, you can't. Insecurities is a woman and a man thing.
That's crazy. A man getting a BBL. Like
I listen to him say, I agree with you, but I just can't. It's hard to sit here and be like, men don't have their insecurities. And again, I think most men just don't have the ego or don't know how to put their pride to the side and be honest and say, oh, I'm insecure. I'm insecure about the way I look when I take my shirt off. And I tried to work. And again, let's tie that into most of us. We live in that day and age where people don't have the patience to actually even put the work in the gym. Mm-hmm. So you want to see the instant gratifications like immediately. Like, I want to start being able to post my workout videos, or I want to hurry up and I want this body. But most people, if you ain't got the patience for it and you got the extra bread, you're going to skip a step. I do kind of almost respect him a little bit because the point that he ain't hiding it. Because you could hide it. French Montana hided it. French Montana ain't tell people like French Montana fake try to put little workout videos, but people who actually work out, you can kind of see like, bro, come on, you got fake abs. The rest of your body still flabby as hell, but you got abs. That don't work like that. The abs is the last thing to come in. So it's no way you don't got no type of arm muscle. You don't have no other type of physical definition, but you got abs, bro. That's not how abs work.
Yeah, I forgot about him. I didn't even think about him.
And that was kind of the pushback people was giving to Drake. At least Drake looked like he worked. The rest of his body kind of still looked toned, like he actually worked out at all. But French Montana literally looked like, bro, he had like damn near a sunken bird chest. But it was like flab around it. Like, it was one of them like an old nigga who kind of like, I'm getting old and I ain't got, you know what I'm saying? I don't got male boobs, but I got a flat chest, but my skin is getting soggy. Like, I mean, like I said, I kind of, again, that's what for Batman Quavo, I give him a little bit of credit for just having the audacity not to care what people think. I'm going to post it. And people, you knew for a fact posting that people was going to drag you to hell. And I'm sure him posting it, and I'm 9 times out of 10, I'm sure he probably tagged the whatever people who did the surgery. I'm sure they probably even done it for free if they didn't do it for free, for damn near close to free, because that's the only way I'm going to post it and talk about it.
Yeah, it was probably a promotion type thing.
Again, like I said, it's weird, but I mean, people do it. So I mean, that's the times we live in. Let that part load up.
ready to kill this shit, y'all. I'm ready to do this shit because I'm over this. I'm tired of people playing with me. I'm so sick of people playing with my intelligence. I've been loyal to this, and she's sitting up here cheating on me. I done married this girl, embarrassed the out of me. I should kill her, bro. Like, y'all really don't understand. I'm losing my mind. I've been trying to hold my composure. Shut the fuck up, bro. Okay. Shut up, bro. Okay. Like, on my soul, bro, I really think I really want to do this. Like, I'm really thinking about really marrying this girl, y'all. Like, on everything I love. Like, I really feel like I'm about to kill this girl. Like, I'm losing my mind, bro. Like, people think it's a game to play with people's feelings. No. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Like, what the fuck do I do to deserve this type of shit? Why are you playing with me? Why are you playing with me? Got comfortable. Got real comfortable. Letting a nigga reply to shit that I recorded off my page. Bro, I'm ready to kill this shit, y'all. Like, be disrespectful, bro. And then when you lose your shit, everybody all like, oh, they should have been able to control their emotions. No, these just need to keep their pussy in their pants. These worse than these niggas. These be worse than these niggas. And then they try to tarnish your name and make it seem like it's you when it be them. It really be these fools out here being you're a slut. You're a I want to kill this girl, y'all. Y'all don't understand, bro. Like, I really want to kill this girl right now. Like, y'all think it's a fucking joke, bro. Like, niggas think it's a game. This girl played with me all in my face. Want to sit up there and keep holding. Like, she don't deserve nothing. She's a fucking crumb on the floor. Like, I mean that. Keep trying to bitch me and disrespect me, and you sitting up here playing in my face, talking to whole niggas while we out on vacation. Letting the nigga reply to my video that I recorded. How disrespectful can you get? Then she calling the nigga baby. All that. Shake your head again. I'll knock it on your motherfucking chest. I swear to God. Keep shaking your head when you wrong. You dead wrong. And you still trying to make yourself feel good. You still trying to make yourself feel like you ain't do nothing. Like you ain't wrong. Bro.
All right, so I guess for people who don't know what that is, let me speed up that long story for you real quick. I'm not gonna lie, when I first seen the video, I thought this was a dude. When I first seen the video, I literally thought this was a dude in Baltimore on a date with this girl. Come to find out, of course, you know, Twitter. I'm doing my homework and I'm reading through the comments. I'm reading people repost the video. This is two women. This was a girl who is transitioning into a man, and I'm not gonna lie, whatever pills or stuff that she's taking, she is doing an immaculate job. Because I swear to God, she looked like Lil Meech. I literally thought this was a nigga. And people, you know what I'm saying? But I seen people like, nah, when they first tagged, like, you know, like people was going into the backstory how they figure out that this was a girl. And I guess in her, even her pronouns in her blog, in her bio page, it's sitting here saying, you know, she, they do the women stuff. So realistically, like I said, long story short, it was a couple from Baltimore who I guess they married out on vacation, whatever the case may be. And I guess the stud or the dominant, the woman who's transitioning into a man, you know, basically, hey, I go to work. I'm the one funding these trips. While you at home doing nothing, you sitting here lusting and screwing around with other dudes. You're basically cheating on me while I'm out working every day to provide a lifestyle for you so you don't have to sit here and work. While we out here on a vacation together, supposed to be a birthday vacation, and you out here flirting. And obviously the way you flirting with dudes, that they feel like you single or they could do whatever, you post a video on a page and they're literally in the comment section talking crazy, like, oh, calling you, oh, you know what I'm saying, like, boo, babe, oh yeah, boom, 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 and you're entertaining them in the comment section like you ain't here with me. And again, and basically one of the things he kept saying in the jump was, you cannot sit here and do stuff to people and think you can control their emotions. And of course, nobody's trying to sit here and condone or give people an excuse for whatever form of domestic violence. But then again, it's kind of still to that point where it's like, when you hear these type of stories, it's kind of like, damn, I understand. It don't make it right, but it's just like, you have to put yourself in a high and mighty situation. You got to kind of realistically be real with yourself. You have to be honest and be like, what would your real emotions feel like if you sit here and paid and funded a vacation and then you find out that your person been cheating on you while you out working every day to be able to get your bread up so y'all can go on vacation. They out here getting piped down by somebody else. And then when they post on social media, dudes is in the comment section talking crazy.
That's just another example. You like you said, you can't play with people's emotions, like because you can't dictate how somebody's going to act, especially if they are like if they really love you.
For sure, of course. If they really love you and they are realistically, emotionally, physically, and financially invested into that relationship, bro, that is a different level of just like, man, them emotions is different, dog. I'm not gonna hold you.
But do you think it was real, or you think it was a skit?
Nah, that shit was real.
They was doing a whole lot. Like,
no, they was for sure doing a lot, but it was like, I don't necessarily know. I'm gonna risk all that because some people may see this and you don't, because it's like,
to say I'm a kill you, and then she or he admitted to slapping her.
Yeah, but if it's two women, but I guess if it's two women now, it's kind of like,
that's what some of the comments were saying. Like, if that's a girl, like, girl, why you afraid? Why you sitting crying? Like, if it's a girl, then fuck her up. Like, why are you?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, of course, realistically, and that, I mean, that is the sad thing about society, because now it doesn't seem, because it's girl on girl crime, it don't seem as much as the domestic violence when we talking about like the Diddy's, or we talking about some of these football players, or whatever the case may be. It's like, it's a little bit different because this is a woman. Y'all are both women. You can fight back. Matter of fact, it's even a picture of, it looked like the girl who was the stud, like she literally been pregnant before.
Yeah, because she said she had what that I was trying to figure out if it was just when I was like, is this a witch? But he said that the only thing that's keeping him sane or whatever was his daughter.
They had a daughter.
Yeah, but I don't. You can't play with people's emotions. Like you.
And it's hard. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't know how many women can relate to this, but I know men can relate to this because you have paid for a vacation before. If you have been in love in the 2000s, I'm just sitting here and say from 2015 on down, when going on vacations really became a thing, or we could just sit here and say, let's say 2018, let's take it 2017 or whatever case may be, when going on vacations became a thing, when girls were kind of looking for that to be the way I wanted to celebrate my birthday. I want to go out of town. You got to sometimes put yourself in other people's shoes and just imagine, how you would feel if you sit here and pay for a vacation and we out on, and I literally pay for this whole thing, and you out here entertaining other dudes while a vacation that I paid for. Oh man.
Do you think it was red flags?
I think, the crazy thing is, it probably could have been. And I think realistically, especially and if I'm being honest, as a man who's paid for vacations before, and you're that gone off of a woman that you really willing to fund a whole vacation, you ain't even paying attention to the red flags. Them shit's like almost like the joke when they be like, oh, them red flags is green flags. You treat it like Six Flags. Like, it be that. Like, if you that gone and you to the point where you willing to trick off on a woman, you're not paying attention to all the red flags, because you just, and especially if you don't got bread like that, you got to really work and grind for your money. You ain't got time to really pay attention to the red flags. So 9 times out of 10, you're tired most of the time.
But y'all, like, I think he said they was on trips and they was posting, like, she was like literally like texting somebody while they was in bed, like stuff like that. There's no red flags. Or you?
Oh, no. So yeah, if you see that, then it's kind of like, man, yeah, I wouldn't do that. I'm not even a fan of you being on your phone when we out on a date. To be honest, that's just me personally. I'm not I wouldn't do that to you, because I don't never want to sit here and say we out on a date, and I don't want you to be thinking, oh, what am I doing in my phone?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what if they take their phone and they turn it down while y'all on a date? Is that like a red flag?
It probably should be. To be honest, me personally, that's why I don't even want to bring my phone out, so you don't even have that type of discourse. So I don't even put that energy out into your brain. So I don't never want you to sit here and have to even think twice about,
what you doing?
Yeah, what am I doing? Like, who am I entertaining? Like, if I'm here, especially if I'm paying for it, no, I'm here. You got my full attention. Especially for somebody like me, I don't even like going nowhere. For one, I don't like going on dates. I feel like it's a waste of money, because you leave when you start to go out on dates and you start to open that Pandora's box on, hey, the ball is in this woman's court. She can basically either sit here and say, we're going to keep dating, so now there's more money you got to keep saying, or you can take her on a date and then she can just carry you. And then it's nothing after that. So it's just like, for me, I'd be like, bro, I don't got no bread to be wasting. I sit here and I won't do it at all. But just seeing videos like this is kind of like, it's like, damn, you can kind of see how people crash out. Because I can only imagine crashing out. Like, if you sit here saying, like, let's say we go to the Maldives. Oh shit, we ain't even got to go that extravagant. Let's say we going to Tulum. I literally pay for the whole Tulum trip, and you sit here posting thirst trap pictures. You got your close friends going crazy, and it's niggas in there and you entertaining this.
What you do? What you doing? And you find out.
I mean, to me, now, if you want to sit here and keep it, if you want to keep it P and realistically don't want to sit here and go to jail, especially if you don't want to go to jail in another country, I'm gonna tell you and this is me freestyling this right now. What I just thought about what I could do, I could just take her passport and just leave.
You take her passport
and leave. Let me figure it out. Tell this nigga, whoever this nigga you've been flirting with, and you got everybody going crazy on your Instagram comments and this and that, tell them to figure out how to get you home.
Okay.
When I be like, oh yeah, I got you a little spa joint. While you going to go check that spa shit, I'm going to hurry up here to the airport and I'm going to take your passport and it's going, and you going to have to figure out how to get home.
Okay. I can respect that.
Because that's the only, guess what now? I ain't got to worry about going to jail. I ain't got to worry about getting no charges put on me. Ain't nobody got to cancel me or nothing. I just sit here, cool, respectfully. You flirting with other dudes, tell them to figure out how to get you home.
So you're not even going to bring it up. You just going to.
No, I'm just going to roll because it's just like, what is it to bring up? You're seeing the disrespect in your face. So it's like, if you bring it up, I feel like your tolerance level will have to, you had to be damn near almost like a goddamn pastor, like to the ultimate, like super in touch with God to not spaz out after you see that.
Yeah. All right. Take her passport.
Like, cause what else do you do? Like, just imagine if you just put
I would probably, like I said, I would probably leave him. I didn't think about taking a passport, but either way, take their plane ticket or something.
Of course, yeah. Let me cancel these plane tickets.
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
And you got to do it and hurry up and get away because you could try to be really petty and play in their face and be like, oh, I'm just gonna cancel the flight I'm gonna just cancel their plane ticket on our way, like about to board the plane.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, because that's gonna be too much. That's gonna be like they just gonna be too much of a thing. So I'd rather just leave them, grab the passport, boom, or you can pull a Cassie. Like when they sleep, take the passport, dip, cancel their flight back home, whatever the case may be. Now you gotta figure it out. And there's a lot of women out here going out of town and ain't got their bread for real in order. So they gonna go out of town, they gonna be tapped. And now you're gonna have to be doing a whole lot to get back home. And especially without the passport, oh my God, that's gonna be a rough one for you. Imagine you sit here, get your passport taken, and this is again a beautiful picture you could paint. Imagine taking somebody's passport, canceling their flight, and then if you leave it early, let's say if you leave, like let's say if this happened in the middle of the trip and y'all still got like 5 days left or 4 days left on the trip, and then you cancel the hotel room, like, oh, I'm done for the I'm gone. Now they really got to figure. So now you homeless in Mexico with no way home. Oh my God, I hope flirting with that nigga was worth it. That to me is the best get back of all times.
That's a lot. To cancel the hotel room, that's a lot.
I'm gonna leave though. I'm leaving.
Right, so you leaving, but damn, like cancel the hotel room.
Why not? So now I'm gonna really apply pressure on you.
So when they get back eventually and they see you, then you know it's gonna be problems.
Oh well, you just gotta figure it out then. It's gonna take you some time. You gonna fit you. I promise you. Oh, do you know how pissed you gonna be?
Yes, very.
No, dude, really, you gotta think about how sick you will be, like, especially just because I know how women travel sometimes. I'm not saying all women, but there are a large group of women who go out of town and literally don't really got no real, like they might got a couple $100 to their name. A couple $100 ain't gonna get you a new passport, and it ain't gonna pay for no hotel room and a flight home. A couple $100, you ain't only gonna be able to do one or the other. And especially if we were staying in a crazy nice hotel, like you ain't gonna, a couple $100 ain't even gonna be able to get you a night back into the hotel room. You're gonna be sick.
I'm not.
And now you're gonna have to make phone calls where people are going to be judging you.
You know, it's gonna be a minute, but I'm gonna tell you.
Because think about all the people you're gonna have to call. You're gonna have to even call your family. You have to call your family or a friend who really got some extra bread that can send you. And then now you have to question: do you really got people in your circle who got money that just kind of like throw away like that? They to either get you in a hotel or get you a new. Like I don't even know how fast that works. Like I don't even know how fast you can get a new passport.
It take a while. It take a while. It take a few weeks.
So that's my point. Now what you gonna do? Oh, that's all I'm saying. You had to think, and I have to start this on the fly. But you got to be able to, if you realistically don't want to sit here and crash out, you got to be able to think that fast. Because if you don't, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do when they get back? Because I don't condone violence, and I'm not a violent person. But like, come on, that's gonna cause me to have to pull up because
because I play with you for sure. You gonna have to
left me. So you gonna have the conflict. We gonna have it here, or we gonna have it there. We gonna have it though.
I'd rather have it at home, and then you can kind of call the police. You can kind of do whatever, and you can kind of like if you got a ring cam and somebody come and flat your tires or do whatever. Then I mean, realistically, I mean you can press charges on them. But if you just sit here and just completely lose it, you out of town and you start to put your hands on this person, especially if you're a man, you're going to jail now. And I don't want to go to jail in Mexico or go to jail in no other country.
Or just address it when you get back. You can't hold it.
How you gonna be able to hold that?
I mean, I get it.
That's gonna be a lot to hold in. Like, dog, I can't even I watched that video and I'm not gonna lie to you. I felt bad for her. I'm not gonna lie to you. I absolutely felt extremely bad for her. Why we talking about, I guess, LGBT rights and stuff like that, or just dating and other. I'm gonna play this clip real quick of something that's going on in LA.
LA City Council members Hugo Soto Martinez and Nithya Raman were on hand today to help remove the signs. They say the no cruising and no U-turn signs were put up in the 1990s to prevent people in the gay community from meeting up with other gay people.
I was also surprised that these U-turn signs were still up. And at first, they seem a little, oh, okay, it's just a no U-turn sign. But when you learn the history of it and you realize that these
LA City Council members Hugo Soto Martinez and Nithya Raman were on hand today to help remove the signs. They say the no cruising and no U-turn signs were put up in the 1990s to prevent people in the gay community from meeting up with other gay people.
Lamor, did you know that's what that meant?
No. I'm about to look it up right now. I assumed, okay, they're talking about no U-turns in the street.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was for. I never knew, and I never knew that, and I don't necessarily know how true that is. So are you saying no U-turn signs all across America? That's what that means?
I think that's what they're saying. I mean, I'm trying to look it up, but
yeah, that one to me seems extreme. That's why I say sometimes when you hear certain stories, even if the news pick it up, it's kind of like I be feeling like almost something it got to be a little bit clickbaitish, because it's like, so are y'all gonna take down all the no U-turn signs all across the world? Like, how do that work? Like, I don't get. To me, I don't understand how those two kind of even go hand to hand. Like, to me, that just realistically wouldn't make sense.
That's what it says. It says it was in 1997. It was put up with the intent to curb gay men from roaming the streets to hook up. I never knew that. But I mean, if you take the signs down, I don't think nobody really knew that. So if you take the sign down and it's a place where people try to make a U-turn, and if you make the U-turn, you could cause an accident. What you gonna do if you take that sign down?
That's why I said I don't know. That's why I said I thought it was almost like I couldn't even believe that was a real thing, because I don't even get how that is a real thing. Like, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know the answer to that one. It's a little bit confusing to me, but I mean, I guess it is what it is. Like, I honestly don't know how that one worked at all. Like, that one is just kind of like, all right. That's one of them stories where it's like, all right, I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of.
I guess before I don't want to get too much into serious news, but I do want to kind of talk about sports just for 2 seconds. For people over the weekend, of course, to me, this is I guess this generation, and of course, I mean, when I say this generation, and I'm sure most of us have older enough to live through the actual Mike Tyson generation as well, because we were a part of that generation, or whatever amazing boxer you think. But I do feel like Gervonta Davis realistically probably is the only boxer in the Black community where he's almost like fight night worthy, where people actually still throw fight parties every time Gervonta do. Clubs put him on the fly, fight Gervonta fight, whatever the case may be. He is that big of a draw. And I remember when they announced the fight, I remember, man, I made a video and niggas was dragging me to hell. I'm like, dog, I don't know who Frank Martin is, and I don't believe he should be in the ring with Gervonta Davis. And they was killing me. Oh, you ain't nothing but a casual. Y'all know that was one. Anytime I talk about boxing, that is one of their favorite words to throw in there. Oh, you ain't nothing but a casual. Again, if I don't know your name, you probably shouldn't get in the ring with Gervonta Davis. And point was proven. I'm literally watching the fight and I'm listening to the commentator the whole entire fight. And all he kept saying is, yeah, Frank Martin it was like 3 dudes commentating. And it sounded like one of them may be in a little bit heavier set. The heavier set dude was kind of keeping it a buck. He's like, yeah, it's cool. All this stuff that Frank is doing is cool. But you know that Gervonta don't pipe it up until the 6th round. So everything he doing right now, if he don't get it done before the 6th round, it's going to be over. And literally, the round 6 started. Towards the end of round 6, Gervonta started to pick it up. 7, he kind of was like, he was trying to figure it out, but he was still picking it up. By round 8, night, it was time for Frank to go to bed. The thing I said, y'all remember, like when you was young during the summertime, when the street lights get a little bit dark, your parents say it's time to come in. The street lights came in for Frank Martin, and Gervonta put his ass to bed. It was a good fight. Like, don't get it twisted. Them first 6 rounds, I was like, okay, kind of like, it looked cool. And the crazy thing is, my younger brother, he of course they out of town, and he DM, he was like, man, can you put $10? I don't know how to bet on boxing. I never looked into it because realistically, I feel like people, whoever they think gonna win, 9 times out of 10 gonna always win. Besides the Crawford and Earl Spence thing. So I kind of like, I don't never bet on stuff that I feel like you can't really make no money on. He's like, man, can you put $10 on Frank? It's like a plus 500. I'm looking at, I'm like, bro, one, I'm not doing it because I'm never gonna bet against Gervonta. That's like, to me, it don't make no sense. It don't make no common sense at all. But anyway, so the crazy thing is, and the reason why I even brought it up, because I was thinking like, I should make him still give me my $10. Even though I didn't make the bet, he don't know I didn't make the bet because that to me was just a dumb bet. I was like, no, I should still charge you $10 then, because you just thought you wanted me to waste my $10 on a dumbass bet. Like, this doesn't even make sense. You don't even know who Frank Martin is. This nigga don't even got enough fights for me to sit here and thought he was gonna beat Gervonta. So that was just my only little sports breakdown over the weekend. And my only thing I guess I would tell people is, especially for women who may be listening and you heavy in the WNBA, bro, stop posting Angel Reese. Allow her. And she may not care, again, because like I said, all the social media things was like, from all the sports pages, they was dragging it, and the headlines was crazy as hell. And she might not care. She literally, they played in Indiana, and she, by the nighttime, she was in the goddamn festival with Chicago, Chief Keef performing. And I was like, bro, I gotta remember, this girl is from Baltimore. She's 22 years old. I don't think she actually give a fuck. Because for you to sit here and like, they literally dragging your name through hell all over social media, all on all the sports pages, and for you to sit here and say, I don't give a fuck, I'm about to go see Chief Keef. This was the first time Chief Keef has performed in Chicago in 10 years. This nigga was banned from coming back from the city he was actually born in for over 10 plus years. And this is where that girl, she literally is on stage. I'm like, yeah, maybe she don't care. Maybe we care a little bit more than she do, but I only thing is just, I feel like sometimes when Marcus' favorite word is just people feed the algorithm, I do feel like her name is one of those names that they use just to feed the algorithm. And I kind of almost feel bad because I remember maybe like a year, almost like 2 years ago now, and I kept saying, damn, I wish that the Shade Room and Hollywood Lock and all of them would start posting like just women's sports in general, but especially even her. And now I kind of regret that I wish for that, because now it's just like, they don't know how to really cover the sports, because I mean the page, because realistically 9 times out of 10 it's probably women or gay niggas who run that page, and they don't really know nothing about sports. So they just take whatever headlines the ESPN or whatever else the case may be have already posted. So it's like you don't even know how to help control the narrative because you really don't know the sport. So you just running with whatever the hot headline is, and you're just adding to a bunch of people saying negative things about this girl. And it kind of go back into with the Dejanay Carrington thing, was one of the reasons why her name got popular over the weekend, because a lot of people, anytime something happens to Caitlin Clark or people really strapping her up or really giving her a hard time, people find different ways to try to tear the people down who are doing it. Especially with all the sports outlets, realistically, they are white outlets. Mainstream media is ran by white people, so they're going to try to paint the narratives however you want. But again, the reason why I say here and say sometimes maybe you have to love these people from a distance and allow just the actual WNBA fans to kind of regain the conversation, is like, maybe you just got to stop like talking about it a little bit, because it's just like it becomes so draining because nobody never talked about the game. So it's just literally always just whatever headline or whatever little clickbait stories is kind of running. And I guess the biggest thing that made it even a story was they asked Caitlin Clark, how does she feel about basically white people using her as a way to start a race war. Like, for people literally, like, they're never covering the games, they never covering her stat line, because realistically, I told her, she had a lot of bad games. She's had a lot of bad games. She's not even, like, they put out, I think most of them same sports pages, they put out their power rankings, and for most of the power rankings for rookies, Angel Reese was number 1 for the month of June. She literally was number 1 or number 2. So it was just like, and damn, some of them just had Caitlin Clark down to like damn near number 5. So it was just like, realistically, people just look for different things. So that was my only thing. I was looking at it and I was like, damn, are we doing her any real justice? Because you want to kind of defend her, but if you defended her, you defending her up under a ESPN page, all you realistically doing is helping them. Like, they know that this is an algorithm thing. If I post this girl and if it's something negative, here come a bunch of black people to defend her, here come a bunch of white people to kind of tear her down. It's almost literally like Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. It's like that type of, that's where the energy is. I'm not gonna lie, this was to the point where I was like, damn, I actually miss football, and I'm mad that the NBA basketball season about to be over, because now literally all they gonna be doing is targeting this girl until damn near the fucking Olympics come or football season come back. So again, like I said, I'm definitely sending out a lot of prayers and a lot of thoughts for Angel Reese, because I can't only imagine. I just know I wouldn't want to be in that situation. That's a lot, dog. I swear to God, that's a lot. I'll let that load up until we What else is going
13 years. I was like, yeah, it's that time. Had my daughter. And I wanted to wait till I had a daughter. This may sound crazy. I wanted to see if she's a good mom.
Really?
Just wait. 13 years. I was like, yeah, it's that time. Had my daughter. And I wanted to wait till I had a daughter. This may sound crazy. I wanted to see if she's a good mom.
Really?
If she's a good mom, she's a good wife.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. So I had my daughter. She's an amazing mom. She does everything to the T.
You said
I heard him.
if she's a good mom, she's a good wife.
Yep. I think that she's.
You believe that?
I do. Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely. I think that if she's
This is not to take
But
any
it
shade.
wasn't no
If
This is
she's-
not
practice.
shade
if
to
she's
the
a
wife.
That she couldn't try it on a niece or a
no,
nephew
because
or
let me tell you something. You get married.
a dog.
When she do that divorce, halves gone.
Well, what I'm saying is just because she's a good mother, no matter. I
Yeah,
see some
absolutely. No,
great
I-
mothers and they were horrible wives.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, I think that if her things,
No, I'm serious. I
No,
mean,
yeah.
let's
But
just
if
look
her-
back
if
in
her
time.
things are
There's some
in-
great mothers.
if her things are in line as a mother, her morals and things like that, I can see that this is somebody I can be with forever. The way you treat your children and the relationship you have with your children, I feel like you could be a great asset to me as a wife. That's just my personal opinion.
Is that what you
Mm.
felt
I'm
like?
glad you feel it,
Because
brother.
everybody is different because of their upbringing. Is
Yeah.
there something that you can relate that to in your upbringing? As you know, I really want to make sure that this factor, because everybody has
Absolutely.
their list of things
Yeah.
that they're looking for in their person.
I've seen it with these friends. My father, like she wasn't a good mom and didn't turn out to be a good wife. So I'm like, yeah, I'm a wait.
So let me say this way. So you said you wanted to wait for her to have the kid before you made her a wife because you want to make sure she was a good mother to
Yeah,
the kid,
absolutely.
which would equal her being a good wife.
Absolutely. Yep.
Well, I'm a lot of kids and 2 wives later. And brother, it sounds crazy. But I love you for it.
It do sound
'Cause I
crazy.
understand.
Let's wait.
So I guess my question is, do you agree with his sentiments or do you think he a little bit off? For people who don't know who that was the singer Vito, and he was on Young Jock's show radio show that he got in Atlanta.
I wouldn't agree with that.
So I guess what make you feel like you don't agree with it?
Just because you're a good mom, like he said, doesn't make you a good wife. Because and you felt like you had to wait 13 years and have a child with her to find out whether she's a good mother, whether she would be a good mother. Some of those things you could tell in the beginning. But you know what I'm saying? Like you can tell if somebody's nurturing. You can tell if they're good with kids. You could tell that you don't have to have a kid with them to find that out.
I do. I mean, I agree with you on that part. I do feel like you don't have to have a kid to figure that part out, but I do feel like I get what he's saying. I do get like you said, you can if that's actually in somebody, realistically, you would hope that they don't have to wait to have kids for them to actually be able to bring that side of them out. So I do agree with you on that part. But then I get what he was looking for. Like you said, if you're looking for that nurturing, that cooking, that like that real motherly feeling, or even I guess that kind of like that situation, I'm sure for most men, you know the difference between like, if as a single man, you know the difference between how your house feel, and you could be comfortable in your joint just as how you are. I can just lay in there all day. I'm cool with it, but it's a difference between how my house is, me by myself, and then when you go to a woman's house, when it's by herself, because that's the difference between when they be like a house and a home. Like you can feel the difference between us going into a single man house and a single woman house. It's still a huge difference. The feeling on when you come into that joint, especially if she really like the smells and all that, like that shit is different. So I understand what he mean, where it's like you looking for those like those motherly instincts. You're looking for those womanly instincts where it's not just like on some city girl stuff.
But to tell if she's going to be a good wife, you need to see, you have to have a baby with her first.
Of course, which that is ass backwards. I'm with
to-
you on that
to
part.
find out if she's going to be a good wife. You can find that, you can kind of figure that out in the beginning. I feel like in a lot of relationships, you see stuff in the beginning that just spill over to why a relationship doesn't last. And you think by maybe having kids or getting married that it's going to change that. It's not going to change that. It's not going to change it.
But I guess my only pushback to that would be, or question would be, is do you think sometimes realistically does kids help slow people down? Because it's like realistically, because I guess on the reverse side of that is where you can sit here and say somebody is a horrible mom ain't gonna make no good wife. I think we can all agree on that part. Like if you're a horrible mother, I don't necessarily know you can make a good wife. Like I'm talking about somebody just trifling. Their kids always look dirty. Their kids is horrible in school. Their kids just cussing and screaming. Just almost like, what was that little girl that we played like 2 weeks ago? There's no way in hell I could have seen that video of that girl and I would sit here and be like, I want to date her. And that's the way her daughter act.
But then you have some women that have kids and they're excellent mothers. But then you have the fathers that feel like she's neglecting me for the kids. That's not a good wife. I'm not gonna say that's not a good wife, but do you think that's a good wife? Like it's always about the kids. The kids, like she don't cook for me, or she don't give me the personal time, or we don't spend time together no more.
Okay, so for me personally, I would say that man sound like a bitch. Like
but it's men that say that though.
And them niggas are bitches. Like we had to start bringing shame back when niggas, the same way we were just trying to shame Batman Kelvin for wanting to get a BBL. No, I think a man is a fucking whore. If you sitting here saying my wife put too much time into the kids and she don't have no sexy time for me, nigga, so fucking what? Take your bitch ass to a strip club then if that's what the fuck you looking for. But don't sit here and be mad at her because she's an amazing mom and she don't got time to get your little ass dick hard. Like, come on, dog. What are we talking about? Because that's the shit niggas be saying. That to me sound like some bitch ass shit. That's what strip clubs is made for. And I understand that strip clubs is kind of changed so they don't got like the daytime shift no more, but that's just what the daytime shift used to be for. The working class man, hey, I'm getting off of work, or I work close, especially back then where y'all go to like in DC now, where Southwest is. No, Southwest used to be just a big ass strip club jump. It used to be a bunch of construction work and a bunch of it used to be like 2 popping strip clubs. I can't remember the name of them, but nigga, it used to be senators, congressmen, all of that shit right there in Southwest, constantly going into them strip clubs. And I knew bras who danced at them jumps, and I'm talking about them niggas used to spend bread because them niggas going home to their wife. They don't care if their wife don't get sexy because I just bust a nut in the strip club. I don't give a fuck what you do. You can do whatever you want with them kids because I'm going to keep tricking this goddamn money off in the strip club. So that to me, just certain things where like, again, where I say, man, have to understand how to be men again, dog. It's certain shit you just cannot be crying about. There's no way.
Okay, though. It's okay for a man to feel that way.
Yeah, why even? So if you felt, so basically what you sit here saying, now you're upset with her because she's rising and shining as a mom, but you want her to sit here and be less of a mom and more attentive to your needs?
That maybe not necessarily less of a mom, but like learn how to balance. See, that's when I say with kids change things. If you've been in a relationship with somebody for a long time and it's just been you and them, we ripping, we running, we doing what we want to do, and then you have a child, that changes things because I can't give you that undivided attention that I used to be able to give you. So that changes a lot of things, a lot of dynamics in a relationship. Does it slow people down? Sometimes it does. For some people, it doesn't. And then where it doesn't for one person, it's a problem for the other because it's supposed to be 2 of us raising this child, not just me. So that's what, like we talked about earlier, where kids kind of change it. That's what happens. We change it.
So then my question is, do you think realistically that's somebody going into having a kid and not being realistic with themselves?
Realistic about what? That things aren't going to change?
No, the things are going to change. Like there's no way in hell you could think that if somebody, we can literally sit here, like you say, at one point in time, we could just get and go. We can go on however many date nights as we want. We can go out of town whenever we wanted to. I think that's almost, you're being unrealistic if you didn't think a lot of those things were going to stop or change after having a kid.
Some people don't. Some people are, I'm just going to take the child with me. And then some people might realize it's going to change, but maybe not how much it's going to change.
But then that would be my thing to me, why I think that to me what makes it almost dumb for them to believe that. Think about how many people, the reason why they say they don't have kids, because they know, like think about, for most people who don't have kids, they know for a fact that those things are going to change and they don't want it to change. Or even when most women, like especially like actresses or something, where like, well, I don't want to have kids because it's going to slow me down. So it's like, how do some people know this, but then there's other people that is that dumb that think, oh, it's not going to change. I'm like, how do the rest of us who don't have kids?
They feel like they could probably, I could balance this. I could do this and do this. And you know what I'm saying? But then once you actually in it, it's like, damn, it's harder than what I thought it was going to be. It's not to say that it can't be done, but it's harder to do it. Just like on the Shy, like how they was like they trying to get back into the party and let's go out to the club, but we can't really move that way no more because we do have the kids, we have responsibilities, and it's an adjustment. You have to be able to adjust to it because you might feel like, oh, I can do it. It's nothing. Like I seen my mother do it, I seen my aunts do it, but then when you actually have to do it yourself, it's a different story.
You know what's so crazy? I'm glad you used that as an example. I do think that to me sometimes is the worst examples for women to see that my mom can do it, my grandma did it, my aunt did it, because now just because you've seen other people do it, I don't necessarily think that is great behavior to follow. And you can kind of almost even tie that into like how bad like just welfare situations be. Like, or people just so used to like, damn, I done seen my grandmother raised us all on welfare in Section 8 for years. Now you think that shit is okay. You feel like, oh, I seen she raised 15 kids like that shit. I can raise my 2 like this. It ain't no problem. It's like sometimes those bad behaviors that you watch other people make normal, and you kind of allow that to trickle down, because that's a lot of reason why, like as you said, I think that would be a lot of people's go-to answer, where it's like, oh, it's nothing wrong with that. My mom raised us and I went to school and I got all these degrees and I got a good job and she did it as a single mom. So now I should be able to do it.
No, it's not you should be able to do it because you don't want to do it. Nobody wants to be a single parent. It's things happen. So that just lets you know that it can be done. It's not undoable.
Okay, so then my guess, and then we can go back into, I guess, like trying to find some fun topics. I guess my only question would be, how long do you think most people with kids stay in a miserable relationship where they try to make it work?
A long time. Long time.
Like what, like 2 years or longer?
It could be longer because some people have come from the broken household and they don't want, and they know what it's like to go through that, and they don't want their kids to go through that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to, like you said earlier, I'm going to try to stick it out, but sometimes it just gets to the point where you just can't do it no more. So I think a lot of people try to stick it out for the kids, for the sake of the kids, for the sake of the kids. And then it just gets to the point where you can't do it no more. Because it goes back to your kids seeing you. If you fall for this, or I see my mom or my dad going through this makes it normal for me.
Mm-hmm.
So when I get into my relationships, this is what I think it's about. And that's not what it's about.
Okay, so well, in other news, we kind of staying on dating and parenting and bad grandparenting. Krishan Rock did get locked up over the week, and she was going to appear, or just to support Blueface. Blueface had a court date, and Krishan was coming to support him. And I don't know how she didn't know this, but she had 2 open warrants. She has one in Oklahoma City and she had one in LA. The one in LA was an assault charge, I believe, on the dude who Tamar Brockton's assistant. So realistically, she ended up getting locked. So you got to think about it. They got a newborn kid. It's not even a year old yet. Blueface is already in jail, and I think he got to do like 2 years or something like that. So his mom and dad are at the court. They at the courtroom and they watch her get locked up. So then now this kid basically has no parent now. Both of her parents are basically about to be in jail, or both of his parents are about to be in jail. So they don't know what's up with Krishan yet, because she literally just get taken away. So in this part, I don't know who was out recording, but they was trying to get, Blueface like, hey, come on, we gotta take the kid. I mean, his dad like, I ain't taking that kid with me. And that kind of tied in, I guess, real quick, so we can kind of like bunch them in, or we can spread it out a little bit. I guess my question would be, how would you feel if you was Krishan and realizing, or even if you was even Blueface, like how would you feel to like, damn, I get locked up and my parents don't even want to sit here and watch the kid while we trying to figure it out? Like they was acting like, both of them was acting like dumb as hell, but the dad was basically like, nah, hell no. The mother was acting like she was I don't know, she kind of off anyway, but she seemed like she acted like she was dragging her feet, like she ain't want to put her foot down on what they should do.
For them, I feel like he should already know that, just based off of what we've seen of them on TV. He knows them better than that, so I feel like he should already suspected that.
Yeah, that one was kind of crazy. And then I guess and this came in today, before we start recording. Krishan she got sentenced in that for that LA them LA charges, that I guess the assault charges. She got to do 30 days. So she got to do 30 days in LA. She got to do 30 days in jail for that LA charges, and she still got to get shipped to Oklahoma City, because that's a violation on probation, whatever her situation is in Oklahoma.
So she got the friend. I guess her best friend got the baby. At least she got somebody to take the baby.
Man, that's crazy though. Like that to me, then I guess as a parent, how would that make you feel? Like screw not if you Blueface, because like you said, if you're Blueface and you kind of already know how your parents are, you kind of know that they kind of just who they are, who they're gonna be. But I guess if you're somebody where it's like, I had a kid into this family, would that make you have more hatred if you already didn't have hatred towards that family? Because they couldn't show up for you like at a low moment.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when you get out, especially, it would change. It would definitely change the dynamics. Like, especially if y'all always coming to me and I'm trying to help y'all out, and in this moment where I really need y'all couldn't do it. It definitely changes the dynamics of it.
Yeah, that's nuts though. I can't even imagine just like, because you didn't, I mean, and I guess that kind of even speaking on how a little bit how dumb she is, because it was kind of reckless for you to even like, well, you got warrants. Why are you showing up to a goddamn courtroom where ain't nothing but police there?
Maybe did she know? I think that's.
I mean, I don't know if she didn't know, but you kind of got to know, especially if you got 2 different warrants in 2 different cities. Like, you had to know about one of them.
Maybe she thought because she was for Sean Rock, they was.
Yeah, and that to me, yeah, you gonna learn the hard way. But I can't even imagine have to do 30 days and knowing that unless it depends on like how much you really like trust your best friend. But it's like, bro, this shit ain't no goddamn mom. And that kind of go back. You can tie that into the conversation with Vito. It's just like when you see him saying you really don't know a woman, or you trying to judge her off of her mothering skills, and it's like, well, this girl don't even have no kid, and now she got to become a mom for 30 days.
But I mean, look who we talking about though.
I mean, yeah, that too.
You wouldn't think that she would be, and it's not to say she is not a good mother, but just looking at her, you wouldn't think she's a good mom.
Not even necessarily, I wouldn't think she's a good mom. I don't think she even know how to make good decisions, and that's the perfect example right there of showing up to a courtroom knowing that you got warrants. That your decision making is horrible. So I agree with you. I don't believe she's a good mom, and I don't think she just makes great decisions as an adult. Period. Because now it's just like you in a weird situation.
But you would hope this will make her grow up and get her life together.
Hopefully. I mean, that is tricky, and that is a weird one. I ain't gonna lie to you, though. I don't necessarily know. This is not even a topic that we really got to stay on too long. I'm sure people seen the video of Lil Fizz getting into whatever little altercation. And that would, again, if you actually, because I did end up seeing the longer version of the video, how it built it up. And that's just the male ego again. When I talk about the male ego and just the pride, it'd be like, bro, it's so hard for dudes to put their pride to the side, or their egos and their emotions, and they allow their egos to get the best of their emotions, where you feel like I'm the man and I got to put my nuts on the table. Because that's basically all that was. That whole little conversation and that back and forth was just like a bunch of ego. Like, the dude was trying to downplay who Lil Fizz was, and then Lil Fizz was making it like, I ain't never seen no movie you was in. I don't know who you was. We only getting on these platforms and getting these interviews because of me. And then they got to talking to each other crazy. And it wasn't, and of course, like I said, again, we talking about clickbait and headlines. All right, if you watch the video, bro, that wasn't even no real fight. They literally got into a wrestle match. They was holding each other. Ain't no real punches were getting thrown. They literally just slammed each other up against the wall and fell on the floor.
He still lost.
Oh yeah, Lil Fizz did, but I mean that was a fight you was gonna lose regardless. Look how small he was compared to the nigga he got into. It was big as hell. Like, that to me was just like, he was like, I think, and that's why the dude took a long time to even get up. He was like, bro, you just showing, like, I'm looking for Mona Scott to come out. You showing off like this love of hip hop. I don't even believe you really, what you saying, I don't believe you really mean that, talking to me like that. And that's how the dude was carrying it. And he carried it that way for a minute. And like Lil Fizz kept literally like, was almost like, if we comparing it to dogs, it was like, this is the Chihuahua, just keep barking at this Rottweiler until the Rottweiler just bite his little ass.
Sometimes you got to put your pride to the side. He could look at him and tell he couldn't do nothing with him. So why he kept running his mouth, who knows?
Yeah, that one was crazy. It was a teacher who got arrested for, it was a second grade teacher. Of course, this was a white woman. She got arrested for drinking and driving. I mean, I said drinking and driving. I apologize. I'm tripping. She was drunk teaching, but no charges were being pressed against her because it's not illegal to be drunk and teaching. So the teacher is a teacher. Where was this at? It was somewhere in the middle of America, like one of the white areas. But the lady, the teacher was basically teaching a second grade class drunk. So of course somebody probably figured out she was drunk, called the police, whatever case may be. She ended up getting locked up, and then they let her go because they like, we can't. It's no child. Like, we cannot keep her or can't press charges on her because it's not illegal to be a teacher and be drunk.
That's crazy. She still got her job.
Yeah, because it's not illegal. How you gonna fire me?
It's not illegal, but it's not a good thing.
I'm with you, but she still got her job, and she ain't get locked up neither.
And they fired the teacher for letting
for braiding it.
I mean, even though I didn't agree with it, but I don't feel like he should have lost his job.
You know how this goes. That was definitely, that's the difference between being white and black with some of these situations. Where I feel like I'm missing. Where was the clip that I was looking for? It was supposed to be of. Damn, who was that? Oh man, I'm trying to think about this off the top of my head. It was the young lady from Bernie Mac. Well, anyway, because I can't find the clip, but it was what was her? Who did she play on Bernie Mac? She was the oldest girl on Bernie Mac. But so basically she got an OnlyFans account.
Vanessa.
Yeah, Vanessa. So basically she got an OnlyFans account now. And people of course, people gonna be super judgy. And maybe because you grew up on this show and she was just like an innocent person on this show. Because I'm like, bro, she grown. She look old as hell now. Like, And she was basically like, dog, why do y'all think that I would still be getting real money from a job that I had 20-something years ago? She was like, dog, yeah, maybe if I was on Friends and we was getting $1 million an episode or whatever the case may be, that nigga, this ain't it and that ain't it. And then the longer, and I've heard this before, the longer these shows stay syndicated, the money slows up. Because it's like, one, people don't watch it as much no more. And then they didn't already, like, sometimes they didn't read, like, let's say something get picked up on, like Martin, get picked up by MTV, but they show it on MTV, BET, and VH1 because Viacom owns all of those companies. Like the same company owns MTV, BET, and VH1. So I'm sure they only license it, like they are licensing it, but now they just spreading it out through all their channels. So that's not going, just because you see Martin come on MTV, BET, and VH1, it's basically it's still just it's paid from this one person to license it out. So it is still, it don't matter how much they spread it out. So realistically, yeah, them checks do slow down. So she's like, no, I still have to provide for myself. And you see people, and that's one thing I hate about people to get judgmental, especially about money, because I feel like, bro, if you get money at a young age, and I always tell people that just to me is one of the biggest things that I regret. Getting money fast at a young age will literally screw you up as an adult, especially if you don't have somebody directing you in the right way sooner than later. Because if you got to just learn through like blowing through money, and then you just learn when the money slow up, that's gonna be the hardest time for you. So I'm not mad at her for saying, bro, okay, niggas still like me, you still want to see me, niggas gonna pay. And she said she done made $1 million off OnlyFans. And you ain't seen her get in no goddamn movie roles.
No, not at all.
You ain't seen her on no TV. Like, it's some people who are blessed that you can't, like, I don't even think people realize how many TV shows that Tisha Campbell done been on. A lot, dog. From Martin to My Wife and Kids, and to the joint that I was just talking about, Act Your Age. Like, bro, she's constantly on shows. Like, it's just some people who constantly be on shows, like Wanda Sykes constantly on shows. And then there's some people who just get super popular off of one TV show and you never see them again.
And she wasn't like the star of the show. So
of course not. It was the Bernie Mac show.
Yeah, nobody's knocking the door down to have her come on their show. Or nothing like that. So
because realistically, if this wasn't a story, I don't even necessarily know what this girl looked like.
She still got a familiar face though.
Yeah, she still looked the same how she looked on the show, but it's just like,
you're not gonna hire her to be like, hey, I want you to play.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. I wouldn't hire her for that, and then I wouldn't even know how did people even find her OnlyFans, because I don't even know what her real name is. Like, how did y'all stumble across her junk to be like, oh, I'm about to follow her on socials, and now I know she even got an OnlyFans page. Like, how did I find that out?
Maybe she promoted it. You don't follow her, but maybe she, because maybe she put it on.
I'm sure she promoted it, but me personally, like, bro, I'm not even following her too. How do I care? Like, that's just, to me, it's crazy. Like, you trying to look for people to sit here and hold up some type of crazy, not for 20 years ago, dog. And I'm glad she broke that down. Like, bro, how much money I think I really made off of the Bernie Mac show? Like, the Bernie Mac show may not even be like, that shit may not even be in top 10 black TV shows all the time.
You don't think so? Maybe number 10?
Maybe 10, but I mean, if we try to count them out, let's go Fresh Prince, Martin, whatever, 1, 2. What's 3?
Living Single.
4.
Girlfriends.
Some people may argue Bernie Mac over Girlfriends, but let's just sit here just to kind of just try to flesh them out. All right, let's say I don't necessarily. Yeah, I probably would put Bernie Mac over Girlfriends, but let's just say, okay, cool, Girlfriends. So that's 4. Yeah, it might be. We talking Jamie Foxx show. I would put that over Bernie Mac.
Wayans Brothers.
I'll put the Wayans Brothers over Bernie Mac. So now where we at 6?
Mm-hmm.
What's that? What would be 7? Oh, The Wire, Power. Like, what? Damn, I'm trying to keep it PG. I forgot about the nigga black shows.
But you can't put those in there.
They black TV shows. The leads are black.
But it's not regular TV stuff. Like, that's cable TV. Like, they do way more on Power than they were doing. And Bernie Mac's like a family show.
I get that, but when we talking about like shows is just like for black people, we let's be real. We can almost, I mean, maybe The Wire may not be because it's on HBO, but the Power's on Stars. That's a black, like, that's a black network, and it's a black.
If you putting it in that, then probably not. But I feel like if you go in like the family shows, like Different World, Cosby, stuff like that, it might be in there.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so let's okay. Matter of fact, let's cool. I'm with you on that, because I was drawing a blank because I couldn't remember some of the shows. Let me take Power. Let me take The Wire off. Let me put, it's not the Bernie Mac show ain't better than the Cosby Show or A Different World.
So it'll be.
So that's 7 and 8. I'm Family Matters.
I'll put it above Family Matters.
All right.
That's it. That's 10. Family Matters will be
9. Oh yeah, Family Matters would be 9, and Bernie Mac would be 9. Yeah.
and Family Matters will be 10.
And I'm sure we forgetting some shows because I know we are, but this is just winging it off the top of my head. But yeah, but if you put in the other ones that like people legitimately putting as like,
and if you adding the powers and stuff like that, P Valley and all of that, no, it's not gonna stand up with those. But if you putting this regular, turn your regular TV on and watch it or whatever, it's in there.
yeah, I mean, if you keep it at the shows that you can actually watch as a family, yeah, you they in the top 10. What was another? Talked about a little bit. Send them. Yes. Oh, okay. So real quick, I was having a debate in real time with this young lady where she was sitting here saying sending pictures from during the pandemic was catfish, and I was just like, one, how is it catfish if it's like I feel like it can't be catfish. I still post every day. So it could be different. Like if I didn't post no pictures and I like, let's say if I never post on my page, just like a regular person and I haven't posted in a few years, and then I'm sending those pictures and then you see me in real life and you can say it's catfish. But I literally post every day, 4 or 5 times a day. Me sending you a picture from, because maybe say I was just more comfortable in taking pictures with no shirt on or taking pictures in your underwears or whatever when I was in better shape or just literally maybe 15 pounds lighter. Because let's just say, and I'm telling her, I'm like, bro, to me, and when I do want, I mean, you can tell me your opinion if you think it's catfish or not, but it's a difference between sitting here saying, okay, I send you a picture when I got a 6-pack and now I got a 2-pack, bro. How much of a catfish is this? It ain't like sitting here saying, oh, I sent you a picture and I was 190, now I'm fucking 300 pounds.
It's still kind of a catfish because you not that no more. So send me what you are.
But let's just sit here and say, okay, for like I said, tying it into the Pan-Man Kelvin shit. Let's just say right now I feel like I'm just a little bit insecure, or I'm just a little bit lazy where I may just like, bro, I don't shave every day no more. So now I don't take as many pictures after the workout because I haven't shaved. So I don't just want to take a bunch of.
What pictures are you sending me? You still sending the pictures like previous, like when you was working out and you was doing all that? You still sending those?
Yeah, because that's just to me is my thirst. That's my best thirst trap picture. So I'm just gonna send you the best. I'm not, but I still post every day. So it's just like I feel like you can kind of even see, even in my face was way smaller then.
Right. So then send. So, but I'm you still sending pictures that's not you. No, it's you, but it's not. You're not in that same person no more.
So you feel like that is still catfish? Okay. Yeah. So then my debate with her was like, okay, bro, I'm like, bro, you sending videos and pictures from 2 years ago too, or a picture from a year ago. What's the difference? Just because you the same size, the picture's still old. Maybe just because
she looks the same, right? If nothing has changed about her, I can send those pictures. Yeah, it might be 2-3 years, but I still look the same. You're saying like, you might be a little lighter, you stop shaving, you stop doing, but you still sending pictures like you go to the gym every day, like what, fresh cut. This is so if I meet you or we get together in person, that's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting to see on my date. So that's like catfishing. Yeah, it's you. It's still the same picture. I mean, it's still the same person, but you not not showing up what you've been sending me.
But you know, I mean, and you okay, and I'm with you, and I can agree to that. To me, I guess I feel like that to me is just, I guess, and maybe I feel like men may be a little bit more detailed into paying attention. I feel like that was almost, to me, it's just like, then you just don't pay attention to me posting every day, because it's like, if you feel like that's catfishing, that means you just not paying attention to what I post on a regular day-to-day basis. Because I feel like you can see the difference. Because I can sit here and say, yeah, my stomach may have been smaller, but you can clip my arms and shoulders and chest are 100 times bigger now. That's why my shirts wouldn't even fit the same way that they fit 2 or 3 years ago, because okay, then I was just doing nothing but cardio. So I'm way smaller, but I don't have no type of framework to my shoulders or nothing. So that was kind of like,
so then send that. Then why not send me that? If I'm seeing you every day on why you posting, then why you sending me stuff that's old? Send me what you.
No, I mean, okay, at that point, you're absolutely right, and that could have been, like I told her, I kept it a buck where I'm like, bro, I just don't be taking pictures no more like that. Like, I just don't be in that mode. Like, my brain is just not like, during the pandemic, bro. I was a thirsty nigga, so I was taking pictures every day because I was sending them shits out daily. So I'm just not like, I ain't in that mode no more. So it's just not necessarily like, hey, I'm trying to catfish you. I just don't be giving a fuck no more.
But you if you're still sending old pictures, then you have to.
No, so let's say here, say if you caught in the, let's say if I'm caught in the middle of in the heat of the moment, you sit here, bro, just start sending you naked pictures and videos and shit. So I'm like, I'm just trying to keep up. I'm not realistically, because most of the time, if you send this shit before 11 o'clock, I'm not even in the fucking house. So I got to send what I got in my phone. I'm not feeling like, oh, this is catfish. I'm just sending you this is what I got.
Okay, I understand. Okay, at you know, like that, something like that. But if it's a regular thing, you send regular pictures, especially if it's nudes. Don't give me what I don't. I'm looking for what these news is giving. If you're not giving what these news is giving, that's
but that's what
crazy.
So I get. I listen to what I'm saying. I would agree with that if that's where we was. I listen to what I'm saying. I would totally agree with you with that one. If realistically, if I didn't post every day, that was my only defense. I'm like, bro, I literally post every day. I feel like somebody can't catfish you, and they literally, and it's not even. I don't even post pictures. There ain't no filters on my shit or nothing. I'm literally posting videos every single day.
But if you post the pictures, I guess, COVID or whatever, and you was standing up and you was, you know, if you just sending face pictures or whatever, then it's like, why?
Oh no, I don't.
Every picture you take, you sitting down, or it's a headshot or something like that. I can see, okay, maybe you haven't shaved, maybe you got a little, you know, got a little chubby in the face, but like if I'm seeing six pack and this, and then we actually meet up and that's not what, then it's still a catfish, because you just taking pictures or taking things in an angle that kind of. You not showing
your full body, of course. Okay, I mean, you're right. I like I said, that's why I wanted to bring it on air, just because, like I said, this is one of these shows, so it's cool. And you're a woman, so I mean, if you feel like that would be catfishing, cool, I'll take it as that. But again, like I said, that, and maybe that's something that I have to kind of get better with myself, especially. I guess you got to kind of find a way to get yourself out of that funk. And it's just, and I think that is a part of, and that's why I kind of felt for Batman Quavo a little bit, because I do feel like that is in a form of insecurity, and I do feel like realistically it is a form of body dysmorphia. And I know for a fact most men aren't comfortable enough to talk about it, and that's why it's so easy to kind of, when you see the Batman Quavos, it's kind of easy to laugh at it or kind of be like, oh, this is just crazy. But I do think it's a lot of niggas who deal with that. And you just like, you don't know how to realistically kind of do it. And the funny thing is, where it's like, I'm somebody like, and maybe because I pay attention to so much the detail, like I follow like workout girls, and they be different between like, I can pay attention when they post their pictures, and I can tell when them shits is edited, because I'm looking at this girl page all the time. And when you out on your story and you can't edit a live story, so you see the cellulite a little bit more. You see where they kind of, even for girls who get on the fucking Insta story and they got the lip filter and they don't pay attention to it, or they on TikTok and you don't pay attention to how much you moving. And when you move in your head, your lips move. So like when they put those filters on it, you be like, why the fuck is their lip jumping like that? And you don't. It's a fucking filter.
But females pay attention to that too.
But listen to what I'm saying though. But I'm not judging a girl if that's not. I know this is it's a filter. I see you moving too much, because most women, they talking with their hands and they hate, so you moving around, so the lip thing can't keep up because the fucking filter just bouncing around all over the place. But I'm not judging you like, oh, this is you trying to catfish me. No, you just like the way this fucking filter look.
On the filter, we all know what a filter looks like. But we talking about, let's just say, okay, you was talking to a woman, and she was sending you news or whatever. Who you like, Bernice, whatever. That's what she was sending, right? So when you meet up with her, that's what you expecting. So you meet up with her, and she like a Precious. then you're gonna be mad.
Again, that's what I'm saying. That's what to me. When I'm talking about catfish, that to me is catfish. If you go from Bernice, but I am not that damn big. If I went from Bernice to fucking, and the reason why I know I'm not that big because I can still fit into the same jeans that I was wearing during the pandemic. So it's a different. I know the difference is it's just. You nigga, I just don't have a 6-pack, a 2-pack. But I'm like, bro, you listen, in 2024, if you sit here complaining about a nigga having a 2-pack and not a 6, and 9 times out of 10, you getting fucking fucked by a nigga, you got kids with niggas who got dad bodies. Like, what the fuck? You being too fucking hard of a critic. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
But you can't come on here and promote go to the gym and healthy and work out and cardio, and then you sending me pictures of you 5 years before when you was actually doing all that. And now, you know what I'm saying? You can't come on here and promote something.
You're right. So you're absolutely right. So I'm not going to disagree with you. You're absolutely right. I apologize. That is catfish. I'm not going to delete them pictures, but I'm not going to send them. I'm just going to start and get my confidence back up and just take new pictures. You're absolutely right. I'm cool. It was catfish. I was dead fucking wrong. So that's cool. And real quick, just a sidebar. Shout out to the Boston Celtics. They won the NBA Finals 106-88. I almost want to call Lizzo because I feel like he is a fucking, matter of fact, I'm about to call this nigga right now because he is a huge Luka Doncic fan, and I feel like he be catfishing people when it comes to these bets. He ain't gonna keep it a buck. So I just want to see real quick if he will keep it honest.
Yo,
hey, I'm live on air. I just want to know if you're gonna keep it real with the people and tell them how much money you lost, because you like to promote when you win. Can you tell us how much you lost on Luka in the finals? Just be a real nigga and tell us how much you lost.
I bet with the Celtics tonight.
Fuck tonight. I know you bet with that nigga at least once or twice during his finals. So how much did you lose?
No. I ain't lose a lot though.
I just wanted, because I pay attention to you, and I know I ain't seen you post. You don't post the L's. And I know you a Luka fan, so I know you had to take some L's.
No, I gave everybody Tank Davis 8th round.
Nah, nigga, no, listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. No, listen to what I'm saying.
You saying Luka?
We talking about Luka. We not talking about Tank.
Luka let us down. The legend let us down. The Great White Hope let us down. You know who didn't let us down though? Caitlyn. You know who hasn't beat Caitlyn? Angel, nigga. You shitting me?
Listen,
shitting?
Guess what? Listen to what I'm saying. I know I can hear the alcohol in your voice.
I know you can't say her name on your broadcast.
Listen to what I'm saying. But guess what? Listen to what I'm saying. And
they need to kiss the ring.
Listen to what I'm saying. I hear you, and listen to what I'm telling you. She is a cone just like Luka a cone. We don't respect cones over here because cones don't win you championships. Cones look sweet when ESPN tell you they look sweet.
Do you think she's not going to put on 15 to 20 pounds of muscle? Yes or no? You're the gym guy.
No, you know she not.
You're the gym guy.
She's not, dog.
All right.
You know most of them women who put on that weight, them bitches had kids. Ain't too many women just running around.
Her boyfriend's her trainer. All the WNBA bitches have kids in their 3rd or 2nd year. Bro. It's how it goes.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Brianna Stewart had a kid her 2nd year.
Mm-hmm. So the question, do you think, let's be honest. Do you think realistically the Caitlyn Clark family will allow her to get pregnant?
No.
All right then. So she ain't never gonna put on no weight. Do you don't even realistically? If we keep it, and this is what I'm saying. This is the lazy take from Nick, because I'm not having a real sports podcast today. But this is the lazy take by most people. Though niggas want to keep comparing her to fucking Angel Reese when it benefits them, but you don't want to compare her to dog. They grown. They in the WNBA now. You compare her to Angel Reese is lazy shit. Compare her to motherfuckers who actually compare her to other people who play her position. They don't even play the same position. That's like me sitting here saying I'm trying to compare Steph to fucking the Joker. Niggas is not doing that.
You want to compare to Sabrina? Go look at Sabrina rookie year, bro. Let's be for real. She's like that.
Listen to what you're saying. You saying compare her to Sabrina's rookie year, but y'all don't compare her to Sabrina's college shit. The fuck are we talking about?
Where she broke.
And you ain't comparing. And guess what? Listen to what you're saying. Right. You comparing her to Sabrina, but then what about fucking Skylar Diggins? What about the fucking girl that played at Dallas? Compare her to them, the motherfuckers who play her same exact fucking position. Compare her to, stop trying to even compare her to white people. That shit is lazy. The WNBA is 80% black women. Compare her to the black women who play her position. Compare her to the girl that played at Dallas, Enrique. Compare her. They not even fucking comparable. One average fucking damn near 28 points a game, and the other one average 15. What the fuck are we talking about?
All right, she came to your soil, gave your folks 30. She gave Angel.
Who she gave 30 to?
The Mystics, nigga. Don't you live here?
Oh my God, nigga, get the fuck out of here.
Oh my God.
Nigga saying she gave the Mystics fucking 30 is like sitting here saying the fucking you gave a fuck when the Nats won the championship too, right?
All right, what she give Angel yesterday?
Nigga, she didn't give Angel shit. They don't even play the same position. That's my fucking point. A fucking white girl was checking her. What did she get? A white girl, fucking Mayberry, who was checking her. That's
Kobe. Kobe didn't score 81 just on Jalen Rose.
Nigga, when they talk about who they talk about, Jalen Rose. All right, then get the fuck out of here. Y'all niggas be. I don't know what's up with y'all niggas and this white girl. A white girl that you wouldn't even fuck is crazy to me. How y'all be on this bitch dick? That shit is mentally insane. And for any woman who hear my voice right now and you think about sliding this nigga DM, please fucking don't get this nigga no pussy. Niggas who talk like that don't deserve no fucking pussy, dog.
Last take, bro. This not even a crazy take, bro. Dallas 2025 champs. LeBron and Bronny go to Dallas, bro. Trust me. I already heard about it.
Yeah, all right, nigga. You keep wishing on that one. I can't wait for LeBron to fucking listen. I can't listen to what I'm saying. I cannot wait for LeBron to leave.
Luka just let me down on another level. I can't even believe this shit.
Hey,
you just shit on it,
man. Dog, he's white, bro. He's white. He's that's it. That's all I'm gonna say. It ain't too many great white basketball players in your life. You're 30-something years old. In your life, how many great white basketball players have actually been in your 30 years of living on Earth? Like, come on, dog. You only could probably have
Dirk.
Steve Nash.
Dirk.
Okay, go ahead.
That's it. Mike Williams. That was
and guess what? Okay, White Chocolate, fucking the Joker. Like, come on, dog. It's like it may be 10. It may be 10. But all right, that's all I wanted. I like I said, I ain't sportsing it out today. So, but I just wanted to kind of touch him because I just know Luka, your man, and he didn't just got his cheeks clapped in. So, man, enjoy your summer football season to be right around the corner.
If you want to gamble, don't gamble on WNBA. If you can hear my voice, it doesn't even make sense. The quarter's only 10 minutes, so we're gonna stay away from that.
Yeah, but so, nigga, the quarters is 10 minutes, and if you fucking actually watch the fucking games, then you know the girls who's supposed to do what they supposed to do, they gonna do it. Bet with Asia Wilson. Stop fucking get off that fucking white crack and fucking bet with the women you supposed to bet with. Bet with Asia Wilson. Bet with fucking Enrique. Bet with fucking even. I'm not even gonna shit on all white women.
You want me to take Asia Wilson for 25 points?
25 points and 10 rebounds. Why not? And guess what? And guess what? And they're not even the favorites. But listen, what I'm saying, they're not even the favorites no more. So you can actually bet with them now and actually win some money because they done lost 6 games.
How you feel about her crying after the regular season game? You think that's like PMS shit or like?
No, I think it's a lot to deal with. Just to be honest, it's a lot. I mean, and it's because I'm really be on the social media looking at the shit. A lot of them be dealing with a lot of racist shit, bro. If you go in some, and that's why I don't kind of take it as a joke because I pay attention to it, bro. Them white people be dragging it to hell with a lot of them black women. And they see a lot of that shit. Like even the game in the game before.
Now you be on the TikTok side of it, so you probably seeing a lot of that shit.
No, not even just the TikTok, but even if you get on Twitter and you actually look at it, like the girl, what's the white girl who used to play with Caitlin Clark? She played she played with her in Iowa. What's her name? Kate Martin. She played on the Vegas Aces now. In a game before that, she literally came out and said, "Oh, this is the best leader I've ever played with. Was Asia Wilson. She the best player, whatever the case may be." And people gave her shit for that. And of course she was defending her like, bro, she can say whatever the fuck she wants. She in this locker room for me. People in this locker room with me. I'm going to ride or die for them. Y'all not about to sit here and try to bully my fucking teammates. So a lot of that shit, they still women, dog. So you can't, like, I get it. They play a sport, but they still women. The women still going to have those emotions that niggas may fucking suck up and be able to sit here and deal with a certain way. But shit, even looking fucking, they may not cry about it, but look at how Jason Tatum felt when Jason Kidd said Jaylen Brown was the best. I ain't even watched the game. Who won the MVP?
Damn, that's what I was fucking watching it for, but they probably won't give it to Jaylen Brown. They probably won't give it to Jaylen Brown. I mean, Tatum just went off, though. But nah, with the WNBA shit, bro, that shit a gift and a curse, bro. Like all these new eyes on that shit, it's really fucked up, bro. Because now, also with it being an election year, bro, that shit turning super political.
No, for sure. And that's why I say I don't even want to.
All the racist motherfuckers is fucking with her like to a astronomical level. And if it wasn't this super like Magic versus Bird dynamic, it wouldn't even be this. Like, bro, like the WNBA already was rowdy. Like, bitches was already smacking each other in the head. Like, that ain't no new shit. But for it to be the situation it is right now, everything getting blown out of proportion. That's why Shorty she just be like, bro, it was a good play. It was a basketball play, bro. I don't know, bro. I ain't trying to talk about that shit. Like, she don't be really trying to feed into that shit.
Yeah, because that's of course realistically, because I mean they've been giving her hell, and just imagine realistically how you will feel if the girl who done kind of been locking you down, nigga, her girlfriend is on your team and she came to a game. Dog, imagine
all that locker all that locker room throwing the teammate under the bus because you fucking the other, bro. That WNBA shit is insane, bro.
So
Somebody who's smart will turn that shit to a reality TV show.
No, for sure.
They all fucking. You got straight bitches saying that they didn't. All gay bitches that ran him out the league for liking niggas, like, bro, it's a lot.
That happened. And for people who don't know what he's talking about, he is talking about Skylar Diggins. That's a part of her story why she left the Phoenix Mercury. So like I said, I mean, that is like, if you can kind of really get in, go onto like TikTok or go find down one of these rabbit holes on Twitter, you can. The WNBA storylines are way better than, of course, any men's storylines you ever find. But like I said, I appreciate it. I just wanted to call you real quick to just fuck with you with the Lucas shit. Let me finish recording.
All right, man.
All right. But anyway, going back into, I guess, regular women news. Oh, matter of fact, I don't even got to go straight to women news, but we do kind of, because we talked about it last week for a second, because while we were recording, the young lady was fighting for her life. I don't even really know how they pronounce her name like that, so I don't kind of want to screw it up. But I want to say, is it Enchance? I believe that's how she spelled, or Enchanty? I'm not 100% positive, but that was the young lady who was signed to Gucci Mane's 1017. And of course, a lot of people have been giving Gucci a hard time, and they even put out a list of how many people was locked up that was signed to Gucci, how many people were died who've been signed to Gucci. So, and of course, and the sad thing is, again, sometimes where I sit here and tell you that when stories get super popular, people kind of detach the human from it. It just becomes a topic, and it becomes a topic where people just, when it becomes just a topic, people talk extremely reckless about it. And you even seen Gucci wife had to come out and defend him. And then the sad thing is, this girl got a family, and she's a young girl, so her parents, still, I mean, I'm sure be on social media because she's not that old, so I'm sure her parents not that old, so they get to see everybody just blaming it. Of course, Charleston White, he has like some crazy shit he said. I wouldn't even play it because it was just like ridiculous, but it was just still like, I see, like, even with like Keisha Dior try to defend Gucci, like, it's not his fault, whatever the case may be. He just trying to give these artists a chance. But I do only blame that I would put on Gucci, where it's a little bit different compared to if I'm comparing him to like early MMG with Rick Ross, or even how Yo Gotti moved with CMG right now. A lot of them move where it's hands on and it feels like a family. And that's why so many people were kind of like, damn, they disappointed when Wale and Meek Mills don't bang with each other no more, because at one point in time it felt like a family, even if they were just faking it this whole entire time. But when on camera, on the songs, when you hear and listen, or you see even the way how Rick Ross was putting them under his wing, it felt like a family oriented. And it's the same way with CMG. Shit is even the same way with QC. Even though QC not rappers, when you think about QC, when even from the beginning to the Migos, like it before a little bit, like even from the Migos to the City Girls, before Lil Baby got there, it always felt like a family. Where Gucci shit, it just seemed like he be just signing a bunch of random people, giving them some money, giving them some change, and then just send them about their way. Where there's no real, like, you used to be an artist, you don't even put no hands on to these artists. You're not realistically helping them with their day-to-day or trying to help guide them so their day-to-day ain't as rough. Where you see like somebody, like I said, to me, perfect example right now is Yo Gotti. Yo Gotti label seems like it's hands-on, it's a family, especially when the artists are new. Well, of course, maybe after they get a little bit older, or they may get stuck in their ways, like a Black Youngster. You kind of see like he separated himself a little bit from Black Youngster. You can hear the little lingerings that they bump their heads or whatever the case may be, but he still showed Black Youngster love. When they still was going on tour, he still bought Black Youngster out. Black Youngster still got songs with Moneybagg Yo and Boogie and all of them. So for Gucci, it's kind of like, I get it seems messed up because he got to kind of take the blame for a lot of that stuff, but at the same time, it's like, you got to, at some point in time, like, you can't just keep giving people money and giving them an opportunity, because you're giving somebody money and giving them some fame. It's like, what do you expect for somebody in their 20s to do? But kind of almost like crash out, because if I got money to, even where Lotto was talking about, I'm a foodie, now I got some money in my pocket, now I can afford to eat as much as I want.
But how are you going to stop them from doing what they do?
I think you got to be with them all the time. You can't be with them all the time, but I do feel like you got to put a good manager up on them, where they can kind of be hands-on. Or if you are a label exec, sometimes at one point in time, shit, like, look at, if you go back, if we tie it back even into QC, a lot of the old, every time you've seen the Migos, you've seen either P or you seen Coach. And you still even seen that to when it came to Lil Baby. Like, if any of y'all ever watched the Lil Baby documentary on Amazon, like, shit, P used to be hands-on with him a lot. And I think, and that was the reason why the Migos and Lil Yachty and them kind of start to beef with the label, because it was like, okay, when it was the Migos, you was hands-on with us all the time. Now it's kind of like you said, screw us, and now you're just hands-on day-to-day with Lil Baby all the time. So I do think to me, good labels, not saying they do it through your whole entire career, but especially when you're very new and they see the potential in you, a lot of labels and a lot of label execs are very hands-on with these people on their day-to-day life because realistically, bro, they're young and you're famous. You gotta kind of be hands-on with them. Because if not, you can even tie it into sports. Look how many young look at the football players. The football players do it worse almost than the basketball players. Like these niggas get some money and they just lose their mind, they lose their temper, they get in car accidents, or they get drunk driving, or they racing speed race. Like the dude from the Kansas City Chiefs went over the summertime. They literally just won a Super Bowl, and this nigga out here got this brand new car and he racing niggas and getting into accidents.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like sometimes you kind of almost know, giving a 20-year-old let's just say $500,000 and now a lot of attention, so they gain a couple more hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. It's like, man, somebody got to be a little bit more hands-on, or you're going to lead them to their own vices. And just think about how many, because I'm sure you what you're saying is like, how can you help it? And I'm sure a lot of major labels have dealt with this, but look how many rappers you hear end up having lean problems, from like Lil Wayne, from Boosie. I think Boosie just did an interview recently. He was saying though, like his lean bill would used to be like $20,000-$30,000. So just think about, you saying, having you talking about this is a drug addiction where you spending 20 bands.
Mm-hmm.
But and obviously you were just blessed by God that it didn't take you out, because obviously it could have.
Yeah.
And you do any drug where you say it got a $20,000, or you know how many drugs, how high you constantly. And let's just bring it into, like, let's take the lean out. Let's just imagine for people, if you was sorting coke or you was smoking crack and you were spending 20 to 30. No, you're literally knocking on the door of death.
Yeah.
And shit, and you go look at Boosie face, though. He looked like, I mean, of course he got diabetes, but a lot of that shit goes with how you treat your body. Because realistically, I mean, I'm sure, I don't know how many of y'all have ever dealt with it, but even when you see here, when people go into before they get on the pills or had to get the insulin, if you catch it early enough, your doctor will give you the heads up if you change your lifestyle and the way you eat, or you do this, that, and the third, you don't have to get on these pills.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, just a lot. I don't know. I don't know how Gucci can change it, or maybe he just shouldn't. You shouldn't sign nobody no more. If you don't feel like you got the time to be a hands-on label exec, and you can't really almost damn near want to be a parent, I don't necessarily know if you should have a label. Because to me, I feel like all the good labels at one point in time, I felt like the head, especially if it was a rapper involved, the head of the label, if they had real success, and I guess the two that had the most success would be Rick Ross and Yo Gotti, they were hands-on with it. It was like almost like not saying they was the dad, but they were the big brother. They took the real big brother role. Like when you seen their artists, you seen them in all of the photo shoots, the videos, the albums together. Like all of that is time. Like if you say, we constantly putting out joint projects and all that, we spending time together. I might not be able to sit here. I might not go sleep and follow you to your hotel room, but nigga, I got you in the studio for 20 hours every day. Shit, that's taking up most of your time. And if whatever drug habits you picking up, you got to do it in front of me now. So I think that's when I'm sitting here saying, like, how can you be a little bit more hands-on? I think if the more you are hands-on, help building this artist up from scratch, I do feel like it's a little bit easier that you can kind of direct some of their behaviors. Or you can kind of, like, even if you take somebody on tour, like I have even seen a post where Meg was sitting here saying, like, dog, the relationship that me and Glorilla has built over these last couple of weeks because we on tour together, no, this bond can't be broke because, like, nigga, we got to be real friends now. We are literally on the road and we got to see each other damn near almost like a sports team. For the next couple of weeks or the next 2 or 3 months, however long this tour is, it's just me and Glow. So our relationship is completely different now.
I agree. Now that you explain it like that.
So, like I said, that was just a little bit, I guess, to just take us and put us back on a different path. While we talking about, I guess, football players and people just doing whatever case may be with money and just running off and needing a little bit of supervision, I'm sure a lot of y'all have seen the video of the dude who played for the Philadelphia Eagles running out on an OnlyFans model. And it seemed like he had two girls at one time, because it was one girl who was recording, you could hear her voice, and it was like he was putting on his clothes, and one of the girls was butt naked, and she had her back turned to him, and this nigga kicked it out the door, and she literally chased this nigga down the hall butt ass naked.
For what? For money? For
money, because basically she had sex with him and he didn't pay.
Should have got it first.
And that's why everybody in the comments was saying, like, when did prostitutes start having sex and not getting their money up front?
Yes, you should have got it first.
And I'm not gonna lie, for somebody who has paid for prostitutes or paid for chicks before, it do always seem kind of funny when you gotta pay for the money, when you gotta pay for it up front, because now it's like, now she gets to kind of control her effort. Like she may not even go like all crazy as she would if you kind of like maybe did it like almost like a 50, like I give you 50 when I come and give you the other 50 after it's over. Cause it's just like she kind of got you now. Cause what if you sit here and pay like a crazy, like you pay 500, pay 1,000, and then a box is trash?
That's on you. I mean, do you see what happened when you pay later?
I mean, for sure. I mean, she's probably, you think about it, this nigga's a professional athlete. You don't think he gonna sit here and run out on some pussy. Like, how crazy could the bill really been? If you ain't got it, you got to run out. But then my only thing is, like, how bad was it? Like, was it trash? And the niggas like, I ain't paying for this shit.
But you still gotta pay.
I mean, you do, but you don't, because really, what's gonna happen? Like, you can't press charges. This is illegal.
Well, now they got your ass on video, right?
If you got, again, when we talk about tough skin, if I got tough skin, I don't care what a couple of motherfuckers gonna call me broke. I don't care. I fucked her for free. Ha ha, nanny boo boo. But you ain't nothing else you could do because you already then ran, because you were trying to humiliate me. So you already ran to the internet and let them know, like, this was a fair exchange. Like, I just didn't pay you for the box.
Get it up front.
Yeah, that's all you better do. You better get it up front, ladies. That's all I can sit here and tell you. Let that joke load up.
They should do it like they do here.
Clean it up a little bit, Skilla, because I saw you say one time that the music industry is.
Because we was talking about the music business a little bit, I do want to play this clip of Skilla Baby, because we talk about this a lot sometimes, how artists kind of fall into just even kind of tied in the podcast when we talk about just relationship topics or just certain topics where you can know for a fact, like, as a man, that ain't really where your heart is, and you kind of allowing the algorithms, or you allowing whatever you get a reception from easier to kind of dictate what you got to do or how you put out your content. Or for Skilla Baby, and this purpose is for how you bring out your music. And real quick, for people who don't know, Skilla Baby did bring out Frank. He performed, it was walked out Frank Martin to his music.
You feel like you ever got to clean it up a little bit, Skilla? Because I saw you say one time that the music industry is heavily popularity based, but it seems like the more artists become popular, then they start to do more of the commercial sounding music, or they compromise their authenticity a little bit.
It's basically like when I was like more independent, like, and I wasn't on the label, I could do whatever I want.
Mm-hmm.
Now I got to do it sell, you know? So I got to go lean more towards the girls, because this was selling.
Mm-hmm.
This was going to bring in plaques. I can't just put out, because you on sale on the label, you getting dropped. Your money, you ain't getting no more money. So it's like, I want to be for the streets. I want to rap my life. I want to, you feel me? But this is what sells. It's not about what you want to do. It's not what Rob want to put out. It's not what, it's what the people want Rob to put out.
Mm-hmm.
He got to do that. He can't put out what I'm pretty sure he got some songs where he want to say F the world and everything, but he can't do that because he know it's ill. Rob know it's ill for him. He know it bring it blank.
All right.
Do you enjoy the records like Bay and Mama?
Not for real. That ain't even my type of music.
Nah, I'm gonna keep
That's
it short.
crazy.
Nah. When we first made Mama, like, Mama was hard when we first made it because we wasn't looking for no girl song.
Mm.
We were just popping it.
I'm gonna tell
It was
you.
hard at the time.
I'm gonna tell you what was crazy about Mama. I did that to make fun of him.
What you mean?
Like, he just was on that saying,
The whole day. Look, boom, we at the BET Awards. So we call Rob. I'm talking on the phone. I'm like, say, bitch, say, bitch, I'm trying to talk like him and stuff. Boom, the whole day we just get to doing that. We like, Rob, about to pull up to the studio. We do mama. I keep saying, all right, and shit like that, because that's what he be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't even, you feel me? I'm like, this and just, you feel me? They like this hard, you feel me?
Okay, so for people who don't know what they talking about or who that is, that was Skilla Baby and that was Rob 49. And again, of course, and the crazy thing is I had a homegirl of mine. She was mad at me because of course I'd be posting music on my gym playlist and she followed the gym playlist and she was just like, I think Joe Budden ended up playing the Rob 49 and Skilla. No, it was Rob 49 and Moneybag Yo. And she think I forgot what's it, Middle Part Bussin', something Bussin'. And she was like, why you ain't add that to your gym playlist? And I told her because my thing was I kind of know when people are chasing a sound, and I think Skilla Baby and that's why I think I said this on here maybe a couple weeks ago now, and I was like, Skilla Baby is the go-to guy that everybody keep just getting to get on songs to rap about girl songs because he got that baby down you fine and whatever something your girl you find fingernails painted something whatever the case may be, and I just feel like you can tell when somebody's trying to copy something, so that's why like those songs popped up for him popular. That bass song got popular first, and then now they got the Joan you fine as hell mom or something whatever mom like so. When I hear those songs, excuse me, for me, just as somebody who listens to a lot of music, it'd be hard for me to sit here and be like, I want to just add this to my gym playlist, even though I know it's other people who listen to my junk too. But it'd be hard for me to be like, I don't even like those songs because I know that that's not really who you are. That's especially not Rob 49. Rob 49 really be on some real loud gangster shit. Like, so it'd be like, you making this song, it'd be like, damn, I know you just pandering to an audience. Like you, and just as a man, when I talk about recording like relationship topics, I'd be like, bro, you know that you this. I could literally all day long just talk about fucking sports all day or just whatever TV shows, but just like when you pandering and just forcing yourself to be like, oh yeah, well, I had this threesome and this girl ate my asshole. Like, bro, come on, nigga. Like niggas don't even really be comfortable talking about shit like that. And for you to sit here and literally that's what you gotta do every week, man, I ain't no way in hell. But shout out to Skilla Baby for at least him being honest and keeping it a buck. Like I really don't want to do this shit, but I know for a fact women gonna eat it up. And the sad thing is women will support you faster than men. They won't support each other as fast as they will, but they will support a nigga faster than other men will. Because other men will always feel like I can do whatever you're doing better than you. In other news, people were upset about Detroit and Detroit people's two people. If one, it was Peasy, and then it was also it was Peasy and Icewear Vezo. They took a picture and it went viral with Donald Trump because Donald Trump was in Detroit over the weekend and they killed them. But I'm gonna play this clip of Donald Trump and he was at a church and the pastor had some words for Obama and he had some words for Joe Biden.
Be here, President Obama never came to the hood, so to speak, right? President Joe Biden, he went to the big NAACP dinner, but he never came to the hood. So thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Very humble, really nice. Thank you. My honor.
So that was a clip. So realistically, and I get it, and I understand how some people get upset. But I tell y'all all the time when I had this conversation with my homegirl, it's easy for upper middle class black people to kind of think that we ain't supposed to vote for Donald Trump. But I always tell you, well, you don't know how hard it is for a lot of people who are black, and because of social media, you may not know. It's a lot of more lower class black people than social media allows it to project. And if you just go off of social media, it seems like everybody is upper middle class. Everybody got a bag. So none of us should want to vote for Trump. But just even listen to what he said. You're like, bro, Joe Biden or Obama never came to the hood. They didn't care about our needs. They never even came to talk about us, but you want our votes. And you want our votes and feel like we owe you a vote because we black. And them niggas is like, nah, come here. And that's why I'm not mad. You can't never tell people how to politically vote or how to feel when it comes to politics. It's damn near just like religion. And that's why back in the day, people would always be like, it's two topics I always stay away from, is politics and religion, because you never know what people's attachment is to that religion or to their political beliefs. So I can't be mad at somebody people in Detroit if that's the way they feel. If they feel like shit, well, he gonna come here. He came to the hood to talk to us. Even if he just came to just sell us some bullshit, at least he still came, where these other people never even came.
So what's worse? Somebody that's gonna show up because they need you, or somebody that's just like, okay.
I almost we can tie it into dating. It's called almost like shit. Lie to me a little bit, stroke my ego a little bit. All of us, let's be real, all of us want our ego stroked a little bit.
But I think that's different. So I'm gonna vote for you because you came to the hood. What did you do outside of come to the hood? Like when in his first go around, I don't think he went to the hood when they voted him in as president.
He might have didn't at that time. He probably didn't, and I feel like maybe he didn't. I think the original time because a lot of people say this, the first time he ran, I don't think he even actually thought he was going to beat Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, he didn't think he was going to win.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily know if he actually felt like he needed to go out and pander, but I mean, it's just realistically, it's just like
pandering. You talking about pandering? He's pandering. That's pandering.
But I'm gonna tell you why people probably respect it a little bit more because realistically we all sing content, even tying it to the Caitlin Clark. We all know what that fan base is like. And I even seen Plies make a tweet about that today. He was like, "Dog, 70% of the people who support Caitlin Clark, if you go to their page, I guarantee you'll see something about Donald Trump up there." So for you to know that that's not your audience for real, and you still to go out your way to come and pander to us, I would kind of respect that pander a little bit more because I know for a fact I'm not your fan base. I know for a fact your real fan base and your real supporters is middle America whites. So for you to go out your way and say, I'm going to come to the hood in Detroit and sit here and at least hear y'all out and hear what your voting needs is or what would urge you to come and vote for me, to me, I respect that more than sitting here saying, well, I know Joe Biden think I'm just going to vote for him just because I'm black.
Okay. I mean, I feel like
I can tell you even a better way to even tie it into just to like dating purposes. It's almost like if you sit here and know for a fact, I'm gonna give a nigga some cheeks. He know that I'm gonna give him some cheeks. We've been texting, we've been talking about sex, and the nigga don't eat my box to even get the party started. He feel like he just gonna just pull out a condom and we just gonna start fucking and we ain't do nothing. And I do apologize to a lot of women early in my 20s and even early in my 30s. That's how I move. I'm like, bitch, I already know I'm a fuck. I'm not eating no fucking pussy. What's the point? I don't have to, but women know you appreciate that vote, or you appreciate nigga eating your ass and eating your pussy because you know for a fact you was already gonna give him the cheeks, and he went out his way to eat your ass and suck your toes because you didn't ask for all that. You was just gonna get a nigga some box just because. So for a motherfucker to go out there wait and do the extra shit, it's kind of like, oh, all right, I respect that a little bit more. I didn't expect for you to be this nasty. So for Donald Trump, ain't nobody expecting him to go to be around. He in Detroit, in one of the blackest cities in America, and this nigga is literally at a round table just having regular conversations that feel how the voters feel.
Okay, I get that part, but okay, you related back to the sex thing. So you did this one time. You got my hopes up. So every time I see you, I'm expecting this.
For sure.
But you're not gonna show up like that all the time. So why get my hopes up?
I mean, because realistically,
then I'm mad.
I mean, of course, and I think, but guess what? What you just said, because you met, and that's how a lot of black people feel about Joe Biden right now. You're absolutely right, because realistically, and that's just, I mean, because most of us, especially if you black and your parents just told you just vote Democrat, and then you kind of the older you get and life gets stressful for you, it's kind of like, damn, why am I still doing this?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like you say, like, you got my hopes up. You promised us all this shit, or even for how some people feel about the student loans, where it's like some people got it and everybody ain't get it, and they trying to figure out, like, all right, damn, what I gotta do to get it? Why I haven't got this little? So I get it. I mean, I feel like that's almost the way with damn near with any of the politic things, or just with politicians as a whole. It's just like you got to kind of figure out which one you want to.
It's a lesser of the two evils. I'm not gonna vote for you because you came to the hood, because just as quick. And who did you speak to? You probably didn't speak to no hood people. You didn't get in there and be like, hey, what you need? I'm gonna get it. You came to a place where you felt safe, where you felt secure, and talked to whomever. They don't speak for all black people.
I mean, of course, but even just sitting here saying, but I do think sometimes with people, just think about even shit, you tied into sports, you tied into celebrities. Some people be fans for people for the rest of their life because shit, this person came to the hood, or they came, like, just say, what's bringing it to some DMV shit. Niggas love like Kevin Durant because he come to the Goodman and he still play like he's Kevin Durant. He still come to the Goodman and still play and still be dropping buckets. Also, some niggas will become diehard Kevin Durant fans because he still come to the hood and still play, and he don't got to. So it's just kind of like sometimes people appreciate that because, dog, we talking about if you come into the hood, motherfuckers ain't got a lot, dog. So they get happy about some of the smallest shit.
I mean, that's true.
Just even like you tie that into men dating wise. Don't think about if you ever dealt with a man who ain't never used to a woman doing shit for him, and the first time you cook for this nigga, he gonna lose his fucking mind because he ain't never had a bitch cook for him ever in his life.
I mean,
and don't know how to listen. And I'm a nigga, and I know I've dealt with a lot of women who don't cook. So when you finally get a woman who cook for you, oh my dog, you be on her dick so hard because it just be like,
but that she cooked for you, but everything else is just trash, right? You staying? Just because you cook for me, just cause you cooking, it might, since you've never even had nobody cook for you, you don't even know whether that's good or not.
I'm gonna but I'm gonna to just we could screw we could stay right here on the relationship on the cooking part, screw the politics thing, and just keep it right here on that part. Women who cook, I don't know too many women who actually really cook real meals for men and their pussy or their head be trash. I don't even think those two things go hand in hand.
No, I'm not saying sex, but I mean that could be. But what if it's just like she's just a trash person?
I might look past a lot of that. Because what if
you want to ignore the red flags?
Yeah, for that. If you come in with home cooked meals and you a freak in the bed, it's gonna be a lot of red flags that I ain't gonna pay attention to. I'm gonna be honest. And you might be able to get away with nagging a lot more. Especially if I really can't cook like you gonna be able to get away with a lot of shit.
That's crazy.
But how many? It ain't too many niggas who can cook as good as women. So if you are one of them type of niggas, or you really may just not care, and you may not put up with a lot of shit. But if you know for a fact how hard it is, let's just sit here. I'm gonna paint a number out here for women. Let's just sit here and say if I've been with let's just say 100 or 50. Let's say you make the number a little bit small. Let's say if I've been with 50 women, and only out of them 50, only 3 have ever cooked for me. I guarantee you, those women, them 3 women who cook for me out of them 50, always gonna have a special heart in my fucking place. I'm sure women who cook for men, it still be niggas from however long ago, always on your heels. Anytime you post something and then you look single, niggas is in them DMs consistently. And I don't give a fuck if you feel like you physically look. I guarantee you that them niggas don't give a fuck, and them niggas is always still trying to be lurking on your page and trying to make sure they stay as close as possible to you, because niggas appreciate a good fucking home cooked meal. No, because we talk about it all the time. Families don't even have good Sunday dinners no more. So if that's a whole dynamic as a black family has broke up, you think a nigga gonna let a good woman who can actually cook and suck a mean? Man, you crazy as hell. I promise you it's gonna be hard to get rid of some of them niggas. What else we got on this thing? Oh yeah, Jay-Z. People who was giving AB and people, Antonio Brown is a little bit slow. He's a little bit off, but I'm not gonna hold you. Sometimes when what they say, the clock can be right at least twice a day. Well, Antonio Brown called out Jay-Z for performing at Tom Brady's jersey retirement at the Patriots thing. And this was a sold out event, because they even made it, it was a post about it, where they were saying that was the same day that Boston was in the, it was at game 3 of the NBA Finals. And they sold tickets. They sold tickets to come into the Boston Garden, or the TD Garden, whatever it's called, for people to watch the game in the arena. So that was sold out. And this Tom Brady, and this is all in Massachusetts, all in Boston, and Tom Brady's jersey retirement thing was at the Patriots Jones. So literally both of these Jones is sold out, and this was like, damn, Boston fan base is just different. They kind of crazy with it. But anyway, so Jay-Z came out and performed, and he performing, and of course it was probably in front of a bunch of rich white people. And we talked about, it's in Boston, Massachusetts. If you've been listening to this podcast enough, you know that I always, even when I used to have my friends from Boston come on the show, and I used to bust their balls about, bro, y'all shit is super white. And that proved it when Jay-Z performed at Tom Brady's thing, because the only person at this Tom Brady event actually knew the Jay-Z songs was Tom Brady. So people was calling Jay-Z out saying, damn, Jay-Z, you didn't even come and perform in none of the hip-hop 50 stuff. Because even when Nas did the big thing at the Yankee Stadium, it was like, dog, you ain't pop out at nothing. You popped out at no hip hop at 50, but you got the audacity to sit here and perform for Tom Brady at his jersey thing, and none of the people in the crowd even gave a fuck that you was there.
I'm sure he got paid.
Maybe, but they kind of they kind of friendly to a certain extent. They kind of do a lot of buddy stuff.
Oh, so you don't think he?
I mean, he probably. I don't know. I don't necessarily know, because if we actually real friends, I don't know if
are they real friends?
Only reason why I say I don't know, because you got to think about it. The whole Meek Mill's Robert Kraft thing, Jay-Z and Robert Kraft kind of cool. Like all of that is kind of like Jay-Z kind of affiliated and tied Meek in, or Meek, like I don't necessarily know who tied who in, but all of them are kind of real friendly. Like they be in a lot of pictures together. They be at a lot of sporting events together. So I don't necessarily know. And then that could be kind of like Jay-Z, like a favor for a favor type of thing. Tom Brady trying to, buy, I think he would bought into the Raiders or whatever the case may be. So I'm sure if I'm Jay-Z really want to be an owner of an NFL team, you kind of always want to kind of rub elbows with them people. So I don't know, how would you charge Tom Brady for this? I mean, I'm sure maybe, Tom Brady rich, Robert Kraft rich, so I'm sure, if they wanted to throw Jay-Z some bread, then maybe, but I don't necessarily know if he would charge, because it seemed like he just too buddy with them niggas.
Okay.
So, I don't know. And then I guess in other news, Jay-Z news, he did come out and perform with Alicia Keys, and people, of course, were saying they was waiting for Lil Mama to pop out. I believe it was the 75th Tony Awards. And I don't necessarily know if the winners of stuff came out yet, because I think Alicia Keys does have a Broadway play based off of her life. I believe it's called Hell's Kitchen. So They perform new, what is it? Was it Empire State of Mind? Damn, my words is messed up. I can't even pronounce it, but y'all know that New York City. I'm just stumbling over my words. So they did perform that one, and people, of course, again, they was just making fun of Lil Mama. People wasn't mad about that, but a lot of people were really mad at him performing at the Tom Brady thing, and really was just like, damn, you couldn't do no hip hop as 50, which is kind of crazy, especially for Jay-Z to be one of the bigger rappers of the last fucking 2-3 decades. For people to consider you as a GOAT and you do no hip hop 50, and then the next time, and Jay-Z ain't performing in a long time, so that you haven't performed maybe say in a couple years. I think the last time Jay-Z actually performed probably was what, the last when him and Beyonce was on tour, and that was before the pandemic. So you saying here that people might have not seen you perform in 4 or 5 years, and the first time they see you is at a Tom Brady event, and not at one of them hip hop 50 Jones, do seem kind of cry festival, and then people called him out like, nigga, that's super zesty. And his defense was, niggas, what do you mean? It's gay women who be at Pride too. So what make that gay about me one performing in front of women? I mean, that was a nice cleanup, but nigga, we know realistically when you think about Pride, it's kind of like
a whole bunch of men.
Yeah, for some reason, because he is absolutely right. If we keeping it a buck, I mean, women do be out there, but I don't think the women don't stand out as much as the men. Like if any major city and they have a Pride Fest there in your city, nigga, you know the difference between it. Like it's like. The women may be just a little bit more mellow and chill with their shit. The men be real like drunk and loud. And Paul's no homo. A lot of niggas be in good shape. Them niggas be running around the town with booty shorts on and no shirt. So you be knowing when them niggas is in town, dog. It ain't like, this ain't just like some we don't necessarily know. Now you be knowing when them niggas in town. So I get how people kind of was like, nigga, that's kind of gay. Like, what the fuck do you want to perform there?
But it could open up different doors for him. I don't mean he gay, but that's a whole nother market that he could be getting money from.
I agree with you.
And they're gonna support him if they like him.
Of course. Shout out to Saucy Santana because he performed in Baltimore over the weekend, and he performed at their Pride thing, and they came out for him. But it's just a little like, but that's on brand for Saucy Santana. Them allegations for NLE Chopper is already getting crazy because he do that little dance and he got that song, If I Was a Baddie, I Want to Slut Me Out Too. So it's kind of like, all right, dog, you pushing the line and you pushing it hard as hell.
I feel like he just trying to open up because, like I said, you opening up another little market for you. It don't have to be nothing attached to it. But then again, it wouldn't surprise me if it was.
I mean, yeah, you might be right, but I'm mad that we didn't tie this one into earlier, but I guess we kind of spread out all the divorce conversations. Tyler Perry is facing criticism because he has a trailer for a new movie coming out called Divorced in Black. And basically people like Tyler Perry is like the king of kind of fucking like you give black people opportunity, but you be doubling and tripling down on a lot of the stereotypes.
So it's called Divorced in Black?
Yeah.
So what's the problem with it? I mean, if you look at all of his shows or his plays, it's some dysfunction in everything.
In the black, with black relationships for sure.
Right, so
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's on brand for him, but a lot of people feel like, God damn, nigga, do you know how to paint black people in a different light besides leaning into the stereotypes?
They don't have no problem with nothing else. Like what they calling Tyler Perry out for? They watch it. If you start watching it, then maybe he wouldn't make it. But you watch it all the time.
For sure. I mean, and you're absolutely right. And I mean, that is one of those.
I mean, did he have any? I mean, he got the little shows on TV, like, that have the family, but like, I don't understand what the problem is. Would they want you to paint them in a more positive light? But you support the Krishan Rocks, the Blue Faces, you support the baddies, but you're not going to support him.
Listen, I'm with you, and I totally agree with you that it should be. I guess it's like when you draw the line on that one? I don't necessarily know. I mean, I get it, and I'm with you. And while we talking about TV, talking about Tyler Perry, the stats is in, and I don't necessarily know how to be pulled this one off. But right now, they saying we are in a new era of the streaming platforms, and Tubi is thriving over Netflix, Disney, and Max and Peacock. And I don't necessarily, and maybe because it's free. It's free and it's a whole bunch of content. I do think realistically, one, I mean, of course, most people, we just like free stuff. And then two, people are lazy. People will clown how the acting or the quality of the shows, but I think people are so lazy and cheap that it's easier to sit here and say, I go rather go down a rabbit hole on stuff on Tubi than sit here and be paying for all these other streaming services. People just want something to watch, something to entertain them for whatever period of time they got to watch TV.
And they put some of those movies on Tubi. It's not just black movies or stuff like it's like regular movies on Tubi too.
What
And
you-
it like because me and my daughter just watched one yesterday. It was a white movie or whatever, but it was on Tubi.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, one thing I can say, it's weird how how black people our promo game is for stuff, because we will like you'll promote stuff so crazy and then we don't realize what we promoting until you realize like, oh, people thought like I don't even necessarily know if Tubi is even owned by black people. I don't know the real dynamics behind them, but I do hear a lot of people sitting here saying like just Tubi kind of slowly but surely putting other stuff up on there besides whatever the ghetto stuff was.
It's turning like a Netflix type thing.
And it's free now, so it's kind of like all these other apps is charging more and they cracking down on sharing the password. So I mean, what do you expect?
And some in the movies, like it is terrible acting, but a lot of it has a good storyline. If they had better actors and actresses, it's funny.
I mean, I'm with you. I am always a fan of a good power. I mean, I'm a fan of a good storyline more than the acting. The acting don't, to me, because I'm not an actor, so I don't even really realistically know how to judge acting. To me, I would judge the storyline more than I would acting, and I think that's even like with the shot of me. That's kind of like you feel like it's all over the place a little bit because you're trying to. To me, it seems like they're trying to figure out which one of these actors or storylines can become the bigger storyline, so it bounces all over the place. But I do want to play this clip real quick before we get into power and into the shot.
Brother, you got the gray under here. 71. You look good, brother. 71. And wife? She was your wife for 39 years. But you bought the tickets when you were still married? Like, why are you guys still hanging out? You back together for 10 days? Let's fucking go. 68? If y'all break up again, let me know. Can I ask why the divorce the first time? Oh, that was... She said, I'll let you answer that. Hey, man, you don't need to see anything. I see where the attitude comes from. I wouldn't put up with this shit either, man, if I'm being honest. Go ahead, sir. What'd she do? 50th high school reunion. Okay. Your old girlfriend was there. People in the back, it gets juicy. She doesn't anymore, but the stories. And ended up not working out, right? Good. He reached back out? You reached back out?
She fucked her lawyer.
He said she fucked her lawyer! That's how you get the house and the divorce, baby. That's how you get it. Did you really? Oh, God damn it. Fuck. Somebody said she's for the street. She's 68. It's a dirt road. You came from Tampa just to see me? Oh, that's so sweet, man. But also, this is the most Tampa shit I've ever heard of in my entire life, dude. If you would have given me 5 guesses, that would have made top 5 for sure. Oh, the other lawyer used to be your lawyer. Wow, he fucked both of you. Wow. She said he had a little dick, so you were like, all right, I'm back. All right. And you know what? That's love, if I'm being honest. That's love. Ladies, if you ever cheat on your man, don't. But if you want us back, just be like, it was so small anyways. And we'll be like, for real.
Shout outs to Matt Rife. For people who don't know who that is, to me, he out of all the, and I guess we can kind of tie that in 2 seconds too. It was a list the Complex put out of the 20th funniest people on social media. And Matt Rife, I mean, of course, and a lot of, I guess, on that Complex list, it seemed like it was a lot of black comedians. I think the only white dude was the Theo Von dude. But to me, Matt Rife is absolutely one of the funny. And I think they said they didn't try to put on no actual just people who are really comedians. And so they kind of wanted to put people who do skits. I think that's how come Drewski was number one. But this dude, realistically, to me, he got some of the best crowd work that you will ever see. Screw on just social media, but just comedian wise, period. Because a lot of people, I like B. Simone and a lot of newer comedians, they all do like crowd work. Because a lot of bigger comedians, they look down on people who do crowd work. But this nigga is literally got famous off of his crowd work. Like, he got super popular on TikTok, then it translated to YouTube, and now of course it then kind of tied into Instagram. But no, his crowd work is elite. I'm not gonna hold you. Like, I don't know too many people who do better crowd work than him. But like I said, again, that list, and who was it? Desi Banks, who was upset because he was number 8 on that list. I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't necessarily think Desi Banks is that funny. I think Desi Banks do a lot of stealing and shit from other people's stuff. And some people say the same thing about Drewski, but I don't know though. It's something about Drewski where it's like, I ain't too many Drewski videos I seen that I didn't laugh. I felt like just sometimes with Desi Banks, sometimes he tried too hard. I ain't saying he's not funny. And to me, top 8 out of 20 is not bad unless you just don't respect the other people that was on there. But it seemed like he kind of was hating. Even when the list came out, he was like, damn, I must not be shit. And then people were just like, nigga, you ain't funny, or you not funnier than Drewski. Drewski is hilarious. That I don't know if y'all have seen it, but if you haven't seen the clips already of casting that Kevin Hart and Drewski when they was doing their little 24-hour jump, that shit is hilarious. That I'm saying, there's literally, I probably done seen like 20, 30 clips, nigga. That shit is hilarious. Even from when Kevin Hart FaceTime LeBron James and them two niggas, Drewski and Castanet, was just acting young as hell. They was just happy as shit. Oh my God, LeBron said nigga. Did y'all hear that? LeBron said nigga. Like, and LeBron like, hold on, time, y'all can hear me. And he's like, yeah, you just said nigga in front of 700,000 people, whatever. So, but there was just them acting like kids. I ain't gonna lie, I'm not mad at Drewski being number one. I'm, like I said, Desi Banks is cool. Maybe I don't even necessarily. I ain't mad. I'm not even. I'm kind of mad that Country Wayne wasn't on it, because Country Wayne to me is like, he actually put a lot of time and effort into his jokes, and his skits be way more relatable, and they just not how I'm trying to be hilarious. So I'm kind of surprised that Country Wayne not on there, but I'm not mad at Drewski being number one. But let's get ready to get into the Shy, and let's get into some of this power. Let that joint load up.
Tonight, federal court records are revealing how the FBI broke up a plot to stop a man.
If Rookie of the Year was picked today, I give it to Angel. There's still stuff about her game that I'm like, I wish she would have stayed another year. And that is just from an offensive standpoint of working on her post game, working on her post moves. I do think that'll come with time. To me, the stuff that Angel brings is, one, she gonna play hard, period. No matter who they're playing. And Kenyon, you can speak to this. Rebounding is about effort, and I want it more than you, and I'm just gonna go get it. That is the best part of Angel's game right now. I think she's averaging a double-double.
12
That's
and 10.
impressive. That's impressive for anybody, let alone a rookie, to come in and do that.
Well, I'm just letting that up and it's playing on YouTube. That was Cheryl Swoop. And I'm not gonna lie, I remember I posted, now this shit got endless. That's why I do love Threads. It got endless. I was watching, she do almost all the commentating she do is for the Dallas Wings. And I was just like, bro, she's the best one to do it, because it's just a black woman. She put a little bit more swag on her jump. Like when I be watching some of them WNBA games, and even if it's a black man, he just don't, most of them niggas be uppity. They don't put that, she be putting that swag on them. When them commentating them games, no, she be smoking them jumps. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Cheryl Swoop. So let's get into this other stuff though that we're supposed to be talking about.
Who spoke with him more than a dozen times. Tonight, federal court records are revealing how the FBI broke up a plot to stop a mass shooting. Back in October, the FBI says it began its investigation into Marc Prieto after a confidential informant who spoke with him more than a dozen times over 3 years at various gun shows said Prieto called for a mass shooting targeting blacks, Jews, and Muslims before the 2024 presidential election. During a January gun show in Phoenix, Prieto tried recruiting that informant and an undercover FBI agent. According to court records, Prieto wanted to carry the plan out in Georgia because, he says, when he was a kid, that was one of the most conservative states in the country. More specifically, Prieto wanted to carry out the attack at a rap concert because he said there would be, quote, a high concentration of African Americans. During a February meetup at a gun show, Prieto began offering details of the plan, including the number of guns to be used. During this meetup, Prieto sold that undercover agent a gun for $2,000 and said he would also like to use grenades during the attack because it can, quote, cause panic. At another gun show in March in Prescott Valley, Prieto provided more specific details. That attack would take place in Atlanta at State Farm Arena on May 14th or 15th. Performing that night was rapper Bad Bunny. During that gun show, Prieto sold an AR-15 rifle to that undercover agent for $1,000 and told them to, quote, bring as many magazines as the gun could carry. In the following weeks, agents continued to monitor Prieto's movements. During an April meetup, Prieto continued to fine-tune his plans, even discussing heading east to do reconnaissance, but emphasized the attack, quote, must happen prior to the election and as soon as possible. Authorities arrested Prieto back on May 14th as he crossed into New Mexico. Investigators say he had several guns in his truck, even more found at his home in Prescott while executing a search warrant.
I mean, I guess just one of the reasons why I always sit here and say is like, one, you got to pray a lot. Pray a lot. Get your own. I'm not telling who who to pray to or how to pray to them, but to get you a strong prayer life, because bro, just that's how crazy other people are in the world, and you never know. Just think about it. They didn't catch him, and the sad thing is, again, that's why sometimes I don't argue with white people about black people stuff on social media. That's why I'm telling you, I will debate and talk to black men, black women about basketball or whatever, or music. I don't talk to white people about black stuff, because this nigga's literally said he's gonna go to a Bad Bunny concert. Let me just help for any white people who maybe listen to my voice. One, Bad Bunny is not a rapper, and two, us not a lot of black people who listen to Bad Bunny. So you would have literally went up there and wasted your goddamn time looking for black people at a Bad Bunny concert. Hate to tell you, that wasn't how it was gonna work, Jack. It's like I don't even necessarily. I know black. I mean, I said black, but call him Black Bunny. Bad Bunny is a big deal, but he is not a big deal in the black community. I don't give a fuck if he was performing in Atlanta. Every Spanish person in Atlanta would have been the people there. It would have not been a bunch of black people. But again, I just wanted to play that clip just to let people know, bro, it's a lot of crazy people out here. And you probably, realistically, sometimes you should be very. That's why I ain't gonna say scared, but you be respectful to a lot of people, because you don't just think about people. If it's somebody that crazy, I'm sure there's other people who may be just as crazy as him, but not to the extent where they willing to do a mass shooting. But it's people that crazy to literally all it's gonna take is one day for them to snap. It could take something very small as just like you cutting them off in traffic, or you not holding the door for them, or it could be something small. And that's why I be just like, bro, it won't kill you to be extra polite to people, even if you maybe be tired, just saying thank you, somebody hold the door for you, or you hold the door for somebody else. Like those little things can kind of just keep you from triggering somebody's crazy, because that shit to me just sound crazy. And it's just sad on how much hatred people really got. Like, don't you see, this nigga was planning this shit out for months and going to different gun shows and going to this, that, and the third. And it was just like, damn, imagine if he wasn't selling that stuff to FBI agents and he was selling it to regular other people who was just as crazy as he was, or had that much hate in their heart. So like I said, man, just get your prayer life. Make sure your prayer life is in strong. And real quick, before we move on to the TV talk like we was about to, I do want to play this clip of Scarlett, because we talked about her last week when she put out that video of her shaking her butt trying to premiere a new song. So, of course, and me and Marcus were saying, I'm sure because how bad they were smoking her in the comment section, we knew that she was going to see it. So this is her response for seeing it.
Hey, guys. So there's a few things I would like to address with my supporters. I know a few days ago, y'all saw me shaking my booty on the internet. I want to say I apologize to all y'all and anybody I offended. I did not mean to. Now, I know everybody's like, no, we don't want you doing that, da-da-da. I understand that, right? Like, I'm not just out here just wilding. Like, let me tell y'all one thing. No one's forcing me to do anything. Promise that. I come up with these things in my head, like these crazy ideas, and I want you guys to like grow with me. Don't put me in a box. I'm always gonna give y'all that street shit. I mean, I'm the best to do it, right? And we all know that. So, like, don't ever worry about that. I'm gonna always give y'all what's needed. I'm gonna always feed the streets because, you know, streets is hungry. But I want to, like, tap into what's in me and let it out. It's something in me that just wants to come out. Shout out to my team and my label. Like, I want to say, like,
so basically, I mean, just to speed it up a little bit, because she do talk a little too slow for my taking. She basically was just trying to say that her label didn't force her to do it. That's not nobody coaching her to shake her butt. She's still realistically, she should just say, bro, I'm a woman. I want to shake my ass sometimes. You could have just wrapped all that up easily. Like, bro, stop trying to, I can still rap. I'm still going to rap very aggressive, but nigga, I'm still a woman. My coochie still get wet, nigga. I want to shake my ass a little bit. That's what I want to put out, a song that I can listen to of my own. Shake your ass. She did a horrible job. The song still sucked, and I don't still want to see her shake her ass because I do feel like it's just not on brand. And sometimes it's not even about putting you in a box. It's just like, I mean, you just look uncomfortable trying to do it. Like, if it looked natural, I don't think people would care. Like, niggas don't get mad at Asian Doll for like posting, like, shit, Asian Doll got an OnlyFans page. People clown her for it, but that's on brand for her. Like, if you go to Asian Doll page, and I told that last week when I said, bro, she raps very aggressive, but though she got endless half naked pictures on her socials. So I don't necessarily know what to tell you about that. So I mean, it is what it is. And while we talking about music, I hope y'all listen to that new Don Toliver. I'm not gonna lie to you. Just go straight to that song with him and Kodak Black. I think that's like song number 3 on it. Oh my God, that shit cranks so hard. And if you are a Don Toliver fan, to me, I like this last project, but I feel like this one is 100 times better. He put out a new project. Moneybagg Yo put out a new joint. It was cool. Like, it was like, it's just Moneybagg Yo. If you like Moneybagg Yo, you're gonna like the project. That, to me, that's all I can really say about that one. But I'm not gonna lie. Just 2 other things that I was surprised by. I was surprised with Quavo put out a new song called Mink. I haven't heard this version of Quavo in a long, long time. I feel like I may have not heard Quavo rap this aggressive or have a song that cranked this hard by himself, maybe in like 5 or 6 years, to be honest. So that one was, if you haven't heard that new Quavo Mink, go check that one out. What was the other new song? And Sports Center by Bossman D-Lo. Of course, it's another Bossman D-Lo song. And shout outs to Adam 21 was giving Bossman D-Lo some credit for just his kind of the way realistically how he's going under the radar with just putting out good music and people actually, and it's not really just on some gangster rah shoot 'em up bang bang. It's on some real life just getting money type of situation. And just real quick, I do want to play this clip of this young lady who was at this Chris Brown concert, and of course we talked about it last week, so we don't got to draw the topic out too much. But this lady, her boyfriend basically wanted to call it quits.
Better never grab my.
Which meet and greet did you have? This is from.
This is from Columbus.
Oh, Columbus.
Yep. Literally after my picture went viral, my boyfriend broke up with me about a week later after arguing because he felt like Chris was too close on me. I'm just like, it's one of the most respectable pictures. It was like I was better never grabbing my ankles. But I would trade my ex for meeting Chris Brown 100 more times. So definitely really, really right there.
So I mean, that was now that one. Sometimes I be wondering, is some of this stuff real? Because it's just like, bro, did you see that picture?
Mm-mm.
Man, this picture was like, like, bro, this picture was innocent as hell. Like, that's why sometimes I don't believe something. Like, that's why sometimes because we live in the times where like we know people say stuff just to go viral. Everything kind of be like up in the air, and you don't know what is what. But it was just like, bro, this picture was so mid. Like, I wouldn't break up with my girl for this.
Like high school, like at the prom or something.
Yeah, this was literally like a prom joke. Like, I'm going with my homeboy to the prom. This ain't even like this ain't a nigga I'm trying to lose my virginity to at prom. This was like literally like, oh, I ain't had nobody to go to prom with, so I went with my neighbor type of picture. Like, it ain't even that crazy. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Some real deal hustlers. Look, hey, look, fuck them. Out here hustling, boy. I respect it, boy. Atlanta, boy. Some real deal hustlers. Look, hey, look, fuck them windows. Go ahead, you hit that one. So fuck them. How much you charge?
I charge $5.
I'm gonna give you 100. Don't take the rest of the day off. Fuck these niggas. All right? Don't take the rest of the day off, nigga. Love. Stay safe, little bro. Yeah. Out here hustling, boy.
Well, shout outs to the baby, and then shout outs to that young man, because I think he learned. Because I know maybe it was like a year and some change ago, the baby went viral because what what was this? Somebody was, and he was in New York, and they was trying to sell him some candy. He was trying to buy the whole box of candy, but the little boy tried to up the price on him, so it ended up turning the baby off, and he didn't want to buy the candy. He ended up just giving the little boy like $20 or something and went about his business because the little boy was trying to say like I forgot what the price was. It was something crazy. So I liked that this little boy kind of maybe he seen that video and he kind of knew like, all right, I know how to go left if I try to overcharge him. So he was like, man, I charge $5. So shout out to the baby for giving him $100 anyway. And matter of fact, I should have played this clip along with the dude who got caught in Atlanta, because this is another gun jump that the Supreme Court has just I want to say they passed a bill with something with the bumps. Basically, it's the switches on the gun. They would call it a bump stock though. I think that's the right
could
name.
regulate bumps.
Reporter Yamiche Alcindor, who is right outside. We just got a new decision, and it has to deal with gun rights. Yamiche, fill us in.
That's right. So in 2018, Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump at the time, told the ATF that they could regulate bump stocks, which is this mechanism that allows guns to fire like machine guns, that they could regulate that and in some ways outlaw that. The Supreme Court is now saying that needs to be done away with, that bump stocks cannot be regulated as machine guns. This is a 6-3 decision. It's along party lines, which means that this really is taking away a gun regulation that was endorsed and passed under Donald Trump's presidency. So this is big news here in terms of we were watching a number of gun decisions, but in this case, it's Garland v. Cargill. It's saying that bump stocks, which again is this mechanism that allows guns to fire more rounds than usual, that cannot be regulated as a machine gun. So that's taking away that regulation.
And do we know the spread on this, Yamiche? Forgive if you said it right off the top. And what is the reasoning?
So right now, it's a 6-3 decision along party lines. That, of course, is the conservative majority. So 6 conservative justices are saying that bump stocks cannot be regulated as machine guns, and 3 of the liberal justices are disagreeing with them here. From the language that's being used, it's saying that the ATF exceeded its authority when regulating bump stocks, that bump stocks cannot be regulated in the way.
So for people who don't know what bump stocks is, or guess on street terms or rapper terms, it is a switch. It's basically, and you put the switch on a Glock, and it makes the gun speed up. It literally make it turn into it, basically shoot like a machine gun. So a gun that is not made to shoot like a machine gun, if you put a switch on it, it will turn it into a machine gun. So basically that's what a bump stock is for people who don't know like that. I mean, that's the legit term is that, but realistically the street term is a switch. Just for people who don't know, boyfriend broke up with Chris Brown. Oh yeah, because we did talk about Chris Brown. Chris Brown did get stuck in the air. He was performing almost like, and not, of course, not like that Miguel Jones, because Miguel Jones was attached actually into his back, but Chris Brown was on a harness, and he basically he was, I want to say he was in New Jersey performing, and he got stuck, and I want to say he was stuck in the air for maybe like, I think they said he performed like 3 songs, stuck right there trying to get down. So I mean, shout outs to Chris Brown. And in fact, Joe, of course, had a hot take that to me is not really a hot take. I feel like it's kind of watered down at this point, where he was basically sitting here saying if Chris Brown never had that incident with Rihanna, Chris Brown will probably be looked at as just as big as Michael Jackson, if not bigger than Michael Jackson. I feel like at this point, that's kind of like a hot take. It's not necessarily, I mean, not a hot take. That take is kind of cold at this point. And it was a young man. I don't know how you pronounce his name. Basketball. It's Terrence. It's Terrence Shannon Jr. And this young man, I think he goes to, did he go to school in Illinois? He might have. He was in college, and he was, I guess, supposed to be looking like he was getting ready for the draft, because I think they said he's still going through with the process of entering in the draft, but basically got hit with a rape charge. And the girl accused him of rape, and then I guess after realistically he took it to court, they done all the tests or whatever the case may be, and he was found not guilty. So a lot of people, I even seen LeBron, share his post or whatever the case may be, and I seen a lot of just other athletes kind of trying to warn some of the younger guys to just pay attention and be a little bit more careful, and don't be so horny. Because I mean, of course, sometimes you can't avoid some of these situations, but sometimes you can, because you can not be like in a dying and need emergency to be like going to these parties and fucking with every girl because she's drunk or she just took a pill or doing whatever the case may be. You kind of got to realistically be careful until, especially, and I guess if you are a parent and your kid is really like looking like the promises of being a great athlete. And I ain't even talking about going professional, but just to actually even be able to get like a fucking free ride to go to school. Man, you kind of really need to be hard on them. Just if they gonna date, man, find them, tell them to get them a girlfriend, and nigga, you better fucking and just be with this one girl. Like, I know that's kind of a lot to ask for a 17, 18-year-old, 19, 20, but dog, that to me is, especially in this day and age where it's like, where people throw around these allegations and these charges so recklessly, man, you got to be very careful, because that could have literally ended his career. Like his career, he could absolutely have no career because, and then I even seen somebody, I forgot who posted it. I seen it was one of them athletes, and it was like, dog, you is as much as people was trying to tear him down, you're not going to see as many people champion or giving him the outlets or the proper to let people know, hey, he didn't get found convicted. He beat those charges and it's not on his record. So it's just like you kind of look at that when you hear those stories, it just get a little bit weird. And we didn't talk about Sexy Red getting into an altercation over it was probably like literally the next day right after we recorded last week. Sexy Red got into a brawl again in New Jersey at the Newark airport. Sexy Red got it cracking. The only thing I would recommend for Sexy Red is for her to get a better security team. Because I get it. I mean, just like most male rappers, you just try to put your friends on. Like, okay, my friends are crash out for me. I pay them and allow them to do security. But realistically, you could tell in that instant, if I'm Sexy Red, especially as popular as she has become, you need some real security. Because you should have never had to personally pick up an object yourself and try to hit somebody with it. And shout outs to whoever one of her friends was that knocked her down and made her drop the because she picked up basically like one of those metal jumps that kind of normally be used like the rope stuff off. And she was trying to hit somebody with it. One of her friends just pushed her down and she fell down with the jump because one, them shits is heavy. So for her to kind of even try to pick it up and swing at somebody, if she would have hit somebody with that, I'm 100% positive that would have been the craziest lawsuit she would have ever received. And to even get into it with somebody in the airport, though, you need to fly. Like you can't just be on your John Madden and Greyhound and then being on a bus the whole entire time. That one is not going to work for you. So shout outs to whoever on her team was smart enough to knock her down. But I would just recommend Sexy. You need to get some real security, dog. Like there's no way in hell you should have been in the middle of a brawl. Nowhere. Like maybe in a club and it's you and some girls and they just like, but not at especially not in the airport, dog. And he was getting it looked like she was getting into it with niggas. So I don't even know what type of niggas they was. But while we talking about Greyhound, the mega bus company is saying that their business is failing. They down 90% of whatever income they was making before the pandemic. They are still 90% down since the pandemic. Like they just can't bounce back. So for people who probably don't know what the mega bus is in DC, they call it. I mean, they got the China bus. You can go to New York for basically they say for $1, but it's like $15. You can get a round trip to go to New York for $15. And the other ones, if you can't get it for 15 straight going both ways, it'll be like 15 one way and 15 back, so $30. I know if you ever been to New York and you live in the DMV area, I'm sure you done got on the China bus before. But of course, the China bus, the mega bus, all the same thing. Basically, those buses that just make that trip up and down the East Coast. So I don't necessarily know how. I don't know if people just stopped going to New York. And I can imagine probably during the pandemic because the New York was one of the most strictest cities when it came to the COVID laws and stuff like that. But I don't know why it's still like that now. Or some people maybe just, I don't know. People may not go up there no more. I don't necessarily know what it is. What's the real reasoning behind it? But like I said, we done talked about. I feel like I touched the whole list. We can get into the shy. Yeah, we can get into the shy and get into power. Oh, I forgot to talk about the bishop real quick. We can get straight in it. We can tie that into the shy. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this one could tie right into the shaft for people who don't remember the pastor in Brooklyn who basically they they basically, most people said he faked the robbery in church on course on live stream just to kind of like, that was just his bag. He was a finesser. He was a scammer. People don't know who I'm talking about. Talking about Bishop Lamor Whitehead. They call him what they call him, the bedazzled preacher, the Gucci preacher, the scamming preacher, but y'all all know who I'm talking about. He has been viral for multiple occasions, and he got sentenced to 9 years. He got sentenced for 9 years for extorting and fraud out of his congregation. And the reason why I say you can kind of tie that into the Shy, because realistically, if you have been keeping up or been watching the Shy, you kind of know that the pastor that Papa is flocking to, and that's the little girl's dad. Oh, he's a scammer, though. You can tell he's really on that bread hard, and he broke Papa off some bread this weekend. Gave Papa some money because Papa, they was trying to raise, they had a Halloween, instead of having a Halloween party, they had a church service on Halloween, like most churches do. And he was in, and he had Papa selling the youth church to the people. He was like, man, we building up this pool and all this other stuff. He gassed it up, sold it real right. People donated money, and he ended up giving Papa a bankroll. And Papa was like, damn, why you give, you know what I'm saying? What's this money for? Don't you think this should go into whatever, basically what they was raising the money for? And the the pastor was like, nah, you got to, you working, you doing God's work a little bit. You need to treat yourself, buy yourself something nice. And then it was just still, Papa was kind of just like, damn, he probably, he gonna take the money because he, you know what I'm saying, he trying to learn from the dude. He ain't trying to rub him the wrong way. But of course, he did end up still rubbing him the wrong way. Just a little speed the story up a little bit. Of course, we talked about it. What was that, a week ago now or 2 weeks ago? Jacob was dealing with the pastor's wife, and she came to the Halloween party. Jacob had a Halloween party at Victor's house, and she showed up, and she realistically probably was outside of Victor, she probably was the oldest person there, so she kind of stood out like a sore thumb. But Papa came up to the party real quick, passing out flyers, trying to get people to come to the church, and he seen the first lady. First lady ain't even pay Papa no attention. Like, they made eye contact, and she kind of just like, all right, yeah, whatever. So then, I guess the pastor ended up bringing up his wife, and then Papa was like, hey, do you know where your wife was at the other day? And he kind of was like, no, nigga, I ain't her secretary. Why am I supposed to know where she was at? So with all that being said, Papa tried to question their relationship a little bit, asking like, hey, do you trust her? And the pastor was like, yeah, as far as I could throw her. And he was, and the crazy thing, Papa was like, well, how far you think you could throw her? And that kind of had the pastor like, nigga, just get the fuck out of my face, so I want my money back.
He getting on my nerves. I don't see how he can't see this pastor for what he is.
I think people, to be honest, I think a lot of people just be so blind behind the religion thing. And I think the sad thing is, you can kind of even see how people was so judgmental on TD Jakes, or how I talk about how women be so judgmental on Jamal Bryant, because I feel like people put pastors at such a high pedestal, like these people are supposed to be perfect, or they know what's right because they, understand the Bible more than most people. So I think Papa just kind of blind from that because he just liked the way this dude is more cooler than his dad. And that's how most, let's be real. A lot of people, that's how they look at their dad. Like, they love and respect their dad, but a lot of people just don't see their dad as being cool. So you kind of look at this pastor where it's like, he a little bit more swaggy, he a little bit more entertaining, he a little bit more useful. So you kind of a blind eye to what's really going on directly in your face. Like, you clear as day can see this nigga is dead wrong and he really ain't doing right. And you still just like, all right, you just going along with this shit.
Because he knew it was wrong to take the money, because you probably going to turn around and ask for more donations next week. But if you would have kept this money, then we could have it.
And you would exactly, and you wouldn't even need no more donations, because he gave him some bread. Like, he ain't give him like no $200. He gave that nigga some racks.
Yeah, I don't. But I think this episode, like you said, it's kind of all over the place. I don't know, like, they just trying to find out who to focus on, because it's just like, it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's all like, what the hell? What's my man name from ATL? Like, what is he there for?
Which one?
What's the nigga?
Because he took the rap for
But that's my point. Why do the brother even need that storyline? Because then that's crazy. And this is why I'm saying, so Emmett is so stupid. And this is why I think even Keisha just will eventually end up leaving him, because he's not even a real provider. He don't even use his brain. Because why would I hire somebody? You told me that he got locked up because they together, they sit here and plan to steal, basically rob a liquor store or rob a corner store. So why am I putting both of these niggas in my establishment with money to deal with it?
Yeah, I don't know.
And one of them is dealing with my money. This is my half brother. He's supposed to be doing my books, and now you bringing somebody in with him who tried to do a robbery. What are we talking about?
Yes.
Like, how do that make sense to me? That's you some red flags. That would have been the ultimate red flag. There's no way in hell I'm hiring this person, and they literally, realistically, you just told me they try to. I'm not doing that though. It's no way. That don't make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make. But I guess he's just trying to do his father a favor. So.
And then the crazy thing is just think of, and just why I say this show is just kind of all over the place. How do you kill Rob's father the last episode and Rob ain't even in the very next episode? What the fuck are we doing?
And they got a new lawyer. He got him a new lawyer. Like that was, yeah, it's all over the place. And then you got the dude Victor, I guess his assistant.
Yeah, man, come on. Like and listen to what I'm saying. I get it because I can't be like, man, come on, I could do without the. And it's,
but what was it for though? I don't understand. Like, what was the purpose?
So for people who don't know what we're talking about, for Victor's assistant, of course, he is a gay man, and then him and his boyfriend kind of like been bumping heads because his boyfriend is a real estate agent, but he worked through Duda. So of course, Duda got money, so he put him in, make him look good, do the real estate, send him, different, give one because and this is which is kind of crazy, just like I said, backstory, because Duda give people money all the time. So the same way he gave Emmett and them money to buy the house, but the boyfriend is a real estate agent, so he bought the house, so he basically cleaning his money up through the real estate nigga. So I'm gonna sit here and get these people the money. You gonna close on the house, and they'll, whatever, you still up under my wing. So realistically, they was bumping heads because Victor's assistant don't want his boyfriend to keep doing business with Duda. And then the dude was like, man, we all kind of do business with Duda. We wouldn't have no job. Like Victor wouldn't be Victor if it wasn't for Duda, and I wouldn't be selling houses if it wasn't for Duda. So him and his boyfriend beefing. And I guess the dude that he left for his boyfriend right before I guess him and the boyfriend got into a relationship, he seen him on social media. He's scrolling on his page, shot his shot, told him to come over. He came over, and of course they started kissing, and then they had gay butt naked man sex. Like, bro, come on. Like, and of course I understand. Like, in most, I'm sure, like I feel like I'd be almost feeling like you kind of being homophobic if you complain about it because we watch women's sex scenes all the time. Nobody ain't complaining about what's the Candy and that fucking deaf girl in the bed half naked kissing or playing with each other. So it's like, all right, I guess it is. But that shit is just like some of this shit just be unnecessary. This is like everybody real live just got unnecessary storylines. Even Candy and the deaf girl. What the fuck is the purpose of this?
Why does she want to protect her? Like, where is that going?
I don't fucking know. And how do you learn sign language that fast? And that's what Duda was like, damn, when the fuck did you learn sign language? Like, what are we doing, dog? Like, that's what, man, I swear to God. Dog, this one for me, I'm just one of those people. I'm just a blind loyalist. So if I'm already just addicted to something, I'm just going to watch it. I'm a very routine type of person. So this is in my routine now. So it's just like, all right, I'm just going to watch it. But it just be like, bro, this shit literally all over the place.
So I don't know if they're trying to make it like, because it seems like everybody has ties with Duda. So are they trying to make it who's going to take him out first? Because everybody,
got some type of with some type of form of wrapping up with him. Yes, everybody do, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Yes, because what's so funny? People even forget the dog. The nigga almost killed Joma father, and he ain't never do nothing else about it. No. He just took his L and just like living his normal ass life now.
It's all over the place.
Like, nigga, what? But even just like you said, even though they got Victor a new lawyer, this nigga, they ain't even sit here and be like, damn, who killed your lawyer? He literally, the next time he go to court, they just take his shit out. He just, the charges has been thrown out the window. Like, what the hell are y'all talking about? This nigga lawyer just got killed, and y'all sitting here letting this nigga become a free man?
Yeah. And this friend Shad, he getting real, I don't know, he getting real beside himself.
You feel like he getting beside himself, or he kind of was keeping it a buck because maybe he felt like, yeah, Victor was there for me, but you ain't really. I mean, I'm guessing that's kind of just like.
No, he was trying to give you a legit. He was trying to help you out legitly.
Yeah, and this lady kind of just.
And so that you can get on your feet by yourself. You keep running from woman to woman, wanting them to help build you up, and she's turning you to somebody that you're not.
The crazy thing is, is that not really him, or is that him? Because we still don't know what he went to jail for.
Looking at the show, it ain't him. You've never seen him get aggressive, get gang, like none of that.
But I wonder, is that? I mean, yeah, I guess because if I'm comparing him to the dude who just, like I said, the dude from ATL who literally just got out, he's still like mad aggressive. Like he just, I mean, I guess, but I just kind of felt like, what the fuck did he go? Man, I don't know. I guess I just need to know, what did he actually do jail time for? Because it just seemed like niggas don't do a bunch of time for nothing.
I mean, something like probably robbery. I don't see him killing nobody.
He don't seem like that type. Like, it don't seem like that's in him. And you know what blow me is just like, why didn't you just kill Duda right then and there? Like, y'all had to drop on him. Like, what's the purpose of just letting him just keep living?
To make her presence known. Like it's all over. It's so many unknowns. Like, and even with the brat and the mother, why?
I mean, the brat had a good point, and I do think. I mean, I'm sure most people, when you get older and you have older kids, I mean, I guess you can. You do kind of, I guess, have to reinvent yourself a little bit or start to find a way to live a little bit again. Because the brat did have a good point. Like, all right, bro, your kids is grown. Like, even the little girl that live here, she grown. She in college now. Like, nigga, you can live. You can do you.
I mean, that's true. But it's still everything is just so fast.
You know, I'm with you on that one. Like that part, that still it is extremely fast, and it's just kind of like, damn, she don't even have no moments where she sit here and think about like perfect example, like she don't never think about her girlfriend, but like how Victor's still kind of moping around about old girl leaving him, and it's just like,
yeah, it's just...
damn, like you was married to a motherfucker, help raise your kids, and you already laying on the couch ready to get some new pussy. Like that's crazy. This nigga Victor ain't done shit, and he fucking depressed because his girl left him. Like that shit is kind of weird.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, everybody deal with relationships and breakups differently, but that's the way they kind of just moving on and bouncing around.
But they keep throwing her in there. The mother hasn't really been in this season, but they keep just throwing, like, so what's her purpose? Like they sprinkle her on there for a little bit.
Yeah, just for a little bit, like here and there. What else was kind of all? I mean, I guess what's my man name? Bakari, his sister coming out. She fucking telling them she worked for Duda, and it's just like, all right.
But I feel like he figured that out when
oh yeah, no, he knew, because he knew for a fact that she was the only other person that he told about doing the book, besides, of course, his girlfriend.
Yeah,
he know his girlfriend can't nowhere in hell. She ain't about to talk to Duda, so he knew what happened. He know, but they didn't know.
Yeah, it was.
And then Maisha not want to be a rapper no more. Now she want to be a photographer. I mean, of course, you young, and young people do go through those type of emotions and that little up and down stuff all the time. But it was just like, all right, bro, this shit is all over the place.
But she wasn't giving her a lot of time. Like she started putting all her time and focus in the Bakari sister.
Yeah, but you know what will blow me though, and I'm sure most people, like, even if you ever try to manage somebody, she still kind of, I think when she put school on the back burner originally for Maisha. Bakari's sister wasn't in the play at first. She didn't want to go to school because she wanted to manage Maisha. So just imagine now, like, you done put your college shit to the background for this person to help chase their dreams, and now they just saying F it.
Well, yeah.
Like, damn, nigga, I didn't go to college for you. Like, I was trying to help you chase your dreams, and now you want to be a fucking photographer?
But she didn't want to go to college anyway.
Yeah, she didn't, but still, but that was her excuse, and that was kind of her agreement with her dad to help her be like, all right, well, I'm doing this, or whatever the case may be. And he was like, all right, I'm gonna give you a year to do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to watch. I'm trying to hang on, but they gotta focus.
Yeah, it's not no focus. They are absolutely all over the place. But let's get to the main show, the big dog, Power. To me, the biggest thing that stood out, I just want to know, who is Diana's baby father? And I know it, and listen to what I'm saying. It sound crazy when the doctor asked her, because the doctor, it did seem like in a racist undertone, where she was kind of like, hey, do you know, I know, as a college kid, you living and moving, boom, boom. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know who the father is? And Diana took it as disrespect, but I watched the show. I seen the two niggas you laid up in bed with, and them shits was back to back. Do you really know who your baby father is? Like, you took it as disrespect, but we don't know. Because this was the same season, like in the same season, you was fucking Tyreek, and then after you and Tyreek had y'all bumped heads, you went and gave the woke nigga some pussy.
I think it's Tyreek's.
For TV purposes, of course, I think it's Tyreek's. Is gonna make the show 100 times better, and it's gonna make it way more messy, because it's her having a baby by the book nigga. I mean, it kind of like that don't make the show no spicier.
Mm-hmm.
But her having a baby by Tyreek, oh, that shit throw a whole monkey wrench into everything.
Yeah. Whoever they had to play Monet when she was younger, did you see that? She
looked just like her. She looked just like Mary J. Blige. Like, whoever that girl is, if I'm Mary J. Blige and I want to do a biopic movie, that's who I'm getting to play me for sure. She looked just like her.
Yeah. But what else?
I even like how they do them flashbacks though, even just showing like how realistically. Because I mean, to be honest, I mean, you can kind of even, I mean, they probably ain't have enough seasons to give Monet a spinoff, but even just if they wanted to do the origin story of her and whatever her husband name was, because even how they had that little argument, and I'm trying to figure out who that baby was. Was the baby
that was Kane?
That was Kane?
Yeah.
Oh, for some reason, who I thought the baby was at first? I thought the baby was
the oldest, Zeke.
Yeah.
No, because remember, I think she gave him.
Yeah, she gave Zeke away. Yeah.
But I don't know if the aunt that's taking care of her was that the one that was taking care of him, and that's why is that why she apologized to her?
Maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't even know who that aunt is. But the aunt was kind of keeping it a buck, and then I do kind of like. Who do you think gonna be the reason did she find out that Drew and them try to kill her? Cause she almost walked into it. Cause they be super loud with their conversation, like she ain't in the fucking house. Like, damn, nigga.
Oh, I think I don't know. I think they're gonna slip up. I think because they, like you said, they can't.
They can't hold their emotions. They can't because this nigga was ready to kill her. He was ready to switch her pills out or whatever the case may be, and it was just like.
But he's definitely turned into a different character. Like, definitely from the very beginning. Like he's just on the warpath.
Yeah, because I mean, but it's kind of her fault though, and that's why even with Monet Carrington, she kind of was apologizing, like, "Damn, do you think me trying to give my kids a better life, I ruined them?" Because, like you said, just from the because this is what season 4, so even from season 1 to now, it's just like you said, you watch him his character completely change. But if you think about all the betrayal and death and things that Monet had him do, and even from killing their father, from killing Zeke and lying about who Zeke was, like that's a lot where I couldn't even imagine if we were just putting ourselves in that situation, if these was real kids, how they realistically would deal with that stuff.
Yeah, and she definitely she ruined them. At least the girl and Diana and Drew. Like Kane, he was
already was he was like from just season 1, he was kind of already all over the place. He was already a nut job, so you kind of can't put that on Monet. But just like with them two, you literally like, bro, you ruined them kids.
But you apologizing or you want them to forgive you, but you still doing it. You still pushing them into the life that you don't want them to. That you
actually
apologizing
be
for putting them
of course actually to be in. And I kind of want to see how Effie looked like her character really gonna pop off this season, because even just her be able to close the deal not once but twice with the Russians. For Monet to mess up the first one, even for her the angle that she took, like they sit here and be like, hey, boom, boom, you know, I can help your daughter with her swimming speed or whatever the case may be. Like she found the way to kind of get him in pocket with him. And then even the second time where he was kind of like, cool, I do business with Shorty, but only way I'm talking on the person that I'm talking to is her. I'm talking to Effie. I ain't talking to nobody else.
Yeah, but you got her. She jumped. She's out for self.
Of course.
So I don't know how that's gonna play out.
Even that little situation with Kane, and it was kind of like, damn, I thought that shit was real until you seen her trying to clean up her shit with Tariq.
Yeah, because she just, I don't know. She gonna be the wild card.
For sure. She is different. She's a different type of demon. How did you feel about Tasha being I don't even what's her name? Regina?
Rachel.
Oh, Rachel. Yeah, that shit is crazy.
Yeah, it was.
I ain't even, but you know what's crazy about it though? Just sometimes you gotta, and I'm sure realistically for a lot of people, that's a lot of people's reality. That's the crazy thing. Like that to most people, probably like if you're not really paying attention or you're not familiar. And like I told you, I won't talk about Vlad, but Vlad do give a lot of old street dudes platforms, and that's one of the things you see a lot of old, like that's a huge, from making millions of dollars and living this a super extravagant lifestyle to when you get locked up and you hit rock bottom and you lose everything, and then you kind of got to figure life out again. And hers is basically the same thing. Like her going through witness protection, they put her in the middle of West Bellefuck nowhere, and she's like, bro, this is the only job here. I can't work nowhere else. And even for her to kind of like, I like how Tariq kind of defended her, but it was still just like, you gotta be you gotta like leave your ego at the door.
Yeah, you gotta be humble.
Like humble as shit, because though that's like, you gotta think about from when you first ever start watching Power. No, they living in a penthouse in mid in New York City.
Yeah.
All her shit designed, and she from like even her body size, like everything. Like, dog, this lady damn near big as a house now, and she working at goddamn, it looked like she was working at like what's the show, like Ross or some shit.
Like a Big Lots.
Yeah, like a Big Lots, exactly. So it's like, bro, that's a hell of a man. Just go back. If you could just go back to just go to the original Power. Just pick one episode and look at Tasha and how she was living to now how she got to live, and just think about like, and I'm just screwed off the TV show, but how many people realistically may have to go through 30, 40 years, come home to nothing, and you can still got, hopefully God willing, you still may got another 30, 40, 50 years to live. So you got to get a job, you got to work somewhere, and that's what she doing right now. It's like, damn.
So how you think Tyreek and Brayden gonna get back into?
I don't know how they gonna finesse that one, because it's just like, where you gonna get some work at, and then two is like, where you gonna sell it at now?
I think Monet might help him.
Yeah, she might after she find out that fucking Effie gonna be the one calling the shots with the Russians.
Yeah, I think Monet, but I think she probably gonna put it together by herself because she's kind of figuring it out herself, putting two and two together, like who dropped off the address to Tommy's mother.
Oh yeah. When he told her that one.
So I feel like she gonna put two and two together
and figure out that it was her kids.
Mhm.
How you think she
'Cause
gonna carry it though when she
already-
find out it was them?
She already think it's Kane because he, you know what I'm saying, he been wanting to run the show forever. So she already think that it's him. She probably would never think that it was Diana or Drew. Would she kill him? I don't know. She killed the father.
Yeah, that's what when I just asked that question, I was like, damn, she did kill the father.
She killed the father. I mean,
and ain't think twice about that shit. She killed the father. She had who she had? She had Kane kill the police nigga. Did she have him kill him, or Kane did that on his own? I can't remember.
Not Kane. I think he did it on his own.
Oh yeah, he did. He might have did that. You're right. I think he did do that on his own. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't necessarily know what's off the table. Shout outs to Method Man. His character kind of just all over the place right now. I feel like they just kind of hanging on the Method Man character just because it's Method Man.
And the new police officer, like, what was the purpose of bringing him in? Like, he don't really have no reason to be here.
Besides, he Michael Ealy.
Yeah.
That's it. Like
they didn't do anything to him. I guess it's just the drug dealers, period. But like, I don't understand his point of being.
Yeah, I don't understand his point. And it's kind of like I don't even understand his infatuation with them already. Like you said, they haven't done nothing to him, so it's no reason for them to even be on his dick like that. It was kind of just like, all right, dog.
But I mean, he said Method Man said because I guess his wife was killed, like by drug dealers or something like that.
Yeah, but still, it's just like
he's on them.
Yeah, like right. Yeah, like that shit is just kind of like that. That to me, that's the only like. What's the point of that? Right there, like that would be to me this season so far. The only point is the Michael Ealy thing. I mean, of course, and I trust 50 Cent and I trust Tasha Kemp enough that they'll figure out a way to make it make sense. But just even like with Method Man right now, like he literally he's
just there.
He just dead. Every episode getting some pussy and that's it. Like he just hit. Like
giving Tyreek good information.
Yeah, kinda. Like. Nigga, how you give me better information when you're not my lawyer than you was giving me when you was actually my lawyer? So, I mean, that's Power. If y'all haven't seen Power, if you haven't tapped in yet, they in episode 2 now, so it's a little bit easy. And don't forget that they going on break, so you kind of got to tap in. They got 3 more episodes this summer, and they don't come back until September. So, I mean, that was it. You had any other takeaways from Power or The Shy?
Did you see Bad Boys yet?
Yeah, I did. I did see it. It was straight. Like it was, I ain't gonna even say because to me I don't never think none of the other ones was bad. So I kind of just like I don't even know what to compare it to.
I mean, it was good though.
Oh yeah, no, it was good. It was an action packed joint. Like I guess not a spoiler alert, but just shit. The way Martin fucking like that playing video. The crazy thing is, it was like the way they shot the scene with Martin's son-in-law. It was just basically like a video game thing. Like for all the kids who sit in the house play Call of Duty all the time, like the way they showed that camera angle and the way they was looking at it, it literally looked like you was watching somebody play Call of Duty. Like I like how they kind of tied that into it. And it was, even with Will Smith, he had a scene on there when he had a shootout, and it was like literally that same camera angle where it's like a Call of Duty joint where you looking basically from the gun point. It was a good joint. Like I said, I never thought none of them was bad, so I feel like I will be a horrible person to break down like what's a good Bad Boys or Bad Boys, because I like all of them. I have not seen a Bad Boys to me. I didn't never think none of them was bad. So that to me, I mean, it was cool. I liked it. It was just it was Bad Boys. That to me, like Martin did a good job, and I like how they even tied his health into it. He got bad health in real life, and they tied it into the show. I mean, into the movie. It made sense. Like it didn't seem like it was a stretch or nothing. Like they tied into his health condition, and even the way he looked. So it was like you kind of don't have to hide him being over,
that something was wrong with him.
Yeah, you ain't have to hide. Like you can, like him being overweight and all that played into they tied that into the movie.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I said, if you haven't seen Bad Boys 4 already, it's worth it to see it. Like if you like the Bad Boys series, it's worth it. And if I guess even just to tie that in numbers wise, now that franchise is worth $1 billion. So shout outs to Martin, shout outs to Will. Like I said, it's a good joint. I like Bad Boys 4. If y'all haven't seen Power, you haven't seen The Shy, y'all know anything Black, we support it here each and every Tuesday. Appreciate y'all for locking in. And we'll holler at y'all next Tuesday.
It's June 15th. This is what I want to know. What would you rather celebrate? Father's Day or the date of your last child support payment? Or what if your last child support payment was on Father's Day weekend? That's what you call divine divinity.
That's a good one. See, that's when the bitch was his regular self then. Listen here, bitch. Every day I'm fucking hustling. I heard you was over there talking about you. The best Father's Day gift you could have got was you sending your last child support payment or something, bitch. You stupid, silly mother about your child support payments, bitch. And if I want some more, I take my ass over to family court and get some while he going to college. Bitch, you ain't worthy for me sitting in the system and going back and forth to court to drag your big, fat, funky, old zip, take it ass down